Hey, how's it? I'm Dan, and welcome back to Breathing Underwater's Moviecast. As of recording this, it is January 1st, 2025. And if you've heard any of my other recent podcasts, you've probably heard me recording them in the car. Those trips are often to and from Maryland, where my parents and my brother live, and today was yet another one of those trips. And though on this particular trip I wasn't prepared to record a podcast while I was driving, as I oft tend to do, to pass the time on those several-hour car rides, I did take the time to muse and reflect a little bit on my output for the past year or so, and it occurred to me that since I kind of came back onto the YouTube content creator scene, which you can see more context about on a video that I'll link in the show notes, and this was several years ago when YouTube was trying to play a little bit of catch up and get on board with more of the short form reels and stories trend that was really picking up on social media at the time. So I thought back then, in addition to my regular, more long form content like this, it would be a good idea to experiment and broaden my horizons to explore and utilize YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels. And eventually I did throw in the towel and just go into TikTok, despite having been aware of its original iteration, Music.ly or Musical.ly, which quickly became hugely controversial and they had to rebrand it TikTok just to step away from some of that bad press they were getting. But you know, content output has to go where the wind blows, where people are watching it, so here we are. But anyway, all that is to say that originally when I came back from my sort of content creation hiatus a few years ago, I wanted to start making like drum covers and gaming playthroughs and stuff. But because shorts and reels and stories were becoming so ubiquitous at the time, my thought since then has been, of course, to still make longer form content output like this, but to kind of fill in those gaps, especially during the longer and more tedious and time-consuming editing phase of that longer form content, that I would react to movies and make kind of memes. And then eventually I started making highlight videos of concerts that I was going to. And reflecting on all that today while driving to and from Maryland from Richmond, Virginia, it occurred to me that I've actually been inadvertently backburnering or postponing a lot of the more longer form stuff that I'm like really interested in making, because I've given myself so many shorts to focus on. Like anytime I'd see a show or see a new movie or just have some general thoughts on something like the state of Star Wars that I didn't want to do a whole podcast about, shorts became a perfect way for me to get that stuff out and express that stuff without having to put too much time or energy into the whole process. But right now, not only do I have a pretty big backlog of video and podcast ideas that I've wanted to get to for a while, I have a good amount of footage already shot that I just haven't been able to edit. And every time I tell myself like, okay, this week I'm going to work on this video, then I end up realizing like, oh, I most often have also caught up on some show or seen some new movie, gone to some concert, something like that. And I'm like, oh, I need to get this short out before I get to the other stuff. But those things take time too. So as I was musing on that whole conundrum, because I do enjoy making all this content, it occurred to me that I can find a little bit more of a balance and maybe kind of redirect some of that energy that I've been putting into shorts and reels back into more long form stuff like this podcast. Because I already do that on the music side of this podcast. I do a yearly roundup of all the concerts I've been to, and I give a lot more details about my experience and the reaction to it and everything. So for this year, for 2025, even though I won't be releasing this until early 2026, I've decided that I'm going to do the same thing for my thoughts and reactions and reviews of movie and TV output. So every time I catch up on a show and I have something to say about it, or I see a new movie, or I see an old movie that I had never seen but have something to say about it, I'm just going to jump back on here, record about a YouTube Shorts worth of my thoughts, hopefully, keep it brief. That's one thing I liked about the Shorts too, was that it gave me a very specific time limitation, so I really had to be picky and clear and concise about what I was going to say, as opposed to on here where I can ramble on forever, but then I give myself a big editing job. And then by the end of the year, I should have, just like I do with my concert reflections, a full podcast episode that covers the past year of movies and shows that I have something to say about. Because trust me, like a lot of the YouTubers, and I know they do it for a living and I don't, so that's their job. But I have absolutely no interest in talking about things that I had no interest in, that were boring or bad and didn't really cause or inspire any real reaction to. Trust me, I only do this because I actually want to. All right, it's only January 3rd, and already I have a couple things that I saw that I want to talk about. So first up, and I cannot give a good reason why, my wife and I decided to start a Jake Gyllenhaal marathon, watch some things that I had seen that she hadn't, or vice versa, but for now, we rewatched Donnie Darko. And I'd only seen it once, I think back in college, or maybe soon after, so I'm talking early to mid-2000s here, which makes sense because I was in film school, and it was a big indie hit, and that was the kind of stuff that my friends and I were eating up and passing around and discussing and dissecting at the time. And I remember generally liking it, and I've definitely heard about it, and it's been referenced in so many ways ever since, but for some reason or another, I never actually sat down and watched it. So it's probably been a good almost 20 years since I've seen it. So though I remembered that it was weird and quirky, and it had a guy in a big creepy bunny suit, and it had something to do with time travel, that's about all I remembered from it. And as we were watching it, I was just constantly reacting like, what is this? What am I watching? What is going on here? In a lot of ways, it was so over the top, sometimes seemingly really campy, to the point of being silly, maybe even farcical. But by the end, I knew that I was watching something special because even though I didn't clearly understand and follow everything as it was happening in the moment, I could tell that it was all very meticulously and tediously put together. Everything was way too wacky and too specific to be random. I could just tell that the filmmaker had a purpose and a vision for everything that was there. And we watched it on streaming, so I'm pretty sure it was the theatrical version. I've heard that there is a much more comprehensive director's cut. I do want to watch that now, and I'll get around to it at some point. But this was the kind of movie where it just really made me appreciate having a resource like YouTube and lots of other smarter and more articulate people than myself out there to do those explained videos, of which I watched several. And if you go back and listen to an earlier episode of this podcast where I talk about pretension in movies, I would liken this very much to my experience of watching things like It Comes at Night and The Empty Man, where I didn't completely understand and have aha moments for everything that was happening as it was happening. But like I just said, with those movies too, I would definitely put Donnie Darko in that same category where I could tell that everything was intentional. It was all part of a vision. And it was like watching somebody show you the pieces of a puzzle, but not showing you the whole completed puzzle at any point. And I just love how there was so much ambiguity and there was so much left open to interpretation. There were sometimes conflicting ideas and themes, which meant that you could take them in one direction or another and you could argue either way. And I love that about film. I love that about this medium where you have all these different factors like the visuals, the audio, the editing, the costume, the makeup, the sound design, the mise-en-scène, the cinematography, like all those aspects to this craft can be used in really clever, interesting ways to give the audience an experience that is so much more than just the sum of its parts. I love that about movies. I love that about art when you can go back to it. It's a big reason that I've been listening to a lot of the same bands since middle school, but still finding things to appreciate and love about them, not just for nostalgia, but new things. As I grow older and I have more experiences and I garner new perspectives, that opens my mind up to things that I might not have noticed in a movie or in a song or in a book, graphic novel, what have you. So this is a little bit of a side tangent, but I really reject the idea that there's a time and place, for certain kinds of art, like, I don't know, whatever it is, like, more angry, aggressive music is for younger, adolescent, angsty kids, but once you grow out of that, you don't have a use for it anymore. But that is so myopic and small-minded kind of thinking about art, especially art like Donnie Darko, that can be taken and interpreted in any number of ways and analyzed and discussed, and it's just inspiring. I love that. I don't have any hot takes or anything on it. Like I said, I'm so glad that I have things like YouTube to help me process and help me kind of put those pieces of the puzzle together. I just really enjoyed the experience, even though I was somewhat befuddled and flabbergasted. I always love an excuse to use those words. And sometimes I wasn't really sure what this ride I was being taken on was, but that made it all the more interesting and engaging. Now, ironically, the stuff that I first watched in 2025 has no specific connection to 2025. This is just when I happened to watch it. But the other movie that I watched with my wife just last night was a big hit last year, and I've been hearing about it, and it kept getting brought up, but it was finally on streaming because I didn't have a chance to catch it in theaters, and that was Late Night with the Devil. This was another one that I just really enjoyed the experience of watching because I thought I knew what it was going to be, especially based on the trailers and a lot of the reviews and feedback that I heard. They were very focused on the fact that it was about an exorcism on live TV or a communing or a seance or whatever you want to call it. But it wasn't really just about that. As with a lot of movies that I connect to the best, it was really about a singular character that you think you get right off the bat, but then as the layers and the pieces and the facade just gets peeled away little by little, I thought this was much less of a supernatural horror movie and much more of a character piece, really. And I absolutely love the format, the whole like kind of real-time watching things unfold. I heard Jason Reitman's Saturday Night is in that vein, and I'm looking forward to seeing that sometime soon, hopefully. But not only was it more or less in real time, we were watching the broadcast, and I thought that was a really creative way to show it, to do a sort of found footage kind of thing, except we were put squarely in the shoes of the audience, for the most part, at home and the live studio audience, with little peeks behind the curtain. But still, most of the information we got, especially about these characters' backstories, was only the information that was already publicly known. So most of the other stuff going on, you had to infer. And I love that. I love looking for the little clues and kind of having, theories like, oh, this is a setup for this is what's going to happen and blah, blah, blah. And I got to say, I really thought that there was a turning point in the movie after the lights first went out. And then they brought in the girl, Lily, and they communicate whatever with her demon. And I thought, like, once that happened, once they'd opened that door, even though she was acting like herself again after that, she was just putting on a show and was just manipulating everybody, especially because moments before she had shown that she could, or the demon could totally do that, act like her and talk like her, but really be in control, which I thought would have been really cool and a satisfying climax for what it set up. But I loved what it actually did at the end, which was show us that everything that we were watching possibly could have either been in the head or some sort of trance dreamlike state of the main character. So really what we thought we were watching from the outside was really his perspective. I don't know, there was a lot of different things actually going on there. But I think what I liked the most about it was how it equally weighed the different sides of the argument of reality. And so you could take the skeptic side, and there was a lot of evidence to support all that. Like the whole thing could have just been basically a trance or hypnotic state or whatever, and none of it was real. Or you could take the parapsychologist or whatever her title was, and take a lot of that stuff at face value. I don't know. I think it was meant to be a little open-ended and interpretive at the end, and it had me pretty jazzed up and inspired. We watched it really late, so we were sleepy by the end, but I was kind of verbally processing as we were trying to go to bed. And I realized that I was just going in circles. So I thought it was really unique. It was really fun, engaging watch. And it brought up some really interesting both character and kind of philosophical questions and conundrums about the nature of entertainment and consumerism and, people's individuals' role and all that. So I'm looking forward to watching that one again for sure. So it's still early January, so I'm still catching up on stuff from last year. So first, the other night, my wife and I watched My Old, which weirdly, we found out the next day, I believe, that Aubrey Plaza's husband died, which is horrible and super tragic. And even more so in context of the movie. I just feel so horrible for her, and I can't imagine that she'll want to go back and watch this film anytime soon, if ever. But just focused on the movie itself, there was another one from last year that I kept hearing about, got great reviews in general, made some top 10 lists of 2024, so I knew I was going to check it out at some point. And all I can say is I wish I had watched it earlier, because it was impressively and surprisingly profound, especially with how modern and colloquial it was about so many things. Not just the way that they talked, though that was a big part of it, but also what a lot of the conversations were about. But what a brilliant idea for a film on the relatability front, because those of us that are closer around to Aubrey Plaza's character's age in the movie, like me, and my wife, of course we could relate to a lot of the experiences and reasons she had for withholding information and the way that she interacted with her younger self. But then also, we've been through those things too from the younger self version, and it just was like so universally relatable. Sometimes in a cringy way where it was like, oh man, I remember being that young, that naive, that optimistic, but also angsty, melodramatic, and overly emotional, and over-analytical, and all that kind of stuff. There was just so many different angles, and it is one of those movies, one of those stories, I think, that will be appreciated by people at different times of their lives for different reasons, or for all of those reasons. But a little bit more unsurprisingly was that it was very much a modern dramedy, where it was marketed very much as a comedy, and the trailers and such focused on the more high-concept comedic moments and situations. But then the movie itself was a lot more skewed towards the dramatic and the emotional, which is not a complaint, not a problem at all. But I've talked on here a lot, and I did an episode years ago about this whole idea where modern comedies have lost their way, at least in terms of how studios market these things. I just said this recently about American Fiction, too, where I thought I was going to get a certain experience from it, which is to laugh a lot, and I did, but that really wasn't the point of this movie, and a lot of movies of its ilk, its brethren. They were more provocative and meant to make you think, which is great. And again, I'm not disappointed or upset or angry or anything about that. It's just that I wish that studios had the backbone to market these films as what they are, which is dramedies and drama first, which they used to. When something was a comedy, it was marketed as a comedy, and if it was a drama, it was marketed as such. But then early 2000s, Judd Apatow kind of stuff really muddied the waters, and they didn't really know how to market these things. So really, this is more of a rant about marketing than it is about the actual movie itself and the quality of it. I did really enjoy this movie, and I found it really funny, but I also found it very touching and poignant. And I just wish I had known that a little bit more clearly going into it, so I would have gone into it with more of an expectation for that genre, because what I was looking for at the time was to watch something light and funny and silly, but you don't always know what you're getting into with modern comedies when they present themselves like that, but then they kind of become something else. But again, that's not really criticism, at least not on the film's front. My only real criticism that I have with the movie is the casting, not in terms of the quality of the acting. I thought that all the actors did a great job, especially the two leads. But the younger self character, I just did not see as growing up into be Aubrey Plaza. It was purely an aesthetic thing. I thought she was great, and she delivered and presented her role, like, immaculately. And personality-wise, I could totally see her growing up into Aubrey Plaza, but I just didn't see any, like, facial resemblance between the two. So that's just more of, like, a total nitpick. It doesn't really matter. And you see that kind of thing a lot when they have like flashbacks or something, and you see younger versions of characters, and you're like, I don't know if that person's going to grow up to be this person, but you know, it's fine. Or when they recast people, it's about the character. I get it. But it did just kind of like inherently take me out of it just the tiniest bit, just kind of knowing in the back of my mind that like they looked so different. And on the writing front, I thought that the love interest, Chad, was a pretty kind of one-dimensional character. Like, he was well realized and well characterized, and I love the actor and his performance, though I've heard that there's controversy around him now because apparently there just can't be anybody without controversy out there. But again, that real world stuff is kind of all beside the point. Art from artist, I don't know. I didn't know about that going into the movie. Would I have felt different about it had I known about it beforehand? I don't know. It's hard to say. I'm just trying to look at it objectively as a self-contained film. So in that context, regardless of all the IRL stuff, I thought he did a really good job. But I did think that he was a little too clean and flawless, and I just thought that they never really gave any real insight into like what their relationship was going to be like, what the dynamic was going to be, because he was just so perfect, and that's just not realistic. But at the same time, I totally understand why they did that, and I think that it worked in the movie's favor because you were supposed to infer all that from everything that Aubrey Plaza said and didn't say, and how we saw their relationship begin in the movie. That just really wasn't the point of really digging into his character more. He was more of a archetype. I guess we weren't supposed to know anything negative or flawed about him yet because the younger self character didn't know. And that was kind of the point, where they were going to go on that journey together. and even through whatever his flaws and shortcomings turn out to be, that we would still infer what a great guy he is and continues to be, and the relationship that they have, just based on the fact that Aubrey Plaza tried to protect her younger self from even getting involved in the first place because it would hurt so much to lose him. So I thought that was really profound. But I'm just the type of viewer, the audience member, where like I want to know everything about everybody. I always want to know the whys and the hows, not just the whats. But that's my own personal issue I bring into watching movies. It's not a fault on the quality of the writing itself. And then just last night, because we finally got snow here in Richmond, Virginia for the first time in years, and we got off work today, we were able to stay up and watch Clint Eastwood's latest directed Juror number 2. Nicholas Hoult is having and is continuing to have a upward trajectory of his career, and I've always liked him in everything that I've seen him in. And I love how he plays such varied and different kind of roles, and how he pretty much excels in all of them. And I kept hearing just in general about how good this movie was, and I saw the stacked cast, and I do like courtroom drama kind of stuff. The only thing holding me back from being super excited about it is that it's directed by Clint Eastwood. And the last movie I saw of his was Mystic River back when I was in college, and it was like getting all this buzz and accolades and hype. And when I actually saw it in theaters, I really, really didn't like it. Now, granted, I haven't watched it since, and maybe I'll have a different feel about it, but I just thought that it was so pretentious and so obvious and so surface, and it just didn't work for me. And that really soured me. I wanted to see more of his directorial work, so I've never taken the time to see anything of his since then, like even his Best Picture, I think, or Best Actor. I don't remember what exactly awards he got from it, but like $1 Million Baby, stuff like that. Just no interest. I just didn't want to see more melodramatic, obvious stuff. I mean, I think he's a good director. Like, he does a good job with the craft, and I think he's a great actor, obviously. I just couldn't get past my experience with Mystic River to be motivated enough to sit down and watch more of his stuff if I didn't have to. But for some reason, I thought I'd give this one a shot. My wife was interested too, so might as well. And I thought it was really solid. I mean, the cast was as great as I expected. I was really surprised that J.K. Simmons was only in like half the movie because, I mean, he's such a big name. I assume a big draw. But it really shows how dedicated that this team was to the story and not just the star power of the movie. And by this point, we've seen like J.K. Simmons and Toni Collette in so much. They're so, kind of iconic and probably to some people a little pigeonholed. So it was definitely a testament to their performances and to Clint Eastwood's direction that I really was swept up and immersed in the story and their characters, and I stopped looking at them as these iconic actors almost immediately. One thing that stuck out to me about it was how it was very dialogue heavy, as courtroom dramas tend to be, but it was also subtle in a lot of ways. The actors were really given a lot of breathing room. I didn't find it slow by any means, but I did find it patient. It really gave people a chance to react and to reflect in their looks and to, stare. And you could really read their faces and read all of the emotional states that they were going through in any given moment and reacting to things. And the flashbacks, the editing within those, I thought was really good. How it just gave us little tidbits, gave us various perspectives. Didn't feel the need to over-explain everything. And yeah, it reminded me of some good Woody Allen movies too, where it was much more about the themes and about the, what would you do in this situation kind of feeling that it had, that tension that it carried, because it was such an impossible situation in so many different aspects. And that's why the end was so simultaneously satisfying and frustrating, because I knew that any way that they would wrap it up in a bow would be unsatisfying, because it is such a impossible situation to give a satisfying conclusion to, and it's much more about the ideas and the questions and the themes that it brings up. But at the same time, to have that ambiguity at the end, and I saw it coming from a mile away, because as soon as he opened the door, I knew when there was a knock on the door that it was either going to be Toni Collette by herself or, with an officer or with her fellow lawyer, or maybe with Kiefer Sutherland even, or something that would imply more specifically what was going to happen next. But just her standing there and them sharing a long look, I was like, oh no, they're going to cut to black. They're going to cut to black. And then they did. And all that tension and suspense that I was holding
my breath and my body the whole time, just like, I just like couldn't release it. So it was maddening and really well done. So at this point, I might go back and check out some more Clint Eastwood's work. Maybe even check out Mystic River again and give it a second chance. Because Juror number 2 did show me that I might be missing out. Maybe he is more of a director for me than I gave him credit for early on.
So now it's mid-ish January, earlier on the mid side, and I've managed to catch up with a couple other shows from 2024. Still haven't seen anything actually released in 2025, but we'll get there. First up was Black Doves, which I think my wife and I only sat down to watch it at this point because Netflix had been advertising it so heavily. Because, yes, I have the subscription with ads. I'm not paying top dollar. I grew up in the 90s. I can sit through a commercial begrudgingly. We were just like, all right, fine, we'll just watch it. Okay, Netflix, get off our back. And overall, I got to say, even though I am not one to jump on the chance at seeing a spy show, it's not my top priority genre to seek out. Just because I find them often, and I know this is contradictory, but overly complex and convoluted, but also predictable. And the characters to often be rather thin and unengaging, kind of detached, because that's the nature of, what they do, and I get that, but it's just a personal preference thing. And I've talked about that more on other episodes, like my Mission Impossible and Homeland episodes. But overall, I got to say, I was pleasantly surprised. I really enjoyed it. It was nice to see Keira Knightley back. I mean, I don't know if she's really been away. I just haven't seen her in stuff that has been on my radar for a while. I know she's been working. And she was alongside Ben Whishaw, whom I recognized as Q from the Daniel Craig Bond movies. But I only discovered after looking it up from seeing him in this that he's the voice of Paddington. So for better or for worse, I'm never going to look at Paddington the same way. And I thought he was great too. Though I didn't think the plot and the story was really like anything groundbreaking in the genre, I did find it to be generally engaging and interesting. It had a good mystery, and there was a lot of suspense and thrills that came with it, a lot of good twists and turns. But what really stuck out to me, what really kept me engaged and wanting to watch more, were the characters. Which, again, was a pleasant surprise because, like I said, a lot of times these overly serious and aloof spy movies and shows tend to slack on the characters in favor of a much more convoluted and sprawling and ensemble-driven plot. But generally on the character front, this did remind me more of something like Homeland, where there was a really good balance between plot and character. There was a lot going on, but they did take time. They let shots linger. They let characters act. They weren't just rushing from set piece to set piece or from plot point to plot point. There was a good amount of not dead time, but character downtime where they were able to kind of process and develop as characters and their relationships. So I thought there was a lot of interesting stuff there. I found myself really entertained by it, and I wanted to watch it all the way till the end. All that said, though, I'm still questioning how much I like the show in and of itself, or more of its personality and quirks and wit. Because if the characters and the actors that, delivered their performances weren't so fun and funny and engaging and idiosyncratic and quirky and had really interesting dynamics between them. Like, for instance, I loved how those sort of side or competing assassins started out as enemies and Keira Knightley killed the girl's partner. Spoilers. And then they became reluctant allies and eventually friends, and they were actually looking out for each other and spending time together willingly, not just obligatorily. And I love that kind of stuff. I just love those developing character relationship dynamics in general when things aren't just one way, the whole time, like good guys, bad guys. There's a little bit more nuance and dynamicism there. And I thought the writers of the show handled that stuff really well. But it was their personalities and how that kind of played against the tone otherwise as a very, serious and groundy and gritted and violent and adult in a lot of other ways show that was contrasted by how witty, dry British wit, which is more than welcome. I really appreciate any humor that can make me laugh and keep me entertained. And I found these characters to sometimes be uproariously funny, even when it was delivered in very deadpan ways. Like when they're in the middle of a gunfight or something and they're pointing out the absurdity of it all. Not like in a MCU, fourth wall breaking, wink at the audience kind of way. Everything felt in character, but it was the extreme wackiness sometimes of the characters and their personalities that made me question whether or not these people would actually do this kind of work. I mean, I'm sure we could argue, the psychological front, it's a cope. It's how they deal with having to kill people for a living and things like that. But the way that it was presented was sometimes almost completely comedic, which I'm fine with, but at the same time, it made me wonder if this was going to venture almost into parody land. The characters and the way they played off each other could be so funny and sometimes not really appropriate to the situation that they were in. Regardless, though, it did keep me entertained. I found that stuff to elevate it beyond just being a straightforward, predictable, at least what I was expecting, spy show. So I'm definitely interested to watch another season. I guess I just do have a little bit of a verisimilitude issue, and I'm not sure how much I buy the in-story, in-world realism of this particular world and these people in it, but still really fun. And then as of recording this, just about half an hour ago, I finished watching the first half, I guess, of Squid Game 2. And I'm going to reserve judgment, and I'll probably have a lot more to say about it after I see the next installment of episodes. Hopefully it wraps up this part of the story. I'm glad that I knew going into it, because I listened to a couple non-spoiler reviews, that it wasn't going to be a complete story and series that they released at the end of 2024, because I think I would have been, like a lot of people were, really kind of shocked and frustrated that they did that, like I was recently with Cobra Kai. And don't worry, I got a podcast coming on that whenever that wraps up. And then I guess I'll wait till the next Karate Kid movie comes out this summer too, and just do a whole big exploration of all that. But anyway, I had no idea that Cobra Kai was not going to have the final however many episodes, because they were advertising this as the final season, and then they just left it off at a cliffhanger without warning, and it was like, that's not nice. I mean, I think with Stranger Things, we knew that that was going to be the case. I understand why they're doing this. I understand why streaming services are experimenting with their release strategy across the board to try to keep people subscribed. I get it, but I wish they would be upfront about it, because there's only so many times that you can cry wolf, as it were, and then expect people to not get annoyed and still quit your service just because they're tired of being manipulated. But anyway, I don't think I've talked about Squid Game on any of my media output, so just a quick look back at the first season. I got swept up in it with everybody else. It was one of those things, which is pretty common in my life, where if there's enough of a groundswell, if there's enough buzz, enough hype, I will often follow that hype and see what all the hype is about. That's not necessarily a bandwagon thing, though I don't have any qualms admitting when I just jump on bandwagons, because it can be fun to be part of something bigger than you. Not everything has to be unique individualism at every moment. But more often, I use that kind of cultural hype as a gauge to see if something is even going to be worth my time. And I figure if it's worth enough people's time, and there's enough reviews put out about it, and videos made, and analyses, and headlines, and hype, that there's something there to sink my teeth into, something worth it, beyond just occupying a few hours of my time or whatever. So I was curious to see what all the hype was about, and after it had been out for a few weeks, I finally did sit down with my wife and watch the first season of Squid Game, and I liked it. I thought it was interesting, it was suspenseful, it was thrilling, it was shocking, and yeah, the novelty of these adults playing these kids' games where their lives are at stake was a really interesting novelty. But what I did find more interesting and lasting about it, and what I could really sink my teeth into, was the thematic stuff about the classism and economics and all that kind of stuff. And I thought it did do a very good job at exploring that. I thought there was a little bit of ridiculousness in it, especially by the end, when they revealed the spectators of the games, the people that kind of perpetuated the whole situation for their own entertainment. I thought that was a little silly. And then when we found out that it was all created, constructed, and implemented by this gentleman just because he could, basically because he was like bored and had the resources and lack of conscience to do so, I didn't really feel like that was a very satisfactory answer to the mystery of, like, what are these games? Who's behind it? Why did they put them on? As opposed to something, in its similar ilk, like Battle Royale, which I really need to go back and watch. I've been meaning to watch that ever since Hunger Games became a thing. And I was lucky enough to have seen Battle Royale back in college. So when Hunger Games came out, I was like, oh, this is just Battle Royale. And I know that this genre dates back far beyond Battle Royale, but that was really my first introduction to it. So it's kind of my like gold standard, you know, for the genre. But in Battle Royale and in Hunger Games, at least, there was sort of a systemic thing going on. This was like a bigger targeted attack on the poor. And I just thought that that carried a little bit more weight, both thematically and also as an analogy for the types of things in our world, in our real world, that we can equate these kind of things to, how our lives are just games to a lot of big corporations and stuff, or governments. That's why I was disappointed, and maybe it's just my own naivety, or, you know, going in with expectations that weren't ever going to be fulfilled by this particular show. But with the amount of like resources and people and the effort put into not only doing these games, but having done them for so long and keeping it off of the public's radar, and then later, as we find out, it's not even on like the government's radar, and then we find out even more in season 2 that, you know, the governmental protection systems like the police force doesn't even believe that this is happening. So that shows us that this is a really like secretive, clandestine thing that's happening, you know, kind of independently and on its own. That's fine. But for me personally, I found that to be more along the lines of like a Dan Brown book, where I really enjoy his stories and the stuff that he uses those stories to bring up all the ideas about, you know, the Illuminati and the Catholic Church and our government and Masons and all that kind of stuff. But I have been let down by pretty much all of his books and subsequent films too, because every time that he brings up these big ideas, these big conspiracies, and it makes you feel like, oh my god, like this is going to be another like 1984 situation, or Fahrenheit 451, some of my favorite stories ever, or there's that sense of impending doom that us little people in this rat race will just never be able to escape. There's that kind of like affirmation there that there's the have and the have-nots. And, you know, when it goes all the way up to the top, I just find that to be a more satisfyingly horrifying story experience than like Dan Brown always does, where he kind of reneges on all that stuff and backpedals a little bit and says, oh no, it was just some rogue individual that was using those ideas and those big picture conspiracies and systems and groups to manipulate, you know, this certain situation and get what they want out of it, which is fine. You know, it makes the story more self-contained, and I understand, like, as a storyteller, it means that you don't have to tie up loose ends that you can't tie up because they're so big and so broad. It's easier to just say, like, no, it was just this guy, and then, you know, you can just deal with him as an individual. But then, to me, that kind of, like, I don't know, deflates and negates a little bit the weight of all the thematic and global systemic stuff that you're bringing up. Like, if you're trying to tell us that the Catholic Church or the Illuminati, or in this case in Squid Game, like rich people, are so powerful and have been that way all through time and have been part of this like clandestine conspiracy that's been shaping and manipulating culture and economics and governments and everything from behind the scenes since the beginning of blah 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 history. When you bring up all those ideas, but then you don't follow through with them, I just find that to be a little disappointing, a little bit of a letdown. And that's how I felt about Squid Game. Meh, it was fine that it was just that guy that was kind of doing this thing. And yeah, there's like, you know, a bigger thing going on, because even after his death, he passes the torch and he keeps the games going. But still, I just assumed that this was going up a much higher level, that there's no way that it couldn't, because not just the players, but also all the people that work and run it and control it, that it's really that off the grid is just kind of hard for me to buy. And, you know, we've seen this stuff happen in our reality, like with Diddy and Epstein and things, and they're much more smaller scale than like a Squid Game thing, but you know, a similar kind of like using and manipulating and controlling and power dynamics at play. But it was only a matter of time till they were found. And with Squid Game being as massive as it is, it just stretches believability for me. And it also just makes the stakes just feel not as intense and weighty when it's somebody that can just be brought down. Just like, you know, you get to the top, kill the people in charge, Squid Game over. At least that's what it seems like they're going for. Now, I could be totally wrong, of course, and I haven't seen where this season's going, but just based on what we know about how the games were created and run, from season 1. That's my assumption so far, that this is its own like kind of independently run thing. But all that to say is that going into season 2, and why I didn't rush to see this either, and I was not actually expecting to watch it this soon after being released, because there hasn't really been nearly as much hype and talk about it as there was when it first came out, which makes sense because, the novelty's gone and it's become part of pop culture. So there's no way like a season 2 could wow people in the same way. But some of my family wanted to watch it, so I was like, all right, let's give it a shot, especially since I'd seen the first season. And the way the first season ended did pique my interest because it seemed like they were going to change the dynamic of the story, change the status quo. And that's one thing and I've talked about this a lot on here, so I won't belabor it, but when it comes to television, especially these more serialized shows that are always building forward, it really bothers me when between seasons they revert back to a status quo and kind of get repetitive. Stranger Things is a great example of that, and I talked a lot about that in my Stranger Things episode on this podcast, where I really applauded season 4 for finally taking things forward instead of just spinning its wheels and kind of repeating the same thing with tweaks here and there like they did with seasons 2 and 3. That's the biggest reason that I wasn't interested in watching season 2 of Squid Game, especially after seeing the trailers where I was like, oh, they're playing the games again. Especially, and I'm probably going to pronounce this wrong, I apologize, but Gi-hun, the main character, knowing that he was going to be in the games again, I was like, really? Like, after everything that he accomplished and his goal and directive that he gave himself at the end of season 1 to bring down the games, to see him going through all that again just felt like, no thanks. I'm not going to waste my time with that kind of repetitive storytelling, just churning out another season to capitalize on something that was popular and just doing the same thing again. Nope. So that's why the first few episodes were some of my favorite episodes of this show yet, because it had a much more focused and targeted plot that wasn't the status quo. The characters that we knew from the first season were in a new place. They had evolved, their story had progressed, and they had new goals. And that's what keeps me coming back, especially for television and sequels of movies too, is seeing what the continuation of the story is, not just a repetition of what we've already seen before. And I thought the way that they kind of forced Gi-hun back into the games, even though he thought that he had the upper hand, I thought was really clever. It was an interesting way to get him back into the games. My only reservation that at this point of the season still hasn't been alleviated yet is that once he's back in the games, his whole leverage, his power is completely taken away, and he's just back to being status quo, just being one of the players, especially with the fact that after Red Light, Green Light, they completely changed up the games, which is, a fun way to add to the novelty. Like, they're going to play something, you know what the stakes are, but you don't know what the games are going to be, and I did find that all to be very entertaining. But him as a character, after the first couple episodes, where he was just a prisoner along with everybody else, and his only goal was really to try to save as many people as he could, which is really out of his control because he knows that these games are heavily influenced and manipulated by the game makers. So it was a little disappointing that he kind of became much more of a passive protagonist for like the latter half of the season as he was in the games. But it really picked up in that last episode. I love the insurrection stuff. I thought that was exactly the kind of thing that I was hoping to see going out of season 1, where he had that fire lit under him and he was so passionate. And then we see at the beginning of season 2, he's so charged up and he's put his resources into doing everything he can to bring these people down. He's being very smart and strategic about it. So his revolt that he leads, I thought, was a great and natural, believable extension or progression of his goal that he had coming out of season 1. I thought that was a very satisfying place to take him, his story, and his character. It's just a bummer that he kind of got pushed to the side, especially after everything that he'd been through. But yeah, so far, I'm actually liking this season a lot. I'm surprised that I'm liking it as much as I have. I'm really excited to see where they go with this, especially now that the status quo has been totally upended with this insurrection and so many people being eliminated that they weren't expecting to. And the veil kind of being brought down from everybody, even the people that want to be there, the blue circles or the O's. Everybody now knows more than ever that they are not in any semblance of control. And I'm really curious to see what they're going to do with that. I think putting them back in the games is very reminiscent of also my favorite installment of the Hunger Games, which is not my favorite series.
I really did enjoy the books when I read them and the movies overall, but I really didn't like the ending. I thought that they really petered out, especially with the satire. It didn't follow through. I thought the author liked her characters too much and wasn't willing to take them to its natural, organic conclusion and forced a sort of like love story that I didn't think was well developed or implemented or earned, but that's for another day. My favorite installment, though, was Catching Fire because I thought it was a really interesting change in status quo, but still able to deliver on the novelty of this idea of the Hunger Games, this battle royale, where you have the characters that have already been through it, you put them back into it, but also show them that they are just pieces on a board, even with all of their goals and aspirations. I thought that's what made Catching Fire a little bit more compelling and interesting, was all the dynamics and relationships and the character arcs that were built off of that idea. I think Squid Game is following a similar trajectory. I think that's really clever. I just hope that they have the willingness and the intention to follow through with where they started and actually say something about all of this instead of just giving everybody an unnatural happy ending. And hey, I love happy endings. Tragedy is not my favorite type of storytelling between tragedy and comedy. I always go to comedy. But if you're going to invest my time and energy into a tragedy story, then make it a tragedy and make it a good one. Shakespeare knew how to do that. I think that's why we keep going back to his stuff so much, because when he told a comedy, he did it great, made it very satisfying, and same thing with the tragedy. He made it as tragic and dejecting as he could, and he just went all in. And that's all I ask when it comes to storytelling, is satisfy the story that you're telling. So I will come back and wrap up this reaction to Squid Game when they release the next part of the second season.
So still mid-January here, and I finally watched something that actually came out in 2025, which was that very hyped crossover between Abbott Elementary and Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And I'm an immense Always Sunny fan. I actually started watching pretty much at the very beginning because it was airing during a time block of other FX shows that I was into back in the early 2000s. And I've been an avid fan and follower ever since. And I was catching some of the articles and interviews and things that were hyping up this crossover about how they were going to handle like the tone and like the overly crass humor in a non-TV MA show that's on network television as opposed to cable. And because I've heard it mentioned here and there for a while, one of the actors won Celebrity Jeopardy a season or two ago. I did check the show out on Hulu. My wife and I watched a few episodes of season 1, and I thought it was fine, but it was, to me, just kind of predictable, Office style, Parks and Rec, mockumentary stuff. I didn't really feel like there was anything unique or groundbreaking. It didn't catch me and pull me in like The Office and Parks and Rec did. It just felt a little safe and bland, but I didn't hate it either. And I also went to college in Philly, the University of the Arts, downtown Center City. So anything set in Philly, I'm always curious about, a little nostalgic for. And I have been a classroom teacher for almost 20 years now, and I love movies and shows about education and the highs and lows of being a teacher. So I guess maybe my standards were a little bit higher. I was hoping for like a little bit more either satire or truisms or heartfelt commentary about the world of education. And maybe it does get more into that as the seasons go on. And there was a little bit of it early on. I just didn't really find any of the characters particularly compelling or really that interesting. And some of them, like the principal, were so caricature, cartoonish. Just like they kind of tried to do with Leslie Knope in the first season of Parks and Rec, where she was so much of a Michael Scott ripoff. And it seems like all mockumentaries try to do that. They have to have the Steve Carell over-the-top caricature, like boss or person in charge. And it worked really well for The Office, but even Parks and Rec realized almost immediately that that wasn't going to be successful just trying to emulate that. They had to go their own way. So all that to say, I was much more stoked about the Always Sunny side of things coming to this much more not Always Sunny, like cartoon farcical world, and seeing what they would do with that. And just putting our Always Sunny characters into a contained space with a bunch of kids just sounds like the worst idea, but also the best when it comes to like cringe comedy. So I was immediately impressed how well that they integrated these two worlds. On the Abbott side, based on what I had seen from season 1 and now watching, I think this was like mid-season 4, it really didn't seem like there was a lot of super compelling stuff that had happened in between. So most of the characters kind of seemed like they were kind of doing the same shtick that they were in season 1, which is true in all these other shows that I've mentioned, especially The Office. And that's why I think that Parks and Rec is such a gem, because it used this format but really let its characters be an ensemble and grow. So if you were to watch stuff from season 1 and season 2, you'd see the same people later on, but they are in new stages in life, and the relationships have changed and everything like that. Like what I gleaned from trying to fill in the blanks in between what I'd seen and then watching this episode, like the biggest thing that seemed to has happened was that our main character teacher finally started dating the long-term sub guy. I guess that's like a full-time guy now. So like a Jim and Pam thing. Otherwise, I didn't really get any inkling of anything like really that interesting going on. The school was still struggling financially, status quo. But that's also why it seemed like the perfect opportunity to really throw a wrench into things and to throw our Always Sunny gang into the mix. And that did not disappoint, especially, and I'm so glad that they did this, for how deep they dug into the lore of Always Sunny, of all these characters and their quirks. Like a lot of these things that have just been seemingly kind of more throwaway gags over the year, like Charlie's dyslexia and illiteracy, but they actually like did something with it. And I thought that was really fun and was like a really respectful nod and wink to, you know, people that have been following Sunny for a long time. And they were able to uphold the crassness and, you know, inappropriateness of these characters and their kind of over-the-top cartoony nature, especially Sweet D, but still have it be in a little bit more, you know, of a grounded, not as over-the-top world that Abbott exists in. So I was really impressed by the writing and how much they were able to pull off in, you know, just like a 22-ish minute episode. And from what I understand, there's going to be a counterpart or like sister episode to this on the next season of Always Sunny that shows how the gang got into this mess. And I'm particularly curious to see what the heck is going on with Dennis and why he was so reticent to be on camera. I'm always excited for another Always Sunny episode, but I'm particularly excited now that there's like this kind of like loose end that's been set up in a totally other show. And I just love that they did this. I love that they took the chance and the risk. It's hard, but I'm trying to imagine what fans of Abbott Elementary would think of this without really knowing anything about Always Sunny. But I think the Always Sunny gang was characterized well enough. I mean, they're very one-dimensional caricature cartoon characters anyway. So I think it was pretty clear what everybody's deal was and what the situation was. So I'm assuming that for Abbott fans, this was just like another solid episode. But for anybody that likes Always Sunny, I think this was a real treat. So all I've been hearing about Skeleton Crew for the last couple weeks is that nobody watched it. But the only reason that I did, and again, I keep saying that I'm done with Star Wars on here, and then I end up watching and talking about another Star Wars thing. But that's because I kept hearing that Skeleton Crew was worth watching, that it was like the best thing that Star Wars has done other than Andor in years. So Star Wars is one of those seminal things for me as a kid, and I'm always hoping for some kind of either continuation or recapturing of that. Not just nostalgia, but when you love something, you want to see it thrive. You don't want to see it stagnate and die. And yeah, I wish we lived in a world where we wouldn't even have to have these conversations, where things could just be done and just live as they are. I think one of the only remaining properties that I can think of right now that has done that is Back to the Future. And that's because Robert Zemeckis was very specific about it being done and about keeping the rights to it so it didn't get gobbled up by some greedy corporate enterprise that wanted to just cash in on its brand recognition, franchise nostalgia, like we've seen with virtually every other franchise that I grew up with, at least. But anyway, I thought I'd give Skeleton Crew a chance because I do love that young adult adventure Goonies-esque style that I heard that they were going for with this. That 80s, you know, kids taking the center stage and reins, but still being like capable and relatable and believable. But also, like I said, in a real short that I did about the state of Star Wars and the pushback that I got on my reaction to Andor that I did in a podcast. I just think that Star Wars was at its best when it was a action adventure fantasy, not a socio-political action fantasy, and then all the other things that they've tried to do since the prequels. And I really miss the fun and adventure, the excitement, the awe-inspiring story and special effects and everything that made the original trilogy so memorable and, you know, created the franchise that it did. In short, I just miss Star Wars being fun. and exciting. So when I kept hearing that the premiere of Skeleton Crew was along those lines, I thought I'd give it a chance. And I really wish that I had more to say about it, because that would mean that it had a big impact on me or had a strong reaction to it. But it was so incredibly meh, just mid, predictable Star Wars. And I'm sure that's kind of what they were going for. They didn't want to break the mold or subvert expectations or offend anybody for once. And I appreciate that. But that also made it so bland. I don't know what it was. It's hard to put my finger on, but we spent a lot of time with these kids and these characters, but I never really felt like I really got to know them, or at least that I was that invested in any of them. I thought the plot was fine, and the whole setup for them trying to get home, but having misadventures along the way, and that the Jude Law character was sort of like this unknown wild card mystery. And I've always liked Jude Law, and I thought that he was good in this for what it was, and he took a fun, sinister turn towards the end. And there was a little bit of edge to it. There was a little extra darkness than I was anticipating, just with how like vicious the pirates and especially Jude Law was. It upheld that theme that things outside of Atten, which is like the dumbest name, are not safe, and with adventure, with exploration comes risk, comes danger. I heard some people say that they thought it was tonally inconsistent because of that, where it went from being really silly and kid family friendly to being a little too dark and violent, and I can see what they mean, but I also think that that does uphold that more edgy and weighty way of doing things in the 80s in this genre. It wasn't so safe and clean and predictable and risk adverse as family stuff tends to be now. But those were just more little glimpses. I never felt like it really committed to its tone in any specific way. Like I said, everything just felt like they were playing it safe. They were showing us recognizable stuff. I mean, there was even like the sound of a speeder bike a few times that gave me that unconscious little blast of nostalgia. I was like, oh, I know that sound. I love that sound. And then I came back to the present and was like, yeah, but who cares? And then the ending was just like super rushed. I thought it was a really interesting idea to have this like mystery planet. It really reminded me of Serenity, you know, the Joss Whedon climax movie to the canceled Firefly show, where you have this planet that has essentially been like wiped out of consciousness for a specific reason, and then people stumble on it and they learn about like a bigger plot or conspiracy or whatever that they're now embroiled in. I thought that was fun, but at the end, it was just kind of like super unbelievable. The leaps of logic and common sense were just like right out the window, starting with the fact that Jude Law was able to just say that he was an emissary, and even like these droids that are programmed to suss out that kind of stuff were just like, yeah, okay, cool. And then he was able to like shut the power down with the whole city or whatever by like shoving his lightsaber in the eye of a giant R2-D2, and then just like everything else from there. And when the X-Wing showed up and they like had no tact or consideration of what they were destroying, because like it's a Republic planet and they shot down the pirate ship like right over the city, and then it predictably like crash landed into the city and like destroyed a bunch of infrastructure. I don't know. I mean, I know this is like the New Republic, so maybe they're not as well trained, or they just don't care about their own people and stuff. But something tells me that the Rebels and Luke's generation, or even the, you know, Republic from the prequels, would have been so rash and with itchy trigger fingers like that, because they're supposed to be like the police. They're not like a hired militia or like a demolition crew or something. I don't know. That kind of stuff just really stood out to me, because I felt like they were showing us a lot of imagery and sounds and things that were comfortable, but the storytelling itself, they didn't put as much thought and care into. And then it just like abruptly ends, which I guess was supposed to be a bit of like a tease or a setup for another season, which, I mean, if this had lower numbers than The Acolyte and they canceled that, I can't imagine that this is going to get a second season. But there was absolutely no denouement.
Denouement. That's not how it's pronounced.
After all this stuff that happened, they rush into the ending, and then the bad guys are defeated, and then it's over. And I was curious to see like what was going to happen with this planet that had been hidden. From what I understand, unless I read it wrong, they hadn't had communications with the outside world for 30 years or so, because they say in the climax that the last time they heard from the Republic was that all the Jedis are traitors. So that was Order 66. And that happened during the prequel era. So this planet has been hidden, but also like minting Republic credits for like 30 years, and somehow like still thriving on whatever local resources that they have without any contact with the outside world. I mean, you can suspend your disbelief so much, but then at least you got to see what the fallout and the aftermath is, and I guess that's what season 2 was supposed to be, but we'll see. I will watch if there's a season 2, just like I'm going to watch Andor season 2, because I was interested enough in the world building and the story, even though if you go back and listen to my Andor episode or any of the reaction shorts or reels that I did on it, it still is not my favorite Star Wars content, but I still think that it was well done. And I think for the most part, Skeleton Crew was relatively well done, even though there was a lot of stuff that took me out of it, like all the logic things and also just the aesthetics. Like, I never saw Star Wars as futuristic but grounded suburbia, and all the things that we've seen over the years from like Tatooine to Coruscant never gave us that impression, except for some of the stupid stuff like that 50s themed diner in, what was that, Attack of the Clones or whatever. But for the most part, it did feel like it was in a galaxy far, far away, not in our galaxy, just a little bit in the future. But even so, I thought there was enough going for it that I would be interested to see the story continue. I didn't find it insulting or overly boring, and those are kind of the only things that really deter me from watching something inside of a franchise that I like. And that's why I was willing to watch like Prey and even Alien Romulus, though the more time I've had since I've seen that, the more I really wish I hadn't seen it and that I didn't waste the time or the money. But at the time, I found it reasonably enjoyable and entertaining. And that's all it takes. Maybe my bar is too low these days, but I think that is indicative of where we are with entertainment, and especially beloved franchises, where just passable is at least enough to get me to watch it. Doesn't have to be like good, but if I'm not bored or insulted, like I was with The Last Jedi, for instance, then I'm willing to at least give it a chance. And I gave this a chance. I don't regret watching it, but it didn't do anything to make me feel like Star Wars is back, baby.
Now we're pushing late January, and I'm still catching up with some 2024 stuff. This time I was finally able to see Nosferatu, and I caught it just on the tail end of its theatrical run. And it's the first Robert Eggers movie that I've seen in the theaters, so I was really glad to finally have that experience. So I saw The Witch before The Lighthouse came out, but it was after the initial run where it was getting all that hype and awards buzz. And is well done, uniquely styled, and singular vision that it is. It was just so bleak and so drab and so cold. I just didn't really enjoy the experience very much, but I did watch some YouTube videos, because I'm basic, explaining it and giving context to like the dialogue and what Eggers' vision was for it, what his intentions were for it, and I did think that was really interesting. So even though I haven't been compelled to watch it again, I definitely was interested enough in him as a unique filmmaker to put a pin in his name and keep an eye out for his next thing. And then when The Lighthouse came out and it got all that buzz and made a lot of, like top 10 lists of the year and stuff, I finally caught that one too. And I really did enjoy that. It was so funny and so irreverent and so weird and off kilter. And I know that Robert Pattinson has been in a good number of other indie stuff that had been getting him more of a name and notoriety outside of the Twilight dumping ground. But I think The Lighthouse was the first thing that I saw him in post-Twilight that really gave me a glimpse into what a good actor he was, and that also made me excited for him as the Batman, because when he was first announced, I was like, this is going to be a train wreck. And now he's become my favorite on-screen Batman. So, as I've been saying a lot lately, James Gunn, please don't axe the Batman universe. But yeah, as opposed to The Witch, which I found more interesting and unique, The Lighthouse was interesting, unique, and also really entertaining. And that's what kind of brings it all together for me. And definitely cemented Eggers as one of those filmmakers to keep up with. So when The Northman came out, and it didn't do well, but again, it got a lot of critical accolades, and a lot of people were saying like, this was the best movie that you missed this year and stuff like that. I did see it, and I wanted to see it in theaters, but for whatever busy life reason, I didn't get around to it. So I just caught it when it came out on streaming. And the feeling that I had coming away from The Northman was very similar to The Witch. It was interesting. It had a lot of really good technical stuff going for it. It was a very unique vision and version of a Norse revenge/love story kind of tale. But the thing that I kept hearing going into it, and that I've heard many times since, is that this was Eggers' first foray into mainstream Hollywood filmmaking and storytelling. And I really disagree with that. I don't know if it's just because of the bigger scale and the budget that he had is what people are referring to,
But what I thought that everybody meant about more mainstream, like Hollywood way of doing things was that it was more straightforward and linear and streamlined and traditional, I guess. Not necessarily, I wasn't expecting it to just be a director for hire like James Mangold or somebody that can kind of do something in any genre, and sometimes you don't even see the fingerprints of that particular artist because it's just so commonplace and generic. No offense to James Mangold, but he can do stuff that is director for hire kind of stuff where it's not really like his vision. He's just, taking the gig, and I totally respect that. Got to make that money. But even at the bigger scale and bigger budget and bigger scope that Eggers was given and going for in The Northman, I didn't see it really any different than his last two movies in terms of personality and overall vision. Like, it felt like a Robert Eggers movie through and through, everything from the camera work to the very unique dialogue when there was some, and especially that bizarre and very abstract ending, but also the pacing. It was really slow. I don't know, I just didn't get swept up in it story-wise or character-wise like I did with The Lighthouse. And I don't know, I don't think that scale has anything to do with an equivalence to mainstream Hollywood filmmaking. I think it's all about vision and execution, and he is a very singular, love him or hate him, visionary kind of director. At this point, we know, after 4 films in, if it's a Robert Eggers movie. So for his first triptych of films, where only one of them I truly enjoyed and would watch again anytime, I thought that Nosferatu was a perfect project for him because it's that gothic, very visually specific property that is perfect for somebody like him, I think, to play around with and put his own stamp on it. So I was actually pretty excited because having now seen all 3 of his movies and kind of knowing what I was most likely in for, which was a slower, very atmospheric and visually stunning kind of movie, at least that's what I expected based on his previous work, I thought this was a perfect pairing for someone like him. So I was looking forward to it. And I also wasn't surprised that of all the reviews that I heard over the past, what has it been, month or so since it came out, have been pretty predictable, at least to me, where people are generally praising its visual style and how it does capture the spirit of the original silent film. But then when it comes down to the actual quality of the storytelling, it seems to be pretty divisive. I've seen reviews where people absolutely abhor it and they thought it was the worst movie of the year, and other people think that it's a masterpiece and they love it. So when I hear that kind of stuff, that tells me that it's probably somewhere more in the middle. And now, having seen it and slept on it, at least for a little while, because I saw a 9:40 showing and the actual movie didn't start till almost 10:30. So I was there till after midnight, which kind of helped with the whole late night darkness atmosphere seeing a movie like this. But it also got a little tough to keep those eyelids all the way open for the latter stretch of the movie, but I was expecting a slower pace. And yeah, overall, it's pretty much exactly what I expected, and that's not a bad thing. I was hoping for a visually stunning and uniquely presented version of this story, and that's what I got. It was wonderfully atmospheric. The camera work was, as expected, very unique and quirky, how much things were centered in the frame, and that subversion of, the rule of thirds where somebody's on either side of the frame, in this case, was kind of jarring when there would be something that was on a third as opposed to centered. I just think that's interesting. I'm not really sure what it means or what the intentionality is with that, other than to look visually unique, but it is effective. And I'd say overall, I did enjoy it. I think it's my next favorite of his, next to The Lighthouse, but still I walked away with much more of the shoulder shrug, meh, that was fine kind of feeling that I had from The Witch and The Northman, where I wasn't super swept up and engaged in it or immersed in it. And it's not that the characters weren't well realized or developed, at least the main cast, or the main couple, really, because now that I think about it, there wasn't much development for anybody outside of the 2 main leads, Holt and Depp. But going into it, I did hear a lot that a big criticism that people had of it was that it really is just the same story from the original film and, of course, Dracula. And a lot of people found that disappointing for some reason, because even though this was, I thought, clearly broadcast and marketed as a remake of the original film, maybe that's my own assumption, but for some reason it seemed like there was this expectation out there amongst critics and Robert Eggers fans that it was going to be some kind of unique take or twist or something. but I don't remember hearing anything about that in any of the marketing. It seemed like he was going for just like a straightforward remake, and this was one of his like passion projects, and he wanted to do something that was faithful. So I wasn't expecting like any unique take on it. So I didn't go into it expecting to be like wowed or subverted or any big twist or alterations of the story. I knew the story that I was getting in for. I was going into it to see Robert Eggers' unique visual vision to tell that story and present the story, and it did give me that. The thing that held it back the most to me in terms of the storytelling, though, is not just that it was a repeat of what we already know, the Nosferatu story as is, but that there was so much exposition, so much dialogue, especially with Willem Dafoe's character, where it didn't leave like anything to interpretation or imagination. Like everything was explained and broadcast from a mile away. Like we knew exactly what was going on every second. There was no mystery. There was no, really, to me, even suspense. The only big question was, how was Depp going to deal with this problem of hers? And I did think that that was the strongest part of the movie, because by the end, she had to grow up and take responsibility for choices that she made when she was younger and more naive, and that came at a cost. And she fought that cost for a long time, and that cost her everything. And I thought that that was actually really interesting. And like, so walking away, I did feel like there was a uniqueness given to the film, to this version of the film, that did flesh it out a little bit, make it stand more on its own, because it was specifically about her and her choices and her ultimate sacrifice and everything. But getting up to that point, I thought was very tedious. And it's not just because it was like long and stretched out and slow paced. It was because there was so much needless explaining and talking about everything that was going on. And I just didn't feel like that was necessary, because visually it was all there anyway. I mean, between the shadows and the rats and just that misty, dark, foggy sense of dread, we didn't need to be told about all the occult stuff and all the different interpretations of Nosferatu. I thought it was actually kind of like detracting from the overall impact of the climax of the story, where there was some kind of like, I don't know, prophecy or, you know, ancient occult text that told us exactly how you had to deal with a Nosferatu, because it took a little bit of like agency away from Depp's character. And I don't mean that like in a modern socio-political way. I just mean that in terms of the impact that her choices based on her learning and trials and tribulations throughout the story led her to this ultimate conclusion. But it was already like given to us, so it just really wasn't like any kind of surprise. I thought it was an interesting moment visually and for her character, but ultimately, I don't know, kind of undercut and underwhelming by Eggers' need to like really like lay everything out on the table and give us excruciating details that I just didn't think were necessary. So maybe that's what everybody else was reacting to as well, by saying that it wasn't a very like good or unique or inspired adaptation of the source material, but the plot was mostly identical. So I don't know. I still enjoyed, though, the experience overall, and I think Eggers is an amazing filmmaker. I just think that he's still struggling to find his writing voice. He's obviously got his visual part down to a science, and I totally understand that it's not for everyone, and it's not like my favorite way to do things, but it's nice to have something a little bit more unique and unexpected, especially with the kind of more mainstream or well-known stuff that he's going for now that he's not doing, at least for this foreseeable future, anymore completely. As far as I know, I don't think The Witch, The Lighthouse, or The Northman were any kind of adaptations or reworkings of anything in particular. But now that he's done Nosferatu, I just saw a headline this morning that not only is he going to be doing a werewolf movie, he's also going to be doing a Labyrinth remake. So that really does sound like he is actually going into a mainstream realm, because he's hitting those big franchise IPs. And I'm just really curious to see how he balances giving the studios and the pre-existing fans and everybody that is coming in with all these expectations with his own unique vision, obvious that he has, and seeing if he can give people what they want, but also be true to himself. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. And I'm starting to wonder if maybe he could use some help or collaboration in the writing department, just because a lot of directors prefer to write their own scripts that they direct, which I totally understand. It's got to be tough to write something that you don't get to make, or to direct something that you didn't write. And I think he is a good writer, a lot of potential. And like with The Lighthouse, he's shown he can do something really entertaining, but also still keep in the mores of his own style. But with something as widely known and popular, coming with a lot of baggage, as like The Labyrinth, or even werewolf stuff, I think he could benefit from having a different perspective than just his own when it comes to the screenplay. So we'll see what happens. And, wait, why are the lights flickering?
Nosferatu!
It is now early February, and my wife and I were looking for something more action-oriented to watch the other night. And because his name I'm totally going to butcher, so I'm not even going to try, but the guy that made the Invisible Man remake and just put out his Wolfman remake, I guess. So his filmography has been in discussion recently, and I'd heard Upgrade mentioned a few times just like in the past week or so, and it reminded me that I had heard good things about it back when it came out. I just never caught it at the time, and it's one of those things that just kind of slipped under the radar and passed me by. But as we were scrolling through Netflix, there it was, and I was like, hey, let's check this out. I really did enjoy The Invisible Man for what it was. So I thought, why not? Let's give it a chance. And it was really different than what I expected, both tonally and pacing-wise. But I'm not sure why I expected it to be more of just a straight-up action movie after having seen The Invisible Man, which was pretty slow and had a bit more going on than just like the surface plot and the suspense and thrills that came with it. So even though it did take a while to kind of get going, I really didn't mind because, and I say this all the time, but I really appreciate when directors and filmmakers and producers and writers, etc., have like a voice and have sort of like a thumbprint where even when they make like vastly different kinds of stuff, different genres, different tones, different stories with very different characters, I really get drawn into auteurs. I like to watch artists grow and evolve because it's like, you know, following a different kind of story, following somebody's real life story. Same thing with music and bands and their output and stuff like that. So even though it wasn't what I expected for pretty arbitrary reasons, just I guess based on the plot and the marketing, I actually found it more engaging that it was subverting my expectations and taking its time, and that it had its own kind of personality and style that seems to be unique to this director. And before seeing this movie, I had no interest in seeing The Wolfman. And after the kind of tepid response that it got, I really had no intention of seeing it. But now I might check it out just to kind of continue to follow this guy's career. Maybe it's not his best work, but they can't all be. But anyway, through most of the movie, as I was watching it, I was asking myself, like, is there anything really here that's worth talking about and recording for the podcast? Because again, I only include stuff on here that I feel compelled to actually say something about that has some kind of like effect on me, even if it's just pointing out something that it did really well or something that maybe I might have changed. Because other than just the fact that making this kind of content and media is just fun for me and it's something I just do compulsatorily. Because if I wasn't podcasting, I'd be blogging like I've done in the past or making videos or whatever it is. But that doesn't mean by default that I include like everything that I consume. Because sometimes I watch something and I'm like, what does Jeremy John say? I'm going to forget this in T minus however many days. Like, if it doesn't have any real, like, impact or effect on me, I'm not going to spend the time giving it any more time or attention. But in this case, most of the movie I thought was pretty fun. Again, I like the style and aesthetic and the way that it was made and crafted. But story-wise and plot-wise, I wasn't super impressed. I mean, it was fine, but it was a pretty standard revenge slash, you know, like RoboCop technological morality tale. We've seen this thing a lot. And just because the action was filmed in a really fun and entertaining way, that alone wasn't enough for me to be like, oh yeah, I have commentary on this. I just was consuming it and enjoying it in the moment. But for almost the entire thing, I really didn't feel anything major towards it in one direction or another. And it's one of those movies that completely reframes itself at like the very end, and that recontextualization makes it a completely different experience than what you thought it was. Like, I had that kind of reaction more recently to American Fiction. I have a short about that up on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/breathing_underwater. And I've been making a list over the years about Spike Jonze and Charlie Kaufman's adaptation when he's playing Robert McKee, talking to Nick Cage, and he says,
you can have flaws, problems, but wow them in the end, and you've got a hit.
Movies that have been pretty meh or okay or watchable, but then they wowed me with the ending, and just because of that had a much bigger impact on me than I thought that it would up to that point. Off the top of my head, another example is Pitch Black.
Not for me!
But in Upgrade's case, I had one of those like, whoa, hold on, wait, what? Moments, which I feel like maybe I shouldn't have been that surprised because this was a self-aware AI after all. But you know what? As much as I analyze and nitpick things even while I'm watching it, and I've had many people and students say to me over the years that I've like ruined movies and stories for them because they can't allow themselves to be immersed anymore because they're always seeing the craft at play once I point out all the choices and intention that goes into it and how it's purposefully manipulative of its audience, you know, to get a certain emotional response or subvert your expectations or whatever it is. And I'm sure countless film students and such have had a similar kind of experience. But even despite all that, if a movie or a story in general is good enough, well written enough, and well executed enough, I can allow myself to be completely immersed in it. And maybe my standards are a little bit higher than maybe when I was younger or for like common audiences. Not to put myself up on some kind of pedestal or something. I'm definitely, I hope not, like, you know, an elitist or snob when it comes to this kind of stuff. I just have maybe slightly more of an awareness and a learned predilection to understand what it is and how it came to be and why it had the effect on me that it did or didn't. But that's why I really enjoy and really appreciate when something is so well made that it can kind of like turn off or sidestep that part of my brain that goes to the more analytical side of things and really just enjoy it to the point that I don't sit there and try to predict the plot. I just want to be taken on the ride. So that's why, like in this case, and I'm sure a lot of mysteries and such where things seem like they're coming from a mile away and it's like objectively kind of predictable, if the overall experience is good enough, I don't try to go down that rabbit hole if I can help it because I do want to be surprised if there's a surprise to be had. So in this case, I did allow myself to believe, and that was one reason that I was kind of shoulder shruggy about it through most of it because I just assumed that they broadcast loud and clear from the very beginning that our, you know, Elon Musk, Zuckerberg type tech titan guy was behind everything. And I thought it was so obvious that he was going to be the supposedly surprise twist villain that when what was really going on and how he was just a puppet and everything, as well as everybody else, that actually surprised me and I was impressed just with the way that it was structured and presented. I thought that was really cool. And even though it turned out to be pretty dark and bleak and cynical by the end, and I usually don't revel in that kind of stuff, I tend to like more like happy endings and optimism. And that's why I stopped watching stuff like Walking Dead. Because it was just this pointless, cynical, bleak, and to me, like by the third season, just incredibly boring story because it was just like, hey, look how horrible humanity is. Over and over and over again, where the, you know, law of diminishing returns. At first it was shocking how depraved people can be, and then it was like, oh, more of this, more of the same, who cares? But that kind of content can be really powerful if there is a point behind it, if it's really trying to say something. And I thought that Upgrade had a very specific point about how people become slaves to our own creations. And that's something that I think a lot about with all of the issues and problems that we're always trying to solve in terms of our effect on the planet and our own mental health, physical health, and everything in between, where a lot of the time the answer really is, well, we shouldn't have played with fire in the first place, and now it's too late. So I found the movie to be actually much more powerful in its message than I was expecting it to be. I thought it was just going to be another, like I said, you know, technological morality tale like so many that we've seen. Not that that's a bad thing. I mean, Terminator is one of my favorite stories, used to be one of my favorite franchises, and The Matrix, and all that kind of stuff. But in this case, there was no hope, there was no balance, there was no righting the wrong. The damage had been done, and I was impressed, you know, for a Hollywood film too, to be so firm on that stance. Because a lot of times they'll hint at stuff like that, but then the original Matrix trilogy ended, was supposed to be this sort of hopeful tone. But in regards to like what actually happened, it really wasn't. So I applaud Upgrade and its filmmaker for sticking to its guns. The only other thing that I wanted to say about it though, and the reason that I don't think that it was like a terrific experience from start to finish, it was more of the ending that kind of made it all worth it. But just like I haven't gone back and watched stuff like I mentioned Pitch Black earlier or something where the ending really worked for me and kind of brought it all together, the experience up to the ending, especially in this movie, I don't know if it's something that I'm going to want to revisit anytime soon. I think it was more of just the effect that the ending had, which is what's going to make it memorable. But otherwise, I thought the script was really messy, especially because they just kept bringing up plot threads that really didn't go anywhere. There was a lot going on in this movie, and I felt like it could have been much more simplified and streamlined, because I think the story and the plot and the message all would have played out the same had they not included things like the murdered wife worked for some other big tech company that had a hand in, pun intended, these other upgraded like super soldier guys with guns embedded in their arms and things, and that like went nowhere, even though it seemed to spark or imply like some kind of bigger conspiracy going on or something with these tech companies like clandestinely making super soldiers, to the effect that they could like sneeze out nanotechnology that would eat your brain. Like those are like really big, weighty things that, you know, I found to be like really scary, and it was just like used in one scene and then mostly forgotten about. And they brought up this whole like kind of side theme with these soldiers and their camaraderie and this idea of like, you know, an upgraded species, but they didn't really develop that. It didn't really go anywhere. Again, that was a very like RoboCop kind of thing to do, but it felt very undercooked here. And there was even one like isolated scene that came out of absolutely nowhere, where the hacker person was bringing up like identity politics and pushing back against like binary thinking about people and gender and stuff. And it was like, why bring that up? Because it didn't have anything to do with anything else that was going on. And then we never see that character again. So it felt like they either had a lot more subplots that were in this movie that were cut out, or the filmmakers just had a bunch of ideas and threw them all together, but then like ultimately just went with the main one and kind of forgot about the rest of them. I don't know. Still early February, and I'm really conflicted if I should even touch on this because it's so controversial, and that's really not my style to get into the weeds of that kind of stuff. But I hadn't even heard about this movie until all the Oscar nominations, and I haven't watched it, and I'm not going to watch Emilia Pérez. I have like no interest whatsoever of wasting my time or energy, but I do think it's a really fascinating thing that's happening with this, and the story behind it, the controversy, and just everything that's going on. I'm not going to cover any of that here. Just go look it up if you don't know what I'm talking about, but I highly doubt it because it seems like it's a very mainstream topic right now. And I try not to live in an echo chamber. As I've mentioned many times, I try to seek out differing opinions and perspectives when it comes to just the information that I garner on the internet in general. And even then, like, take it all for a grain of salt and look at it as individual bias. You know, just try to take it for what it is. But so far, everybody that I've heard comment and articles and headlines that I've seen are, like, disgusted to the point of anger and vitriol towards this movie. And I can't give any kind of opinion on it specifically because, like I said, I'm not planning on ever watching it. Though at this point, I'm almost curious to see if it truly warrants, at least from my perspective, the extreme reactions that it's getting from people. And I'm talking about just the movie itself, not even all the other controversy and groups and people offended and stuff by, you know, the bigger implications of it and everything. I'm talking about just the reviews and the criticisms and the discussion that I've heard around the movie itself is like 100% intensely negative. But just from like the clips that I've seen and all the commentary about it, the one thing that keeps scratching in the back of my mind, and I'm surprised that I haven't heard anybody mention yet, and that again might just be because even though I think I'm outside, I very well may be inside an echo chamber. But everybody's taking this movie at face value, at least from as far as I can tell. So even though that the people apparently that like it, and somebody must because it got all these Oscar nominations and won awards at film festivals to the point that Netflix wanted to pick it up and distribute it, I haven't heard anybody mention the possibility that this could be like the biggest troll, the biggest joke ever played on Hollywood and the consumers of Hollywood content, at least up until this point. Again, from what I've seen from it, and what I've come to understand about how poorly and tone deaf it handles all of its very touchy and sensitive and controversial subject matter, and like the people that made it having allegedly like done very little research or paid any real attention or respect to like the different groups and cultures that it's trying to portray.
to me, this thing really sounds like a troll. Now, I don't know on whose part. Like, it's quite possible that the French director and writers and stuff that made this were being sincere, but maybe it was the people that hired them. I'm not suggesting there's some like big conspiracy or anything, but it does sound almost like too much of a perfect storm, because if you look at all the things that could get people in an uproar, talking about gender and drug trafficking and Mexican culture, abuse, philanthropy, corrupt systems, like all this stuff. It's very hot button. And it seems like to make a movie about any one of those things would be tricky enough, but to throw all of them together, are we sure that this isn't a satire? And again, I don't know, and I can't say for myself, and maybe I'll do a follow-up at some point throughout this year, especially with what happens at the Oscars. I think I'm going to wait and see what happens at the Oscars to decide if I should watch this movie or not. But seriously, why would the people that made this movie make this movie? Why would they tell these stories with this specific subject matter? It all just seems a little too convenient to me to have been done like totally blind and tone deaf to the effect that it would have on people. And that's not even to mention the quality, which is apparently really bad. All I can really attest to so far is just some of the clips that I've seen, some of the atrocious acting and the music. God, the music. But the thing is, like, people are getting so upset at it that they're like, oh, this is like the worst music in a musical ever. And it's like, well, maybe they did that on purpose. And just the fact that they made it a musical, but with this super heavy subject matter, but try to add like this like whimsy to it, it just doesn't seem like any competent filmmaker would do that by accident or do that with true sincerity. From the outside, and I have no idea what's really going on here, but from the outside, this seems like a big joke where whoever made these decisions truly was just seeing what they could get away with. And possibly, especially with how it's picked up traction to the point that it's gotten more Oscar nominations than some of the most, renowned Oscar nominated and winning films ever. If this is a troll or a satire or a joke, then it really makes me wonder if they really did all this on purpose to just show how shallow and corrupt and virtue signally that things like Hollywood have become, where they don't really stand for anything, not even art. Because if the biggest supposed award show for one of the biggest selling kinds of art in the world could be infiltrated so thoroughly and easily by something this so obviously unartistic because of the boxes that it checks of the things that are really popular hot button issues to cover right now, then they were just giving Hollywood what they thought it wanted and seeing how far they could go with it. And look what they did. If it does win any Oscars, but if it wins, especially some of the big ones, Best Actress and Best Music or Songs or whatever, Best Picture. And I don't watch the Oscars. I don't care. I'll look up and just see who won just out of curiosity. I'll watch some like wrap up videos on YouTube just to hear some people's commentary on it. But I don't care at all about what these people think or want to congratulate themselves on in this industry or any industry, really. It's just not my style to care about that kind of stuff. But I do think it's interesting to kind of keep a pulse on it just to see where things are at and gauge kind of the culture around this craft that I love so much. Speaking of satire, if you happen to listen to, or if you haven't and you'd like to go back, I'd really appreciate it. I did an episode about satire last year on this podcast, and it's nowhere as extreme, even though that was pretty intense, but this reminds me a lot how I felt about Barbie, where I saw it as a very obvious and intentional satire and critique of the things that it brought up, whereas most people, at least the people that I heard reactions from, seemed to take it all at face value. So there were the fans that loved it and really appreciated all the messaging that it had, and then there were people that were just disgusted and annoyed and whatever that it was so heavy-handed and obvious with its messaging. But to me, I thought it was very clearly critical of everything that was brought up and very purposeful about the choices of what it included and how it portrayed those things and how it discussed them and why. And if you want to hear more about that, you can go back and listen to my episode about satire. But if I ever do watch this movie, I am really curious to see if I actually really enjoy it for how awful it is. Not that I thought Barbie was awful. I thought Barbie was actually really good. But in that case, I don't think that they were trolling us on the quality side too. But with everything else that is going on with this movie, for the fact that it's also so bad, allegedly, apparently, and seemingly from what I've seen from it, I'm wondering if that's part of the troll too, is just, can we make a movie that is not good, but because it has such weighty content that is so specifically important to the conversation in culture and politics and entertainment right now, that people will overlook or maybe even celebrate the poor craft of it? Because again, like, it got nominated in all these other categories for not just the movie as a whole, like Best Picture, but like music and editing, I guess, and whatever else more technical stuff it was nominated for. And who knows, maybe Hollywood is in on the joke. Maybe the Academy all got together and said, hey guys, wouldn't it be funny if, and they all cast votes for like everything for this movie, knowing that it was going to really upset everybody. I don't know. I think the whole thing's kind of funny, though I don't mean to downplay how serious a lot of the stuff in it is and how offensive it has been for people to have those things presented in apparently the way that it has in this movie. But I'm just talking about the kind of bigger picture and the journey of this movie and where it could end up in like our zeitgeist. And who knows, you know, maybe it will. People are predicting like this is the downfall of the Hollywood elite, or will finally be the end to everything that's wrong with Hollywood, blah, blah, blah. We'll see. But maybe this is exactly what a fledgling industry needs, is for somebody to come in and like just show it for its hollow, creatively bankrupt industry that it is, and then rebuild it back to what it should be, or maybe, you know, once was. So what I'm really saying is, make Hollywood great again. That was a joke. All right, it is late, early February. It's February 9th. The first thing I want to mention here, I don't think I even watched the trailer to it because I hadn't heard about it. I don't know if it was a failure of marketing on their part or just me not consuming the right stuff in the right places at the right time. I don't know. But I had no idea that Mel Gibson made a new movie, let alone that it was right about to come out the first time that I even heard about it. And separating art from the artist here, because of course I don't agree or condone a lot of his personal life choices, but purely on the artist side, he's been one of my favorite actors and especially directors ever since I was a kid. I remember going with my parents to see Braveheart when I was about 7th grade, and up to that point, my parents had been pretty strict about the kind of stuff that they would let us watch. By the time 8th grade rolled around, they weren't as concerned. But up until that point, I hadn't seen anything that intensely violent, and I guess just generally like thematically heavy. Maybe my parents didn't realize how violent and gory it was going to be, and I'll need to ask them why they were okay taking us to that, but not letting us watch like other rated R action movies like RoboCop and Aliens and stuff. Maybe because it was a historical epic, so they thought it would be educational or something. I don't know. But I just found it extremely shocking and horrifying, but incredibly profound. And it's right up there with like Jurassic Park and Back to the Future, Aliens, Terminator, Star Wars, that inspired me to really stop and look at the craft of film and how it can be used. I've talked about it a little bit more on an episode that my brother and I did earlier in this podcast about our favorite movies, so go check that out if you'd like to hear more about my thoughts on Braveheart specifically and why it's one of my top movies. But I've absolutely adored everything that he's directed since Apocalypto, Hacksaw Ridge. But as far as I'm aware, he hasn't directed anything since Hacksaw Ridge, and like some of his peers like Tarantino, Peter Weir, Terrence Malick, even James Cameron, he only makes a movie every several years, if that. So I just figured there'd be more like fanfare, especially this far removed from his whole huge social meltdown. I mean, Hacksaw Ridge, I thought, got much more direct marketing about him, so I'm surprised that this was totally off my radar. Now, I'm talking about it here even though I'm not going to see it because I've heard the reviews, but even before that, when I heard the premise, I was like, really? This is a Mel Gibson movie? He usually does stuff with a much bigger scope and scale. But then I was like, oh, this is interesting. Mel Gibson, who's such a visionary and has such style, maybe he was looking for something smaller, more contained to sink his teeth into, but to do something interesting with. So I was curious for like a day or two until the review embargoes dropped, and then, oh my gosh. And I just really want to know, like, what happened here? Why him? Why this movie? Why this script? I'm genuinely curious because, like I said, he's one of those auteur directors that only seems to do projects when he really has something to work with, something that he cares about.
Unlike people like, I don't know, James Mangold that are more chameleon, they can kind of take on any project and do what the studio wants. They're more like directors for hire, which I don't mean to throw any shade at all. I have nothing but respect for people that are able to work and work consistently in such a inconsistent and tricky industry such as Hollywood. But this thing just sounds like such a weird misfire for somebody with such a incredibly solid, if not terrific, track record as a director. So it definitely sounds like the type of movie that would be dumped out in January, but not the director that you would think would do something like that. Maybe he just needed the paycheck. We've heard that from lots of other people in his field, like Bruce Willis or Nick Cage, taking on all these straight-to-DVD or streaming projects because they needed to pay off debt and such. So maybe it was something like that, but it's just really disappointing that it's been so long and his track record is so great that this is a movie that he makes so late in his career. I hope it's not his last. But if he does make more movies, I hope they're better. And I'm sorry to judge something that I haven't seen, but like I say a lot on here, I have very limited time and energy and money to devote to consuming content, at least on the like theatrical scales. So I'd rather know beforehand that something's not being worth my time than be super disappointed and wish that I hadn't spent the time and energy and money to experience it, like seeing Napoleon last year or something. And there's been some trailers that I've had thoughts about, so I thought I might as well do sum up. So as I was editing this episode, I decided to consolidate all of my other trailer reactions throughout this half of the year into this one chunk here. So we're going to be going out of chronological order with when I experience things, just so I can keep all the trailer reactions to this one section. And then we'll get back to the chronological reactions to the actual full movies and TV shows that I saw. Okay, this next one's going to be real quick because I don't really have a lot to say. It's more because I'm just really curious about the trajectory of Marvel and where they're going to go from this slump that they're in. But the Fantastic Four trailer just dropped a couple days ago, and everybody's already analyzed it to death. And all I want to say about it is I was, like a lot of people, a pretty big MCU fan up until Endgame, though I definitely had my hesitations and criticisms about it along the way. But just like most people, since Phase 4, since COVID, since Endgame, I've really fallen off. I tried to stick with the Disney Plus stuff for a while, and it's been more than a year, maybe 2 years actually, since I've watched any of that output, though I am going to watch Daredevil Born Again, just because I love the Netflix show so much, which you can hear more about on a earlier episode of this podcast where I talk about the Defenders verse on Netflix, and just hoping that they can at least have their hearts in the right place about trying to recapture some of the magic of the original Daredevil show, but not expecting it to be sock knockoff level. But anyway, I'm not a huge Fantastic Four fan, and it's not really anything about the material specifically or the characters. I just was never really exposed or that interested in them early on. I knew about them, I knew who they were, but growing up I was more of an X-Men, Batman, and generally Superman fan. We'll get to that in a minute. I did see the Chris Evans, Jessica Alba iterations back in the early 2000s, and I generally enjoyed them, but I don't think I've ever revisited them or wanted to. Even when I was younger and comic book movies were less common, I still recognized that they were really campy and silly, and the effects were absolutely horrible. Of course, I didn't see Fan 4 Stick, but I really enjoyed all the YouTube content that spawned back when it came out. And so I'm just kind of ambivalent about this movie, or at least I was until I saw the trailer. And knowing what's riding on this, and knowing that Disney knows what's riding on this, I mean, they'd have to, right, at this point, after the last few flops that they've had. And the fact that this isn't part of the material that was greenlit during their Phase 4 experiment of just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what would stick. Like we have, the remnants with the new Captain America movie coming out and Thunderbolts. But this is its own separate thing, apparently set in its own separate universe or timeline or whatever. And I gotta say, I know it's just a teaser trailer, but it really did nothing for me, because what I was looking for with this was some sort of, no pun intended I guess, but some sort of vision that was unique. And I guess maybe because WandaVision was I think the most popular Disney Plus show to date, or at least one of the most popular, that they went with that director. but it seems like they're just kind of doing the same thing, and we've already seen this in the MCU, and just in general, this like hyper stylized mid 20th century aesthetic with more modern tech, like the Jetsons, of course, but the one I haven't heard people really mention that it really reminds me of is The Incredibles. And I don't know, it just really feels too little too late in that department, because obviously Brad Bird was inspired by and basing a lot of what he did with The Incredibles, from the characters to the aesthetic, off of Fantastic Four, especially because it seemed like, you know, a good Fantastic Four movie was never going to get made, which, as an aside, is also why I suspect that Willow got made when it did, because it's pretty much, and I say this lovingly because I absolutely adore Willow, not the Disney Plus show that may or may not even exist at this point, or ever have, who knows, but the original film is one of my favorites. But it's obviously an homage / direct inspiration of Lord of the Rings, and I'm really curious if my suspicion is correct that Lucas and Spielberg made that because they didn't think that a actual Lord of the Rings movie was going to get made other than the Rankin Bass one. But anyway, maybe if this movie had come out a long time ago, even like if it was the first MCU movie, I might be more interested. But I just love The Incredibles, at least the first one, so much. It's one of the few movies that I would say is pretty much a perfect movie. It feels like there's just no real, at least from what I've seen so far, I'm not getting the sense that there's any real novelty or innovation behind the concept or the vision for this movie. It seems like they're just kind of going with things that have already been done, maybe putting a little bit of a unique spin on it. So I'm not going to rush out and see this one. If I hear that it's pretty good, I'll see it. I do agree with most everybody about the casting, though I don't really have any specific expectations in my mind of like what the casting should be or how these characters should be portrayed, because like I said, I don't think I've ever read any Fantastic Four comics, and the early 2000s movies are not nostalgic or groundbreaking for me to compare it to that. I'm fine with them making, you know, creative liberties and everything. I just, like most people, or at least what I'm hearing out there, is I'm really sick of Pedro Pascal being in everything, and I haven't been super impressed with him in anything. I think he's fine, but this one's a big shoulder shrug for me. I mentioned earlier that I was generally a pretty big Superman fan as a kid. He was never like my favorite, but I loved the Richard Donner original film when I was much younger. And I did read some runs of his comics and collect them when I was younger, and I was, especially because I was young and I connected more with younger characters, so that's why like Robin was always my favorite character besides Batman, really, growing up. But also Superboy. I collected his run at my local comic shop in my cubby that they would put my stuff in, that I would go pick up on a weekly basis, along with the Tim Drake Robin solo run and Jurassic Park comics. And I was one of the people early on, back when I used to have a blog for this, before I was doing podcasts for my thoughts and feelings about movies, and I wrote a post about defending Man of Steel, though I did agree that Zack Snyder's take on the character and the tone of what was to become the DCEU, or DCU at the time, wasn't exactly what I was hoping for, or what I would have done. I really was hoping for a more hopeful and positive and optimistic take on the character. I was really excited when Superman Returns came out because the first two X-Men movies were so good, at least at the time, and I was really excited about what Bryan Singer would do, and man, what a dud. So when Man of Steel rolled around, I did appreciate at least that somebody was trying something relatively different with the character and the universe, because remember, up to this point, there hadn't been a lot of Zack Snyder movies. Though I will say, before this, I'm pretty sure it was the last one he did. I could be wrong, though. The one movie that I've actually got up and left the theater while watching, because I've wanted to. There's certain movies that I've thought about leaving, which, ironically, the next one that I had that impulse was Batman vs. Superman. But Sucker Punch, I absolutely hated, and only made it about 2/3 through before I knew that I'd seen enough and didn't care about seeing the rest. Regardless, I was really excited that the DC universe was kicking off. I was finally going to get more Batman that wasn't under Christopher Nolan. No offense, but, you know, those movies were what they were, but they're not exactly the Batman that I was hoping for. I was hoping for more of a comic booky Dark Knight, not a what if Batman existed in the real world Dark Knight, which I have since eaten my words about because somehow Matt Reeves was able to kind of marry those two things, make a very realistic and grounded and gritty, but also somehow very comic book feeling movie with the Batman and now the Penguin, and I'm really excited about the Batman too. And as I've been saying a lot recently, James Gunn, please don't axe the Batman universe. If you have to, integrate him into the DC, whatever you're doing with it now, but at least give us one more Matt Reeves Batman movie, please. But anyway, I didn't love Man of Steel, but I also didn't hate it. There was a lot that I liked about it, especially the casting of Henry Cavill. And I wanted to believe that there was a bigger scope and vision for this character in particular, that we were seeing, you know, the origins of Superman, and that he was going to have time to, you know, grow into the visage, the superhero that we all know that he could become. So I just said in my blog post to the detractors at the time, everybody just hang on, let's see what happens. Stop being so hateful. You know, Superman, he may not be human, but he's still a person, still fallible, still learning and growing. The whole thing with Zod was very controversial, but I thought there was an interesting redemption arc that they could build into the next however many Superman films, which of course did not come to fruition. And here we are with the slate being wiped clean and us getting James Gunn's Superman movie. And I don't want to belabor this because I could talk about this for forever and say all the things that I think about James Gunn, but it's really been talked to into the ground out there on the YouTubes. But just in short, I do like James Gunn, and I've been following his career since before Guardians of the Galaxy, because I did see like Slither and Super early on, and I've never absolutely loved or been blown away by any of his stuff, but I've also really enjoyed most of it. He does have a vision and a voice, and I appreciate that. Like, you know, when you're watching a James Gunn movie. And I've, you know, stuck around with his career. I thought the Guardians movies were pretty great. The first two, that is. But when he was hired as not just a cog, a director, like he was going to be in the MCU, when they were going to have him kind of spearhead like the off-Earth, like space, the galactic side of the MCU, I thought that that was a really good idea. I thought that he would excel at that. He had a lot to bring to the table. But then we know what happened next, and he became the head of DC Studios. So not only is he directing his own stuff, but he's also overseeing it, like in a Kevin Feige role, apparently, allegedly. And I'm sorry, but he's just not a producer, at least not to that level, not to that scale, not to that experience. He's a singular storyteller, and I respect him for that, but I don't think that he's the right guy for the job. I just don't. I think he could have made some of the movies and maybe been part of a team or something that oversees the universe, but to be the guy, to me, it just smacks of another big risk on somebody like they did with Zack Snyder, and obviously Zack Snyder wasn't the guy to oversee this thing either. I know he wasn't like the director of the studios at the time, but he was like the main person that kind of kick-started everything and then oversaw the subsequent steps of it before what happened. So all that to say, I'm just really not confident or super excited about what James Gunn is going to do with the DC universe. I totally agree with a lot of people out there that speak to his tone and humor. I think the guy is way overindulgent and a little bit tone deaf about like how funny things really are, because I really enjoyed Peacemaker overall, but the stuff that I didn't enjoy was when the story would just stop and the characters would sit around and banter for 15 minutes before they got back to the plot. That kind of stuff seems like behind the scenes improv that would be fun for like a blooper reel or whatever, but James Gunn just seems like so into his own humor. I wouldn't be surprised if he's the type of person that laughs at his own jokes. And I mean, I laugh at my own jokes, but I also know that they're bad. I wouldn't put them into every single thing that I ever made. So I know there's several different camps that are saying kind of what I said in the Man of Steel days, like, hey, give him a chance. He really loves comic books and loves these characters, and, you know, he will be respectful of the tone and the kind of stories that Superman is suited for, pun intended, I think. And I'm hopeful, just like most people, that that is the case, that he will put aside some of his own idiosyncrasies, or at least subdue them in favor of what's best for the individual story, instead of making it, you know, a James Gunn project like most of us are expecting this to be. I guess I did talk about that way longer than I meant to, but I don't think I've put all that out there in any other place to that extent so far. So there's my James Gunn rant. But that leads us to the actual trailer. And what did I think of it? Well, it doesn't give me the same hope that the character of Superman gives me about humanity. And again, I'm just kind of echoing what a lot of people are agreeing with what a lot of people have already said. But the moments where he is Supermaning, where he's saving people and flying, and the stuff with Lois. Oh, by the way, I am so glad that Brosnahan, I don't know how to say her name, Mrs. Maisel. I'm so glad that she is Lois Lane. I think she's going to knock out of the park. She is like perfect to me. I loved her in Maisel so much, and I'm just excited to see her in anything. I think that's wonderful casting. Also, with most people, I really don't understand recasting Superman at this point. I know you're trying to break from the Snyderverse, James Gunn, but you're also carrying over like Peacemaker and stuff, so it's already confusing. So that just seems to be a bit of an ego thing. I don't know. And whoever this new guy is with his name, I don't know what to think. I mean, again, I don't really care if Superman's got to be like Christopher Reeves, but Henry Cavill was just such missed potential. So disappointing. But then again, this movie could totally suck, and maybe it's a good thing that Cavill wouldn't be associated with another Superman dud. But anyway, the rest of the trailer is what reinforces to me everything that I'm worried about with James Gunn. And that includes the fact that they've already alluded to a much bigger kind of off the beaten path ensemble cast, or at least a lot of supporting characters, both villainous and hero or hero adjacent. So not only, is that kind of James Gunn's thing where he likes to have a bunch of quirky off the beaten path ensemble characters play off each other, which is fine for something like Guardians, but Superman should be about Superman for once. Just give us a good Superman movie with Superman as the focal point, and not being a dark, brooding, emotionally stunted Superman. We're all tired of emo man. And the last thing that I think any Superman fan wants is to have that diluted by the setup for, your big extended universe with a bunch of characters that, no offense to like Hawkgirl or the, what's his name, bowl cut Green Lantern guy. Again, Green Lantern is like Fantastic Four to me. I don't know that much about it. Never was exposed to it, but I love Nathan Fillion, but he looks ridiculous. And again, that just speaks to the James Gunniness of it all, where he's being cheeky and being campy on purpose and, being very self-aware. And I just don't know if that's what Superman and the DC universe needs right now. I think they need a very sincere, heartfelt, simple Superman movie. Because even going back, like, I know everybody loves the original Christopher Reeves movie, and I did as a kid, but watching it now, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's so cartoony. I mean, everybody says Superman 3 and 4, but no, it started way earlier on. Lex Luthor was more of a comedy, humorous character than an actual, like, villainous character. Christopher Reeves played Clark Kent so goofy and childlike. And what was his Otis was just like the most obnoxious, bumbling idiot of a henchman. There's a lot to love in the original Superman the movie, but I still don't feel like we've gotten just a good, solid Superman with integrity, Superman with sincerity, where, they're almost like kind of embarrassed about Superman movie. That's why we've had all these like either comedic or super dark takes. And that's how I feel about a lot of the Batman output too. Almost like these creators, writers, directors, whatever, are a little embarrassed about its source material, so they swing wildly in one way or another. That's why, even though I don't think the story of Tim Burton's Batman is the best story for a Batman movie, but I do feel like the tone and how gritty and dark, but also campy and silly and comic booky it turned out to be, which is ironic because it sounded like Tim Burton didn't care about the comic books and the source material of Batman, but whatever. I just think we need something more like that with Superman, where it embraces exactly what it is and doesn't apologize for it and doesn't try to reinterpret or make it into something that it was never meant to be. So we'll see about that one, but again, not holding out hope. I don't think I'm going to rush out and see it. I'm going to wait, hear the reviews, and if it sounds like it's even okay, I'll probably watch it later on streaming. If it sounds like it's really worth seeing in the theater. But just, again, based on the trailer, what I'm really worried about is that it's going to be super bloated and convoluted because James Gunn is going to rush to set up this universe. And at the very least, what we can say about Man of Steel was that, and I know this kind of evolved during production, but it was a solo Superman movie about Superman, and they didn't try to do what they did for like everything after that, but especially Batman versus Superman, which was rush into setting up a whole bunch of other stuff for the DC cinematic universe. I didn't plan on doing this. I just so happened to have organic reactions to all the Superman would-be hype that's come out in the past few months. But for consistency and, I don't know, contextual sake, I think I'm going to edit all of my Superman reactions together in one block on this episode instead of spacing them out chronologically when I recorded them, because it does kind of come full circle. Right before having seen the Minecraft movie, they had the extended look at Superman, or that extra footage trailer. And since I've already talked about it, I just wanted to circle back to it and say that so far, all of my worst fears have been confirmed. I thought that extended scene with Crypto was just really obviously CGI and not good. Even though there were some neat visuals with like the Fortress of Solitude and designs around that, the stuff with the robots was so distinctly James Gunn. It did not feel like a more sincere Superman. It felt like a jokey MCU-esque / like all major Hollywood movies now, where everything is inside jokes and quips and winks at the audience. And James Gunn has promised us a sincere kind of return to form Superman movie, and this trailer does not give me any hope for that. I thought it was really obvious and really kind of annoying, and again, it just didn't feel like Superman. So I don't know if I'm going to see this one in theaters. I mean, I'll obviously wait for the reviews and everything. And if everybody says like, hey, it's surprisingly good, maybe I'll give it a chance, but I'm not holding out hope. And that is what Superman should represent. All right, it's mid-May, and they just dropped the official trailer, finally, for Superman, mere months before the movie actually comes out, which is a little sus. And I swear, I am not super invested in this, whether it succeeds or flops or does mediocre, whether it launches the DC universe or not. I don't have my hopes super up or my expectations way down. I'm not the biggest Superman fan overall, though he is, you know, an iconic character and somebody that was always part of the Mobius of superhero stuff that I grew up loving. But I'm not like totally stuck or married to any one version, or that it has to be a certain way. Like I said before, I was willing to give Zack Snyder's Man of Steel a chance. Even after the different take that they did, I was curious at the very least to see if they could do anything more interesting with it from where they started. But it's just a general feeling, the aura, if I may, that Superman as a character, as a brand, that draws me in, because I am a very optimistic person, hopeful one, an idealist. And it's just nice to have, at least previously, consistent and tangible as an idea to latch onto, to symbolize and represent those kind of feelings that I have for humanity too. So like most people, I just want a really good Superman movie. I think that the Donner stuff was obviously like iconic and started the modern superhero cinematic mores as we know it, for sure. And I think that Christopher Reeves portrayed him perfectly, but I don't think that the Donner movies are overall like the best Superman movies just because Christopher Reeves was so good and other parts of it were so good and iconic, like the music. There was still a lot to be desired and a lot left to explore, particularly with the character. But the visage that Reeves brought to it, the wholesomeness, the hope, the humanity, even though he's an alien, it really does speak to the American ideal that some of us value of doesn't matter where you're from or who you are, that we all have that thing in common, the goodness, the collective empathy and resilience to overcome together and all that kind of stuff. And Christopher Reeves just came off so effortlessly authentic and humble and kind. You know, when he would smile, just the way that he kind of held himself, he really embodied the idea of Superman perfectly to me. So with this new trailer, overall, I have to say, unexpectedly, because of how much I've been either disappointed or just kind of in the middle or wishy-washy or just straight up cringe about the teasers and the extended looks and stuff so far because of all the James Gunn isms, at least on the merits of this trailer as it is. We all know that trailers aren't always or oftentimes aren't even close to being representative of the actual film. So I'm not holding my breath that the movie is going to be or have the same effect on me that the trailer did. But I got to say that overall, like the tone and the delivery of the trailer did give me that feeling that I got seeing Christopher Reeve, just like I said, flashing his charismatic smile or blasting off into the sky with that hopeful confidence that he imbued on everybody around him. But what did stand out to me, though, and what actually got me interested in this beyond just that feeling of like, oh, Superman, yay, is the footage that they showed between Lois and Superman and her grilling him and not backing down. I thought that was great, Lois Lane. But what I found more interesting was how sort of like naive and petulant and arrogant that this version of Superman came across in there, but how much it didn't actually really bother me. Because finally, after all this time and all this hype, we're getting an idea of who these characters actually are. And just in the longevity of things, the character of Superman I find less interesting and less compelling than the like idea and the visage of Superman. Because even though I love Reeves' portrayal of him and the general accepted concept of, you know, what Superman is, what he's supposed to be, what he's supposed to represent, like a lot of people, I do feel like his character is a little boring because he's so powerful and he's so good that there's just not a lot of flaws, not a lot of room to grow, not a lot of dynamic or layered characterization. And he's more of an inspiration than like a real relatable person. You know what I mean? And I know this is like old news. This stuff has been talked about to death. I'm just saying that that was why, like Zack Snyder's take, I thought was at least an interesting path to go down, because it did give his character room to grow and like actually be a more fully fleshed out three-dimensional character, even though he wasn't in Man of Steel, but there was something there that could be built on. And that's kind of where I'm at with this now. Even if this movie is a very on-the-nose James Gunn kind of project, which there's a lot of defenders wanted to act like, even though his track record has been pretty consistently James Gunn, both in his like actual output, but then all his behind-the-scenes output and everything as well. It's really hard to believe that, you know, we're going to get something that's kind of fresh and new from him, but we'll see. But just based on this trailer, and this is something that I do appreciate about him as a writer and storyteller, is that he does care and understand how to write characters, even if I think that he often goes to the extremes or he undercuts, you know, the more like authenticity and relatableness of characters when he degrades everything into punchlines. But like Peacemaker, I thought, as much as a lot of the James Gunn expected nonsense humor got so tired and played out, he did also allow there to be a lot of really heavy moments and just quiet introspection and taking these bigger than life personalities and characters and allowing them to have these more raw things going on. And I don't write him off completely, because he is so caught up in his own humor and his kind of like style and presentation of storytelling. But there is something there oftentimes with his characters. You know, like if you look at the end of Guardians 2, there's a lot of heart, and he does understand how to do that. So before this trailer, I was really leaning towards not seeing this in the theaters and just waiting for it to come out on Max and just seeing it just to see it and say that I did and, you know, review it on here, but not have any real excitement or buy-in for it. And I still am very much on the fence, going to see how the initial reviews are and everything. But even though this portrayal of Superman, just in that scene that we saw where he's bickering and just sort of like rolling his eyes at all of the great points that Lois is making about his actions, that shows me that we are looking at this guy and this god as a character, not just an idea. And I'm just curious to see where they go with that. I hope he's not like that the whole movie. I hope he grows. But it does indicate that there is some thought put into how this can be a bit of a fresh take, but maybe, just maybe, still give us that feeling, the hope that Superman is supposed to represent. All right, so it's mid-June now with this last trailer that just dropped. I went from being underwhelmed and not hyped to, hey, maybe there's something here, back to, oh God, why did they choose James Gunn for this? This last trailer just evaporated any smidge of interest that I had in this project, other than just pure cynical curiosity about how much of a train wreck it's going to be. Not just box office wise and everything. I mean, don't feel the hype for this one. Maybe I'm wrong, but more so in how they're once again so unwilling to just make a solid, hopeful, classic Superman movie. Why are they so allergic to that idea? It's so bizarre. So a couple things that stood out to me about this particular trailer. I liked how they framed it around Lex Luthor and his philosophies and misgivings about Superman. But my problem is that as much as I love that actor, whose name is completely out of my mind at this point, I don't feel like looking it up. It's going to come to you like right after I'm done recording, I'm sure. I like him a lot. I've liked him in everything that I've seen him in. I just saw Juror number 2 last winter or spring, and I really liked it. I thought he was great in it. But he just doesn't have the gravitas to me that Lex Luthor should. I don't want to get into all the different iterations that we've had, at least on film, and my feelings on them. But the one thing I can say about all the Lex Luthors, excluding vehemently Jesse Eisenberg, they had, I don't know, I can't think of a better word than gravitas. Like, they felt imposing and very scary in their resolve, how anti-Superman they are. I can't really put my finger on it, but there's something lacking with his performance, at least in these line deliveries. Really can't articulate it better than that. But, oh my God, the James Gunnisms, it's so saturated with his style, which, I mean, of course, it's his movie, I get it, but he is not the guy for Superman. It just seems so obvious, and it's been obvious since the beginning. I don't know how you take the guy that made The Suicide Squad and Peacemaker and put him in charge of Superman. Those shows were all about irony and cynicism. No matter how much he tried to like make it hopeful at the end that they would come together as a team and everything. No. These were all very broken, lost, mostly irredeemable people. And that was part of the entertainment factor, was it was watching these sometimes complete morons somehow still overcome the odds and get the W in the end. But it was always amusing as much as it was exciting, or more so, because James Gunn's stuff relies so heavily on its tone, its tongue-in-cheek, self-aware, hyperbolic, super in-your-face, and LOL random kind of sensibilities. And he's exclusively relied on that in all of his projects, that I had no hope or any reason to believe that that would all of a sudden just arbitrarily not be that way for a Superman movie, which is what Superman needs. And this trailer just showed us that that's not going to be the case. This isn't going to be a big change for him. The shot that clearly defines that for me is the slow motion guy getting punched in the face and teeth knocked out coming at the camera. That is not Superman. And I don't mean to come across like a curmudgeonly gatekeeper or anything. Like I've said several times just on this episode, I am not like intrinsically the biggest Superman fan or stan ever. I don't need Superman to be this one thing and be presented in just this one way. But when I think of Superman, I don't think of goofy, haha, isn't this so gross and crazy that, you know, like he's knocking somebody's teeth out and they're flying at the camera. It just detracts from, again, like the gravitas is the word that comes to mind, like sincerity. It's too goofy. And even the original Superman the movie was extremely goofy and slapsticky, but Superman wasn't. He never punched anybody in slow-mo. I just don't get why they let James Gunn have this. But my biggest area of contention by far, and I had to go back and rewind it and watch it several times, which I never do. I'm not that kind of nitpicker, I swear. But I was astonished how bad some of the CG shots were. And I know that people always say, like, well, don't judge CG by the trailer. The whole point of a trailer is to get you hyped for a movie, to show you clips from the movie, to get you excited about seeing the movie. And if the trailer looks bad, why would I think that the movie is going to be better? Because, you know, people are always like, well, maybe the CG's not done yet and they needed to rush the trailer out. I don't care. Don't show that stuff. Find other ways to do it. You know, like the thing that got me most engaged, even though the more I've thought about it since, the petulant, whiny argument between Lois and Clark in that previous trailer, it's not really what I wanted, you know, from a Superman portrayal, but at least there was like some meat there. There was like something there that actually like gave me a clue about who these characters are and their characterization, you know, and like what I was going to be presented with. Give me more of that at least. Show me more about these characters. But there was one shot where they're in the football, baseball stadium, whatever, and whoever it is, I don't care about the lore at this point. Like I said, I'm not the biggest Superman fan. I like Superman, but I'm a Batman guy, you know. That's just how it is. I'm one of them. But so whoever it is rushing Superman, and they collide. The CG is like god awful. You can see the moment where it goes from a live actor or at least somewhat quality CG to just being like a Pixar movie. Like it looks like The Incredibles, which, you know, if it was fully animated, that'd be fine. But like, it's so noticeable. And I went back and watched it several times to see if I was mistaken or if it was just happening too fast and I just saw it in a blur and it wasn't as bad as but no, it's right there. Frame by frame. It looks awful. It gets all smooth. There's like no texture. What are they doing? So I'm out. Again, unless the reviews come in and people are, well, if it's total hyperbole, then I'm going to know it's a bunch of either, you know, major cope or just like bought plants and stuff like that. But if the reviews come out and some of my most trusted reviewers tell me that, hey, this is really good, it captures the spirit of Superman, and you need to see it in theaters, I will give it that chance. But if people go, or anything else, that's where I'm at right now. I have no hope for this, and I have no desire to see it in theaters. Jurassic World Park, Rebirth of Kingdoms, Fallen, Dominion, Worlds of Dumb. God, after the last one that I didn't see, and you can hear me talk more about that on an earlier episode of this podcast called Ouroboros Franchises, I believe, where I talked to my good friend Jason about all of our favorite franchises that have been cannibalizing themselves over the years, including and especially Jurassic Park, and about how bad Dominion was. But yeah, I stayed far away from that one. And just like everybody, I'm not unique or special. I just like to make stuff and put it out on the internet, which doesn't make me unique or special either these days. But I have not been blown away by a Jurassic Park movie since Jurassic Park. And I know some of them have their devoted fans and really appreciate what they were going for, like Lost World or Jurassic World. But honestly, like, based on the output in the past 25 years or whatever since the original, it really seems like it should have been a one and done thing, because they don't have any ideas past people running from dinosaurs. But then with Jurassic Park 3, looking at some of the original concepts before it went into production, it seems like they did have some interesting stuff going on with more about, like, you know, human dinosaur DNA hybrid splicing and stuff, and it was going to get weird, and I don't know if it's what anybody would want from Jurassic Park, and that's probably why they just scrapped it and went with a much more straightforward, standard monster movie kind of thing. But at least they would have been taking a swing instead of just playing it safe, and that's what all these other movies have done so far, with the exception of the ending of Fallen Kingdom, a movie which I have only seen once, but when I watched it, I absolutely loved it, but not because it was good, but because it was so stupid that I saw it as a comedy, but not so bad it's good kind of thing, or like an inadvertent comedy like The Room. But I feel like they did it on purpose, and they were just kind of like screwing with the audience, and or maybe hoping they were in on the joke. I don't know. But everything from the opening scene on was just like a comedy of errors. There were even like dumb sound effects and stuff. And every decision that everybody made was ridiculous. And it was edited in such a way that it was like not suspenseful, but instead like we were, you know, kind of in on the joke. But on the story front though, at the very end, when we find out that this girl is like, you know, some kind of hybrid dinosaur experiment, something or other, clone or whatever it was, but then also finally the dinosaurs have escaped onto the mainland and are now going to become part of our ecosystem. I was like, oh cool, status quo change, at least they're trying something new. And then apparently that led to like giant locusts, and I just gave up. Just like with like Flight Risk, I am not going to see Rebirth unless the talk about it and the reviews are so compelling. But I have a really strong defense set up and major skepticism against there ever being a quality Jurassic Park movie again. because they've just gotten like consecutively dumber. They just feel like slop that's being fed to the masses who are just slurping it up like the sheeple that Hollywood thinks we all are. Come on, people, stop paying to see this crap. All you're doing is just reinforcing to Hollywood that we want this. And I mean, somebody wanted it because the Jurassic World movies have all made like $1 billion, but they don't deserve it. They don't deserve that attention. People, spend your money on stuff that's quality. Just because it's got the Jurassic Park branding doesn't mean that it's going to be good or worth your time. We figured this out with like Star Wars. People falling off of Star Wars. It happened with Marvel. Why won't it happen with Jurassic Park? Yes, they're dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are cool, but come on, the novelty is worn off. They need to tell better stories. And this trailer, the only reason I even watched it was because I heard that Gareth Edwards was doing it. And though I haven't seen the creator yet, and I may watch it at some point, though I've heard such mixed things about it, I haven't rushed out to see it. It's not on the top of my priority list. I do think that he is a director that hasn't fully manifested his potential yet. Like, I feel like he's just been a little too stifled, either by budget, like with Monsters, or being caught up in the big budget studio machine, like with Godzilla and Rogue One, which were fine. They were solid. And again, I haven't seen the creator yet, but it sounds like that was a little bit lacking on the story department or character department. So I feel like what he needs is a really good script, and we will have a great movie because he's a really good director. So I was willing to at least give the trailer a chance, but it just seems like they brought in a, I guess, buzzy director, though I don't know if he's been that buzzy because the creator didn't do well, but whatever. They bring in this director with some clout behind his name, with a script that sounds like the most predictable, derivative nonsense, not just because of the samey, here we go again into the jungle on an island and the dinosaurs are bigger and scarier and it's a small team of scientists that have to survive, but also just from like the lines that they presented us and the banter between the characters is just like the most boring, unengaging, like Hollywood schlock kind of stuff. These like bad jokes and one-liners. They're just remixing everything that we've already seen so many times in not just Jurassic Park movies, but just Hollywood slop in general. And it's just so frustrating because I did have that little glimmer of hope that they hired a director that could at least do something somewhat interesting like he did with Godzilla. And this just looks like the most uninspired crap. And that's why, even though there was that one shot of some weird humanoid hybridy dinosaur giant thing in a tank that alludes to some of the ideas that they might have done with Jurassic Park 3 back in the day, I just have zero hope or interest or intrigue or anything in what they're going to do with that or this movie at all. It just seems like they're just trying to make the same schlocky monster movie thing over and over and over again, and I guess they will until people stop paying for it. So again, if you care about Jurassic Park and its potential, because they're going to keep making these, of course, stop making Hollywood believe that they're making something that is worth seeing. Maybe if they weren't sure that it was going to make $1 billion just because it's got dinosaurs in it and it has a Jurassic Park name on it, Jurassic World, whatever, maybe they would actually like take a risk and put some effort into it. Oh yeah, and I almost forgot to include this one because to me it's so incredibly unmemorable and unremarkable, but I did have a couple thoughts about the How to Train Your Dragon live action remake trailer that dropped a month or so ago. And earlier I mentioned, when I was talking about Upgrade, how some movies don't really come together for me until the very end, and it makes me kind of retroactively appreciate the rest of it more. When I first saw How to Train Your Dragon, I enjoyed it, and I thought it was a lot of fun. I really liked the aesthetic. I liked the grit that they were going for, especially with the setting and the atmosphere, kind of the way that everything was presented with a little less gloss and sheen. It was a little bit more grounded than a lot of 3D animation tends to be. It was cartoony, but it felt lived in, and I appreciated that about it, but I didn't find it to be an incredibly remarkable story or anything. It was pretty basic, pretty standard, nothing wrong with that, until the very end where Hiccup, after
maiming and changing Toothless' whole life's trajectory, disabling him, essentially, lost his own leg and had a similar kind of traumatic event that really bonded them and brought them more onto the same kind of reciprocal playing field than they had been. And I thought that that was really powerful and impactful. I was not expecting it the first time I saw it. Usually in especially more family-oriented stuff, with the exception, of course, of like tragically orphaning all their main characters and everything like Disney does, and having like standard character arcs and stuff, they usually don't change the core status quo of characters that much. I don't know, I just found in this family-oriented film for a character to be dismembered like that, I thought was pretty powerfully shocking and bold and really thematically weighty and well written. So that really worked for me, and I really appreciated that movie and its subsequent sequels and just the whole world and all the media franchise stuff around it much more after that particular subversion of expectations in that particular movie. And even though I did really like the sequels on their own, especially the second one, I thought the third one was a little bit more meandering. As a trilogy, I know it's generally well regarded and praised, and rightfully so. I mean, the self-contained storytelling within each movie, the characters, the character design, the world design, the animation, the music, all of it was very phenomenal. But it did a thing that is more of a personal pet peeve when it comes to like franchises or even serialized seasonal TV and stuff like that, is when each installment is sort of like wrapped up and the central conflict is resolved, and it feels like there may not be a as impactful or equally substantial story to tell because they did such a good job of telling a complete story, either like, in one movie or in season of television or whatever. So then when there's the inevitable sequel or next season, they have to contrive some sort of new threat, unexpected conflict to just kind of materialize out of thin air, and then sometimes like they did in the James Bond movies where they try to retroactively retcon like a whole series of isolated things and say that, no, it was all connected with Spectre. That really bothered me in that movie because it was so obviously not part of their original plan and they were just grasping at straws. The Legend of Korra did this, where that first season was so tight. And yeah, there's more room for the characters to grow and stuff, but they just keep having to throw in some new big bad. And then a lot of times, like I heard they did this in Kung Fu Panda 4. I didn't see it because I don't care anymore, but they did the same thing where like, there's some new big bad that pulls everybody out of status quo, thrusts them back into, some kind of situation that mirrors what worked originally, but with some new twist or some new heightened stakes or something. And they try to tie it all together and say that it was all part of a bigger story when it obviously wasn't. I understand the storytelling necessity to do that kind of thing, but for me, it just doesn't work on a bigger level of trying to say that, like, the How to Train Your Dragon movies are a great trilogy, because they're not all part of the same story. Yes, they are Hiccup's story, and they show his evolution over time and his, character arcs that build on each other. I think they did a really good job with that, how he kept having to take on bigger responsibility and bigger roles of leadership and having more internal conflict because of that. But plot-wise, to me, it's just usually pretty forced, and I just prefer that ongoing stories, whether they're movie franchises, like the MCU or television shows, that when they change the status quo, characters go through arcs and they defeat their antagonist, villains, whatever, and then they go back to a status quo after that in the denouement part of the story.
The third act denouement. That's not how it's pronounced.
That then it just feels like a whole new story, especially on a plot level, is like starting from scratch, as opposed to it being an escalation of what was set up originally. So all that is to say that I really like the first How to Train Your Dragon movie, and I enjoyed its sequels and some of the spin-off material and stuff. But at the same time, I am not so like intensely emotionally tied to it that a new version or an adaptation or a remake in this case
was automatically going to be like a rejection from me. That's why I almost forgot to include this in my little trailer roundup at this point in early 2025, because I was more annoyed by DreamWorks just kind of ripping off of Disney's overall but diminishing success in this area of just remaking previous material in a slightly different format. But I wasn't like, how dare they touch this classic, like I had the reaction to with, every Disney remake. When I heard about it, it was more just like an eye roll and like, oh God, here we go. It's more of this sludge. And I will say this, even though I detest most of what and why Disney has been doing what they've done with taking a lot of their classic films and remaking them in supposed live action or a 3D medium at the very least, just like on a soulless, uninspired level, it does make sense, like aesthetically, to reimagine something in a different medium, going from 2D hand-drawn animation to either 3D animation or live action. It is a different presentation of it, so at least they're not giving you exactly the same thing, like with all of the many remakes that we've had over the years of classic films like, RoboCop and Total Recall and the millions of other ones, where it just begs the question, like, why? Like, these things were already there and they were, like, perfect. Just go watch the original. Why do we need a reinterpretation of this thing? I know that there's a lot of arguments on the contrary, and I don't disagree, just purely on principle. There have been remakes of things that I have really enjoyed. Sometimes the remake is the first time that I saw the thing. Like Star is Born is the first thing that comes to mind. I never saw any of the other versions. I just saw the most recent one, and I generally enjoyed it. And I am curious now to go back and watch earlier versions. Or like I mentioned Nosferatu earlier. It's already been done a couple times. I did see the original first, but I wasn't like insulted or totally against the idea of Eggers doing his own version, because he does have a vision and a style, a lot of it influenced by early silent film stuff like Nosferatu. So there's always a case to be made on the pro side. I'm not saying that all remakes are ridiculous and unwarranted and without any kind of like artistic integrity or intention or anything like that. But with like the Disney live action stuff being the most prominent right now, and how they're generally just repackaging nostalgia and ladling it out to us like gruel.
You're serving us gruel?
Not quite. This is crusty brand imitation gruel. 9 out of 10 orphans can't tell the difference.
The How to Train Your Dragon situation to me is like just the most specific and inarguable example of business necessitating art instead of the other way around. Completely understand that the entertainment industry is an industry first. It couldn't exist, or at least couldn't sustain, without the business being a major part of it. But time and time again, we've seen that when the art comes first, when the vision, the passion, the drive, the necessity to tell a story, to be so fueled by that artistic passion to want to tell this story in a certain medium or express something, that the business is there to then help it come to life and market and distribute it so that it can have an audience. Those things go together. But now more than ever, and I know it's nothing new when it comes to any industry, especially the entertainment industry, that oftentimes the people with the resources to make the art happen are the ones calling the shots, and they'll do whatever they need to keep lining their pockets and keep the gears turning or whatever. So they'll often look for things that are economically viable first, and then try to get people on board that can make that happen and make them that money. And it worked for Disney for a while, but like we're seeing right now, people are kind of getting sick of it. Not just nitpicky content creators like me, but general audiences. And I think people can only appreciate and consume nostalgia for so long until they just start to crave novelty and surprises. So I know I haven't actually talked about the trailer, and that's because I really don't have anything to say about it. This is much more of a big picture rant. I mean, the trailer so far looks like a shot-for-shot remake with some apparently controversial casting. I don't really care. I don't care about any of this. The point I'm trying to make is that when you put all your time and energy into something like this,
just look at what DreamWorks was able to accomplish with most recently The Wild Robot, but also The Last Wish. If you have a good story to tell and you put your resources and talent into that, yes, it's still going to be a risk. It may not on paper be as financially predictable as something that already exists, but even though audiences had shown up for pure nostalgia, and they always will to some degree, but it seems like not only are you going to get a renewed and broader interest in and broader reach with unique, artistically pleasing new things, new characters and worlds and franchises for people to invest their time and money and energy into, but also it looks like a lot more clout and recognition. I mean, look at how many prestigious awards that the latest DreamWorks original output has garnered over the past few years. Not to mention just great word of mouth and buzz. But regardless, my biggest visceral reaction to just seeing a supposed live action remake of a 3D animated movie is in the more proverbial sense, because I do know exactly why. Money. But seriously, why? Why this? Like I was saying before, it at least makes a little bit more sense to me to go from one medium to another, like 2D to 3D, but going from 3D animation to live action, especially when your main cast of characters, other than the dragons, are already, though cartoonishly and over-exaggerated, but still humans in the original movies. So it's not like they're, making like a live action remake of The Last Wish yet. I mean, who's to say they won't? Or something like that that's more overall hyper stylized and consisting of mostly like animal characters as opposed to hyper stylized people. So though 3D animation is not live action, it's still 3D like live action is. So it's a much smaller gap between mediums. But then the whole hook of the movie, the dragons, are just 3D renderings again. So it's like you're only remaking part of the movie. Really, you're just making the same movie, but you're inserting live action humans instead of the 3D animated humans. Like, it's such a small difference to me that it really, regardless of the timing, because it hasn't been as long as it has since the Disney movies came out and now they're remaking them, even though that gap is closing too, because, we're doing like Lilo and Stitch as opposed to like Snow White. But I'm just really trying to understand and wrap my head around the audience that would show up for a movie that already exists pretty much in the same form that they're giving it to us. Like, why not just re-release the original trilogy into theaters? Or just keep making sequels? Why remake this movie that's already like a one-to-one in so many ways? And not just the characters, but like I was saying before, the landscapes and the setting, the locations, the sets were all rendered very realistically in the original animated version. So it's not going to be that different. More so than any of the Disney things so far, this is the most blatant and obviously creatively bankrupt thing that Hollywood has given to us on this scale so far. So obviously I'm not interested in seeing this at all, but I just am so over this crap, and I never want anything to fail. I know that a lot of talented people spend a lot of time and energy and creative artistry into crafting this thing, but just like with Mufasa, I don't want it to succeed at the box office purely so they will stop making this stuff and put that time and energy and money into something that's actually worth producing. One of the many ways that I feel lucky and privileged in my life is that my parents were really big comedy fans, especially of the 60s and 70s fare, because that's when they grew up. And so they were collectively big fans of like Mel Brooks and parody stuff like Airplane. And even though my parents were very cognizant of not exposing my brother and me to generally, like age inappropriate, at least to them, like R-rated content,
Like I wasn't allowed to watch like RoboCop or Terminator or anything until I was 14, 15. But somehow they had this blind spot where they felt it was otherwise okay to show us very age inappropriate comedies that my brother and I really didn't have any like reference or context for when we were still deemed way too young to watch, like Halloween or Aliens. But they were totally fine with sitting down as a family and watching Blazing Saddles, Naked Gun, Airplane, and of course, with that era and ilk of classic comedies that we watched when I was much younger than a teenager was Spinal Tap. So, not only is it generally and universally renowned as a classic of its time, but also very universal and prophetic in a lot of ways, especially in terms of like the music industry, where it was headed, and how like overblown and dehumanizing it can be for a lot of the artists that exist and try to sustain inside of it, which then became, even more relatable to me as I got older and became a musician and had early teen aspirations of being a rock star and stuff. It was a very sobering and grounding experience to watch at that point. So all that is to say that when I heard, totally out of the blue, by the way, I somehow was not clued in, this was off my radar, that the team was getting back together, Christopher Guest and Rob Reiner, etc., the band, as it were, getting back together to do a follow-up to Spinal Tap decades later. I saw, like on my Google News feed, I think, an advertisement for the Spinal Tap 2 trailer, and I thought it was a joke because a lot of the trailers that come up on there, maybe because I clicked on one once or something, but they just keep coming up, are those fake AI trailers. Spider-Man 4 trailer, the live-action Simpsons movie and stuff like that. Stuff that's obviously fake, but sometimes just neat to see an interpretation or just, kind of get some hype going for this eventual project. But when I saw that it was actually from like a studio that had posted it and it wasn't from one of those generic AI YouTube channels, I checked it out and it's just a teaser, it doesn't like show anything. But then I had to go look it up and I saw that like most of the original stars and producers, director, etc., are like getting back together. And I got to say, I am when I've heard similar announcements over the past decade or so, where they're making like a legacy sequel or a long-time follow-up or whatever, reimagining, reboot. Like they're doing it right now with Buffy too. They've been talking about it with X-Files for a long time. I'm very, very, very wary and just immediately kind of turned off to the whole idea, even with original talent coming back. And the point I want to make about that at this point, it sounded nice for certain franchises at certain times. Even when like Jurassic Park Dominion announced that they got some of the original cast back, it gave me just like the tiniest little shred of hope. But I think we've seen time and time again that with few rare exceptions, because there are some times where it does work. Like I thought that the Christmas Story Legacy sequel was actually pretty good, and it was done with enough heart, but also stood its own ground to not just be a complete ripoff / nostalgia fest. And there's been a few other ones here and there, but for every one of those, there's been like half a dozen Anchorman 2s and Zoolander 2s and Dumb and Dumberer, I don't even know what the latest one was, and stuff like that, where it's just all the ingredients are there, but it's missing something. And what it's missing is the understanding that a lot of times these kinds of things like Ghostbusters, Back to the Future, the original Jurassic Park, Terminator, a lot of these classic iconic things that started out as just great ideas that became great IPs that unfortunately then became cash cow franchises, is that they started with a spark and a vision, and usually it was lightning in a bottle. It was just the right people at the right time, and a lot of times these things shouldn't have even happened, at least not as good as they turned out to be. Like when you look at all the behind-the-scenes drama with Back to the Future, for instance, and how they brought in Michael J. Fox like late in the game after production had already started. Like they didn't even know that Bill Murray, if he was going to show up for filming on Ghostbusters, all that kind of stuff. A lot of the times these things should never have been as good or had any right to be for how much of like a cluster they were. I mean, look at Casablanca, where they were writing it day by day. But sometimes art just works when it's the right people and the right time the right circumstances, it's that lightning in a bottle effect. And every time they try to recreate it, recapture it, instead of just taking all that talent and passion and vision and making something different, something new, when they try to go back to a well that's already run dry, it doesn't matter who is involved. Whether like with the latest Ghostbusters sequels where you have, the son of the guy that made them and he was even executive producer on them, or if you're like George Lucas yourself. And I'm really, really, really tired, especially in this Disney era with all this revisionist history about the prequels and their legitimacy and their quality in comparison to the Disney stuff. It's sort of like with elections where it's like anybody but this person, which is like the stupidest way to make a democratic choice, wherein just because George Lucas started Star Wars, he proved 3 times in a row, and even before that with like the special editions, that the spark, the ingenuity, the innovation, the understanding of what would and could connect with an audience in this IP, in this franchise, was just not there when George came back to his franchise after taking a prolonged break in between the OG trilogy and the prequels. Just because the Disney stuff is worse in a lot of ways to a lot of people, or just more soulless and doesn't involve George Lucas, doesn't mean that the stuff that Lucas made in the late 90s, early 2000s was good. Just because it was his vision doesn't mean that it was good. And I think that we just have this blind spot as audience members and in the industry to just wave away criticism and wave away time passing and people evolving, that you just have the same people coming back to these projects. That makes it more legitimate than anybody else coming in to ruin it. And how many times have we seen this? One more case in point that I'll throw out there, and I'm not even really that in the know of Doctor Who, but just knowing a lot of people who are and been, following it kind of peripherally for a long time, especially since its resurgence a while back. It's my understanding that the original guy that did the sort of modern resurgence reboot that really put Doctor Who back in the modern zeitgeist left and then came back and ruined it. And it's like worse than ever. And it's under the guy that originally resurrected it. Actually, some more just popped into my head. Look at what J.K. Rowling has done with Harry Potter. Long before her more modern identity politics controversy, she was using Pottermore to set fire to all these expectations and fan accepted truths about her world and her characters just because she could. And she's only doubled down on that stuff moving forward. And it really just makes me wonder if Gene Roddenberry or J.R.R. Tolkien were to come back to these franchises now, would they save them? Would they be the same people with the same vision, with the same intentions for their stories that they did? All I'm trying to say in my long-winded and roundabout way is that seeing this trailer for Spinal Tap 2 was just like the straw that broke the camel's back for me to make me finally come to terms with the fact that just because something was good once doesn't mean that even the same people that made it what it was are the same people that they are now and have the either capability or desire to make something like that at this point. So I have no desire or interest or hope for Spinal Tap 2 or any other of these legacy sequels like Happy Gilmore 2. And really, how much fun is it going to be to see these, no offense, but geriatric actors coming back to play aged rock stars way past their prime, to just make fun of them again, except now we're just kicking them when they're down. I don't know. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this trend. I'm tired of how lazy it is. I'm tired of people that have obviously run out of ideas and inspiration, but still want to make money, or maybe they just have the impulse to still create, or they have the opportunity to, but I don't think they're looking at the bigger picture. They're just let's just do it again. But it doesn't work like that. And I have this same feeling, and I'm sure I've talked about this more on the music side of this podcast, but when bands much deeper into the career will come out with an album and be this is us going back to our roots. This is us recreating or reconnecting with where we were when we were at our fiery beginnings. And it never works. It always just sounds like a pale imitation, or sometimes not even close to what they say they were going for because they're not the same people anymore. So just let it go and just do stuff with where you're at now, or don't. Just be glad that you made something iconic and amazing and just let it rest. Let it be. So it's still early April. I just saw the trailer that they just released of The Naked Gun. And The Naked Gun is part of a whole pantheon of movies. Speaking of my reaction to the Spinal Tap 2 teaser that just dropped the other day, where my parents let me see stuff like The Naked Gun and other parody movies probably a little bit too soon for my having any context or understanding of the more adult stuff going on in those. But I always love those movies, and I quote them in my head all the time. And I just got to say, I think the casting is interesting, and I think Liam Neeson has shown that he can be really funny, and he does a good deadpan sort of sincerity thing, a lot like Leslie Nielsen excels at. But just based on the trailer, it just doesn't feel like any of the Naked Gun or Police Squad stuff that we've seen. It feels like a very modern movie, especially in the way that it's presented. The editing, the music, and the content. It's got that super sleek, fast-paced editing. I know it's just a trailer, but if it's any indication about what the final product is going to be, Naked Gun didn't have that over-stylized action and action editing. It almost seems like more of a parody of Liam Neeson's other work, like Taken and stuff. And then like all the visceral, like hyper-real violence, Naked Gun didn't have that. It was all way too goofy and cartoony to ever take itself that seriously or have that kind of like gritty impact. And the other thing that, and it's been a while, maybe I need to go back and remind myself, but I don't remember Frank Drebin or any of the other characters like staring directly into the camera and breaking the fourth wall. There were a lot of fourth wall breaks, but they were more like subtle winks and nods. Maybe even a look or something, but I don't know, Liam Neeson like talking straight into the camera, to me that is sort of like the antithesis of what made the Naked Gun movies work, and a lot of those parody movies, because they were internally taking themselves very seriously, you know, in their own world, in their own like blind to reality way, their own internal reality. They were serious movies and serious stories, but to us on the outside, they were a farce, they were a parody. But once you merge those two things, you know, the audience and the characters in the movie both understand that. I don't think that that is what they were originally going for with a lot of those classic parody movies, especially Naked Gun. It's just a different tone. And that bothers me because at that point, it's like, just make your own thing. Like, don't attach it to Naked Gun. And just because you show pictures of the original cast and, you know, we get the idea that our new main characters are their kids or grandkids or whatever, like, who cares? That doesn't make it good, and it doesn't make it authentic to this world. It's just fan service. So maybe I sound a little bit bitter, but I'm just getting so tired of this crap. And I wouldn't be surprised if we hear later that this was one of those scripts that were floating around Hollywood that was generally liked, and studios thought it had potential, but they were afraid to take a risk on it until somebody said, well, what if we just slap this IP on it and rework it a little bit? You know, like they did with 10 Cloverfield Lane. If it can't work without the IP, then maybe it shouldn't be made in the first place. It is mid-June, and they just dropped a teaser for Spaceballs 2. It harkens back to another trailer that dropped earlier this year, Naked Gun, and it kind of brings me back to ever-sustaining motif that I've had in a lot of my reactions and reviews for a very long time now, which is why? Why do they keep going back to the well of stuff that worked once, that was popular once, and they're just like reanimating the corpses of this stuff to a degree that it's like comical at this point. It's not even aggravating, though I am kind of aggravated, but it's just like, why this? Why now? Oh, right. Because money and lack of creativity and lack of corporations' willingness to take risks. So what I thought was interesting and amusing about the Spaceballs teaser was pointing out the reality that when they parodied Star Wars, they just had the original trilogy, and now they've had all this stuff in the meantime, all these iterations and content to pull from and parody now. So it begs the question, like, why not? And I get that, and I think that's admirable. And I also think It's hilarious that Mel Brooks said what everybody was thinking of all the things they could do, and listening to the fans over the years, they decided to not do any of it and give us this instead. That pretty much is par for the course, when it comes to what these studios and corporations are willing to spoon feed us at this point. They don't care what we want. They want us to want what they want. So if Brooks is really passionate about this and he thinks it's the right time, I respect that. Unlike the Naked Gun thing that just seems like a total soulless, name-only attempt to recapture some kind of parody movie zeitgeist that honestly they haven't been able to do since Scary Movie, the original, or Not Another Teen Movie, which is one of my favorites of parody movies in general, but especially that era. The Naked Gun really seems like a nail in the coffin for that genre. And who knows, maybe Spaceball will be a brilliant, fresh take on not just how all these franchises have become parodies of themselves, but also the parody genre and how bad it's become. I don't know what Mel Brooks has got cooking for us, but I don't have high hopes. And one reason for that is that Spaceballs, I really don't feel like is anywhere close to the strongest of his output. Now, I am biased because my parents didn't really like Spaceballs growing up. It wasn't their favorite. Neither was Robin Hood Men in Tights, so I didn't see that one until later. I think that is definitely part of the thing here, is that I don't have the same inclination towards or appreciation of Spaceballs like a lot of people do. I have a lot of friends that grew up watching Spaceballs first, and they haven't actually seen many of his other movies. But Spaceballs seems to be kind of a ubiquitous one or universal. I don't think I saw it until college. And, I enjoy it. It's funny. I like it. There's a lot of great, quotable, iconic stuff in it. I love so many of the actors in it, that I saw in other stuff growing up that I have affection for, like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids and Independence Day, and John Candy, and just being John Candy. But yeah, out of all of his movies, I didn't see Spaceballs being the one as first in line for a legacy sequel. But looking at it now and seeing how popular it is, and then what they were saying in the teaser about how there's been all this Star Wars content since, not to mention a whole bunch of other franchise schlock that they can pull from, I can see that maybe there's something there. But also, this does really cry to me like a last desperate attempt of, a filmmaker in his twilight years. I didn't know that Mel Brooks was still making stuff. I heard he came back for the History of the World thing, but I never watched it. And that was another one, too, that my parents didn't like and we never watched growing up. But now with the advent of Naked Gun reboot, oh, right, I forgot to mention Spinal Tap 2. That was the big one that also really triggered me in this whole area. And now Spaceballs 2. And I just saw some press photos and stuff of Bill Pullman. Just like Spinal Tap, I feel the same way. Do I really want to see these geriatric actors coming back for a final hurrah? Honestly, no. We've seen this kind of thing try to make itself work before, and it really hasn't. And I just really don't believe in my heart that Christopher Guest or Mel Brooks still have it in them to make a worthy sequel to things that are so iconic, so universal, so beloved. It's an uphill battle just to make a sequel to a beloved movie, but a legacy sequel at this point in your career where you're bringing back the main people that have lived decades of life in between and that are very old now, is that a winning formula? I just smacks to me of desperation and lack of ideas. Maybe I'm wrong, and I try not to judge. I mean, these guys can do whatever they want, and who am I to say what they should or shouldn't do? But as a consumer and a fan of them as creatives and of these IPs, I can honestly say that, I don't want this. I'd rather just enjoy what we already have than having any kind of hope and hype for something that is most likely, just given the track record of all this kind of stuff in this modern era, being Ouroboros, lackluster at best, and a total insulting train wreck at worst. So we are at the very tail end of March, and though I have not put stock in and I've been very disillusioned by the Oscars for many years now, I still follow the conversations around it. I don't watch the actual ceremony, but I am curious to see who wins. And with all these award ceremonies and festivals, as insular and pompous and pretentious as they can be, what they do doo-doo. For me, as a general movie fan, is exposed me to stuff that I may not have otherwise heard of. Or maybe something that I heard of in passing, but like I've said many, many times on here and other places, I am a typical rat race, suburbanite, working class father. My time to indulge in the arts is very limited. And as much as I would love to be a full-time movie critic and spend my days and nights seeing everything that I possibly can and talking about it for as long as I want, that's just not my reality. I just get to things here and there when I can. So I use the award shows and festival conversations just as an extra gauge, an extra source of exposure, and I guess like way to keep my, finger on the pulse of if something is being talked about a lot or being given a lot of accolades, that it may be worth checking out. Because especially, in the past 10, 15 years, media and art and content have been churned out to such an overwhelming and oversaturated degree that there's like impossible to keep up with all the things that come out on, even one like platform or genre or format. So like it's just such a tidal wave of content and information that I appreciate having any outside source that can help me sort of sift through and filter so I can pick the things with a little bit more of, an educated reasoning to do so than just randomly saying like, oh, that looks interesting, and then wasting however much time realizing that I hate it or that it wasn't worth my time and wishing I had known ahead of time that at least, it wouldn't have been for me. So I really appreciate, as obnoxious and inside and unnecessarily catty and pretentious and all that critics on YouTube or Metacritic or the Academy can be, especially if you put all your stock into any one of those things. I do find them really helpful. And case in point is the animated movie Flow, which I hadn't heard about until it was part of the Oscar conversation. And I've always been and continue to be a huge animation fan, especially because I interacted with a lot of animators when I was in college, and I really got to see the nitty-gritty behind the scenes, how the sausage is made, how much time and effort and dedication and resilience and passion is involved with that art form. I'm always on the lookout and interested to see what's going on, in the world of animation, which is, of course, forever dominated by the big studio stuff, Pixar, DreamWorks, Illumination, and so on. But every once in a while, we get something from the likes of like Laika or the studio, the name is escaping right now, that did like The Book of Kells or Song of the Sea, something off the beaten path, but still a contender for awards and accolades alongside the big studio stuff, even though they don't have the same like resources and budget and reach that those larger entities do. And I hadn't heard of this filmmaker before, or his previous film, I guess, that got a lot of recognition. I think it was called Always. I need to go check that out. But when I heard that Flow was up against the Wild Robot for Best Animated Feature, that piqued my interest, yes. But when it won, I was like, whoa, that is a really big upset, because, how long have DreamWorks and or Pixar and or Disney Animation, been kind of at the top of best animated features at all these award shows and things. I thought that was really telling, that this movie about a house cat, which is all I knew about it going into it, could have that kind of staying power and impact, especially over Wild Robot, that in some ways had a lot of similarities, at least on the outside. It was a little bit more of an original. I know it was an adaptation, but, it wasn't your standard, more kind of cutesy Pixar stuff. It was much heavier and more mature themes. So I just figured that was kind of a shoo-in for the Academy. And for Flow to win over that, I was like, well, I got to see this movie and see what all the fuss was about. And when I saw that it was on Max, my wife and I gave it a shot. And I really did enjoy it. But it was one of those experiences where I think I liked it for what it was and the experience more than it was something that would have a lot of rewatchability. Like, I didn't love it. I wasn't like engrossed in the story. I was more like, oh, this is really interesting. Like, I wonder what all this means and where it's going, and if there was going to be any big revelations or explanations about anything. And that's what really had me more hooked than just the more surface kind of like survival plot. So I wouldn't say I was like bored while watching it. I was trying to kind of explain it to my wife because she was really into it, and I was like, this is really good, but, and I couldn't really articulate like my sort of lack of like pure guttural, like I love or hate this. And by the end, when I realized what it was going to be, which was not a standard sort of Hollywood family fare where you knew really what was going on and why and what it all meant by the end, where, I realized it was going to be more abstract and interpretive, more artsy. I just kind of accepted it and enjoyed it. But again, I don't know if I'm ever going to want to watch it again. And if I do, it's just going to be to kind of comb through and pay attention to a little bit more of the details. Because like with a lot of this kind of stuff, if I don't immediately get it, I love having a resource like YouTube to go to where I get to hear other people's theories and explanations. And I've always been into this kind of stuff. Like I used to be on LiveJournal, fan theory boards, and forums and stuff like that back in the day. So it's great having other people's interpretations and theories and things to help me process my own. Because I could tell from pretty early on that it was all potentially very metaphoric and symbolic of things, but it wasn't going to explain itself to the degree that I was sort of hoping for most of the movie. Because as much as I love follow the breadcrumbs and everything of any such story, I also have no problem being given definitive answers to things so then I can really understand what the voice and the vision of the work is. Though I don't always require and expect it, and I'm not like disappointed when I don't get it, maybe a little bit sometimes. So from what I've heard other people talk about, I generally agree and interpreted a lot of the same messages and symbolism from what we saw. But what really stood out to me about it, what I was most fascinated with, was that this thing was mostly made by a very small group of people on Blender. I was familiar enough with the program to know that you could do something like this in it, but also knowing this kind of stuff, at least to a general degree, I was blown away the whole time with like how much work went into every single shot, every single frame. So much camera movement. Sometimes I thought it was a little much in terms of the story presentation, but since I wasn't as engrossed in the story as I really wanted to anyway, I was still very much engaged the whole time with knowing and understanding like how much time and energy and effort and blood, sweat, and tears must have went into creating something like this in this one piece of software. Because usually when I see these bigger budget 3D animated films, though I do have a cursory knowledge of how they're made and like the different departments that work on them, I know that it's made by like hundreds of people because you can see it in the credits, but also you just know that they have teams of people fine-tooth combing like every aspect of the process, and they have all these different departments working on very specific things. So to have like this one guy, and his small team of people do all that work for a feature length really blew my mind. And I assume it's a stylistic choice, but I gotta say, like from the beginning, the sort of choppy animation and the character designs, which were like simultaneously very sort of anatomically correct, like they weren't cartoony or over exaggerated like you see in 3D animation family fare, especially when it comes to animals, but people too. But in some ways it was kind of jerky, and the designs were simultaneously realistic and a little flat. And again, even though it was like 20 years ago and 3D animation was definitely not at the level that it is now, but there were still programs out there like Maya that paved the way for all these other things like Blender. I did note pretty early on to my wife, but not like in a judgmental way, just sort of as an observation, that it did look that the characters and their animation and their designs were kind of student filmy, because they reminded me of stuff that I saw when I was a film student, and we'd have our media department showcases and things, and you'd see short 3D animated films, and a lot of the characters and textures and such had a lot of similarities to Flow. So that wasn't like a bad thing. It didn't turn me off to it or anything. I just thought that was interesting. And at first I was kind of like, well, it is a lower budget and it was made by far fewer people than, their bigger studio counterparts. So maybe it was just a result of time and budget. But then the backgrounds were so lush, and the water and the fish, trees, that was all so graceful and much more kind of fully rendered and fully realized than the characters. I have to believe that they had the capability to make the animals more, I don't know, straightforward and realistic. Not as, I don't want to say cartoony, because they weren't cartoony, but they had a style to them. And again, it seemed just a tiny little bit amateur. And that says to me that was a choice. But again, I'm not making any judgments on that. I'm actually really, really impressed that even with that, or maybe regardless of that, it still won Best Animated Feature over something that every aspect of it in The Wild Robot was at the most, professional level and presentation. So I love those underdog upsets. I'm really impressed and proud of Flo for doing what it did. And it sounds like a lot of people really like it, and I think that's awesome. I think that's a sign of good art when it connects deeply with some people, and other people really don't like it, and some people kind of like me are more in the middle, where I think it's really interesting and cool. But I definitely wouldn't put it up there as like something I'm dying to see again, or one of my favorite animations or anything. But it was memorable, and I'm really interested to see what these filmmakers do next, especially with an Oscar under their belt. So if you listen to my podcast in general, this might be redundant because I'm including it in both my movie and music podcasts because it applies to both. It was a concert, but it was also a movie, so it's in my Moviecast. Because in both podcasts, I do sort of an annual roundup of things that stuck out to me from experiences that I had in those realms, music or movies, from the year past. This wasn't really on my radar at all until right before it happened. My wife is much more attuned to local and national upcoming events because of, more time spent on social media and things, and having her ear to the ground of potential fun things that we can do. I just spend more time making stuff to be consumed than having time to actually consume the things. So here we are. But yeah, the other night at the Altria Theater, which is, one of the big, more fancy theaters here in downtown Richmond, Virginia, which I've seen plenty of things at, everything from stand-up comedy to symphony concerts, Downton Abbey premieres, where we, dressed up in our best 20s garb or whatever. I saw John Cleese there after they did a showing of Holy Grail, and I've probably talked about most of those things on either the movie or music side of my podcast. But this was on March 29th, and it was one of those symphony plays the soundtrack while they also play the movie, because I have seen instances, where they've done like a John Williams special, or I went to the Final Fantasy Symphony as it was coming through, where they don't actually show the thing, or maybe they might show some imagery or something, but it's not really like synced up to the thing that they're playing it from. It's more about the auditory experience. But I'm sure you've heard at this point that it's a very popular thing for symphonies to do these days, to get people in to see orchestras and to, I assume, keep the industry afloat in these uncertain times. Though in my dad's decades-long career as a symphonic orchestral French horn player, I was under the impression that the end times were nigh every year for classical music, and yet my dad still plays, and you can hear a lot more about that in an early episode of my Moviecast podcast, where I interview him about his life as a classical musician. But he has played many of these over the years, everything from, Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, and I think last year he did play Jurassic Park. And usually when he plays, he gets comp tickets, so I'm able to go see him play for free. But somehow I never saw him play one of these, except for a few years ago. I happened to be in Baltimore with my kid, and he was doing Toy Story, and we had comps, so we went to that one. So I've seen that with a live symphony. But, Toy Story and Pixar, I think, in general, aren't as known for their big, impressive symphonic soundtracks. And most of the time, if there's any memorable music, it's usually more like the song inclusion, like in Toy Story, "You got a friend in me," or just like the character themes or something. So I thought it was a lot of fun, but I didn't really get a lot out of it as like a unique experience. It felt more like a novelty, seeing an orchestra play along with a Pixar movie. So going into this, I was excited just because I love Jurassic Park and I like going for a classy night out at the symphony, but I didn't know what was in store for me. I had the most fun that I've had at a live movie showing almost ever. I mean, it felt like a concert, really, than just watching a movie. It was almost like akin to when I saw, like I mentioned, seeing the Holy Grail at the same place several years ago, where it's very interactive and everybody's yelling the lines and everything, or seen like Rocky Horror Picture Show, which I've done a couple times at the midnight showings. You dress up and throw toast at the screen and things. It was like so raucous and interactive, and everybody was so fervently excited. And it was a packed house, so that was cool. We were up in the balcony so we could see the screen and the orchestra really well. And people, they were just, cheering and whooping, not just at the iconic movie moments and the lines and everything, which was more expected, but just when like the major themes would come up from the movie, musically that is, people would start cheering and clapping. It was awesome. This was also fun and special for me and my wife because the last time we watched Jurassic Park together just happened to be showing at a local sort of pop-up drive-in, because it wasn't like one of those big open field drive-ins. It was like, I think they had a limit of like 20 cars or something. It was in a back lot behind what is usually like a local small community theater that they sometimes show movies in Ashland, Virginia, which is like a old train throughway. It's a cool little train town if you've never been. And they had this grass field in the back, very small, and they just set up a big screen on the back of like a semi and showed Jurassic Park during COVID, so we were all distanced, and the people that were selling the refreshments, were masked and wearing gloves and everything. And that was a very unique experience too. And then this, and as we were leaving, I was like, what's the next unique, atypical way that we'll see Jurassic Park together? That'll be a fun game that we can start playing in the future, like looking for weird ways to see our favorite movies. And I don't remember if it was like this for Toy Story, and maybe it's just because the music wasn't as prominent, but the music was a lot louder than the normal mix. And at first, when they started showing the movie and it had subtitles, I was like, oh man, come on. This is a Steven Spielberg movie. Like, I don't want to have my visuals ruined by subtitles. And if you'd like to hear a long rant about that, you can hear me and my brother talk about philosophy of subtitles in a Attack on Titan episode we did on our Moviecast. But once the music really got going, I realized why the subtitles were there, because the symphony was really overtaking the dialogue, especially like in any action scene or anything. And I was totally cool with that, and so was everybody else, because we were just loving it. And like I said, just so much excitement and energy that people were expressing. It was so nice to see that, especially after the decade since of all the extremely disappointing to terrible franchise entries since this one, that this one still has that staying power, that it's still part of the zeitgeist. A couple things, though, I noticed just on the movie front, that the actor, his name escapes me at the moment, that plays John Hammond, was giving like the best performance in the movie. He was so compelling and so in it, like every shot, like even moments where he was just kind of staring at a character and he was like shaking, he just seemed so completely in character, and I just never really gave him credit for that before. Also, it really struck me this time for some reason. I always noticed it, but I never really put it all together, that Hammond was written, and he was also, the actor definitely reinforced that even though he was, elderly and he was much more of like a big picture visionary, he really like got down and dirty. Like, he knew the systems of the park. He knew how to use the computers really effortlessly when he needed them. He understood how to read the schematics and things. Like, he really took ownership of the park, and that really spoke to me about how important this was to him, just beyond like he wanted to do this thing. Like, I really felt like he meant what he said, even if he was misguided. He really believed that he was doing the right thing. And he exemplified that by getting his hands dirty and, doing what his employees did too. He's a very capable character. I thought that was really interesting. Also, in the dozens of times that I've seen this movie, I don't think it's ever consciously occurred to me before how Laura Dern's character is, from what I can tell, at least in my own sphere of appreciation, really underappreciated for being one of those more OG, like 80s, 90s, strong female characters that set the non-Mary Sue precedent when we tend to have these conversations about like good, well-written, well-rounded female characters that predated, the whole Mary Sue strong female lead conversation that's happening now, like Linda Hamilton as Sarah Connor and Sigourney Weaver as Ellen Ripley, and then later characters like Buffy and so on. Laura Dern plays Ellie Sattler like so wonderfully self-assured and empowered. She even has the line where she says,
"Dinosaurs eat man. Woman inherits the earth."
Or later when she says to John Hammond,
"We can discuss sexism and survival situations when I get back."
Because he's insinuating that he should go, even though he's an elderly man with a cane, and she's a young, very capable, strong person, but just by virtue of, being a man, he should be the one going. And she's like, yeah, okay. Like there's a bit of winking and humor imbued in the whole thing, but it is brought up. But it doesn't feel pandering or heavy-handed or ham-fisted. It just like works for her character. But at the same time, she also struggles. She shows fear and uncertainty. She's not just like a girl boss, an invulnerable, infallible goddess, like she just comes across as like a three-dimensional person who's very confident, but she also works together with the team. If the control room velociraptor scene was made now, I could see her like shoving Grant out of the way and grabbing the gun and like shooting the raptor in the face, and then having some like quippy line about, you want something done, you gotta get a woman to do it or something like that. So yeah, it's cool after all these years later, and even where the movie itself wasn't the main focus, it was more about the music. It was cool still gleaning some nuance and new perspectives, on this thing that's ubiquitous in our film zeitgeist. We are now in the first week of April, and all it took was a single YouTube review from one of my most trusted and balanced YouTubers that I watch, Dan Murrell, who used to be on Screen Junkies and now has been doing his own thing since COVID. Even though the subject matter, the sort of crime drama realism thing, is not my go-to genre at all. I already know that humanity is not always firing on all cylinders, and the last thing I need in my entertainment is to be reminded of that in the most like harrowing and brutal ways, but some people really like that kind of stuff. But everything that Mr. Murrell had to say about it gave me the impression that it was at least worth checking out, so I did. And though the subject matter itself did not surprise or really engross me, other than that, I really wanted to know, like I'm sure a lot of people do when they consume this kind of stuff and true crime and everything, is like, what happened, how did it happen, what can we learn from it kind of stuff. But I knew going into it that it wasn't really going to be about that, though of course I was still curious. But like a lot of people that I've been hearing talk about it since, agree that it is a technical marvel. And that is absolutely what drew me in and blew me away about watching it, and why, even though after the first episode I could tell that, number one, it was going to leave you wanting for answers. I could tell that it wasn't going to be the type of show that was going to explain everything. It was all about the execution of the concept. I was so incredibly engaged with what they were doing and how they were presenting it, that it really could have been about anything, like a day in the life kind of thing, and I think it still would have had a similar impact. Though in this case, because it was such heightened drama and tension, that did play in its favor, to me at least. Also knowing that it was only 4 episodes and not like, 6 or 8 or 13 or whatever we get on, normal streaming things these days. I think that is really smart, and for me, it's like going into a movie. Unless it's part of a bigger franchise and, an ongoing shared universe like the MCU, that you're basically getting something that's more or less self-contained. So you devote a couple hours to it and you're good. And you can walk away from it, process it, revisit it if you want. And it's not like a huge ask or demand of your time and energy and money, as opposed to television. And I've talked about this a lot on this channel, but engaging with long-running TV, or just like the general format of TV, where it's meant to not just be long form storytelling in whatever genre it happens to be, but also sort of like endless storytelling, where in the majority of movies, at least in Western cinema, you go in knowing that you're going to get more or less a complete story. It will leave you, either satisfied, or if it's not meant to, like, a horror tragedy or maybe mystery or something. But either way, that's part of the overall expectation of that format, that is giving you what you expect. But television, it can just go on and on indefinitely. And the problem is, like we've seen in many shows, especially these high concept prestige television era, where the expectation, of a wrap up, of a satisfying climax, is presented to you a lot of times early on, like in Stranger Things. Are they going to find Will? Lost, are they going to get off the island? Or more so, when are they going to get off the island? And stuff like that, which is pretty clear, and it sets you on a logical, kind of journey, which they can toy with and subvert expectations and stretch out over the course of the seasons and the whole series. And so then it becomes a balance between the storytellers and the audience expectations of, like, how long is it going to naturally, organically take to get to that logical outcome or climax, and the experience, becomes more about how you get there. Just like any action or superhero movie or something where that the good guys are going to win, but it's not about that. It's about how do they win and what journey do they go on to get there. But television runs the risk and often falls into the pitfall, at least for me as a audience member with limited time, energy, resources to devote to this stuff, where they stretch these premises out way, way past their expiration date. They toy and tease the audience. I mean, just look at like How I Met Your Mother. That simple concept went on for so long. There was no way that they were going to be able to wrap that up in a way that could organically satisfy the original setup in the first couple seasons, let alone the audience expectations after all the stuff that you go through with those characters. And then it becomes just more of like a chore, at least for me, either starting with a show before it's done, like Stranger Things, and becoming disillusioned and annoyed as it gets like redundant and they just keep it going because it's generating revenue. And they're going to have to end it at some point, but there's like no end in sight. It always begs the question for me, like, is this going to be worth it? And I've talked about this a lot, but Lost proved to me that when these things come down to the age-old conflict between the artistry and the sincerity of the storytelling, what needs to happen, and then the capitalism side of it, where if it's popular and making money, the studios, producers are going to stretch that out as long as they can, which then affects the creative process, which then affects the quality of the overall product. So I'm very wary, and just getting more and more so over the years, of giving television shows a shot, even if they're like really popular and getting great reviews. If there's no end in sight, if there's no, it is going to be this number of seasons or whatever, and they're just going to kind of keep recycling the concept as long as they can, I am very hesitant to get started, even if it's really good and it'll entertain me and satisfy me season by season. Overall, I'd honestly rather devote that time to engage with story in more consumable and logically concludable formats like movies. Or in the case of Adolescence, and the reason that I was totally willing to just sit down and give it a shot was because it was advertised as a limited series. It was only 4 episodes. So yeah, definitely longer than a movie, but not a setup to an ongoing series. Apparently it's so popular, though, who knows if they're going to expand on it or do spin-offs or whatever. But as it stands, and for what it is, it gave us its whole intended story, and that's that. And now I can watch it in less than a week and walk away from it and then just process it, and I can revisit it if I want to, but it doesn't have to be this huge, ominous, endless, nebulous, ask. So like every time somebody's like, hey, have you seen this show? Have you seen this show? Have you seen this show? Oh, you got to watch this. You got to watch that. You got to catch up on, like, I don't know, Doctor Who or the Breaking Bad universe or something. I'm like, it's just like homework. Whereas if somebody's like, oh, you really need to see this movie, I'm like, all right, I can carve out a couple hours on this evening and watch this thing, or watch it over the course of a few days, which I often end up doing because I never have like 2 consecutive hours to sit down and do anything. It's much less daunting and much more inviting that way. And that's what Adolescence was for me, because of the intentionality behind the way that it was presented in a 4-episode limited miniseries. And I know this format is not new. Miniseries have been around forever, and I really think that there's a lesson to be learned from these things, that television, especially now that, whatever you want to call it, network or cable or celestial TV is still around but basically obsolete, and streaming is, where all the viewers are, there's no reason that they have to stick to that same network format of just endless seasons of serialized or episodic television. Just do miniseries if you want to do more long form. I'm not advocating that everything has to be a compact, tight hour and a half, 2-hour movie. That's not appropriate for all stories. And yeah, there is only so much you can accomplish with characters and story in that amount of time. But what I am saying is, when you go into something that's not naturally open-ended with an open-ended mindset behind it, because that's the format, I feel like more often than not, it doesn't work. And that's why there's a whole culture of videos out there on the YouTubes and such about the day that this show died, the day that this franchise died, the day that this should have ended, or, that kind of stuff. Because I don't really think that like any good, satisfying story is meant to be ongoing indefinitely. Otherwise, we're just talking about life, and we're all living that story, and that's why we have entertainment to escape from life. But anyway, so I've rambled on for a long time about that, and I just want to make one more point before we actually talk about Adolescence, which is just to say that it's really aggravating on the flip side of things, where some streaming services have adopted this model, this miniseries, limited series model, namely Disney Plus. And at first, I was like, oh, cool, like they're doing these short, contained, one-off series, like in the Marvel Universe, Star Wars. I thought that that was a really good idea, to say that, like Kenobi is only going to have 6 episodes, and that's it. It's not going to be an ongoing seasonal show. So I was like, cool. They can take a concept and give it time to breathe, but still have an arc and a natural ending, and just, leave it at that. Just a long-form movie. And that's how they advertise these things, too. And I know Netflix did that, like with the Marvel Defenderverse too, even though theirs were longer. It was like double the length, like 12 to 13 episodes. But either way, they advertised them as like long movies as opposed to more episodic television. And I think that that was an interesting idea, but it was a little short-sighted, just in the fact that you got to have enough story to tell in that time. Like, again, a thing should be as long as it needs to be to tell the story properly. But I understand that when you're getting all this money from Netflix and you say, okay, we have 10 episodes mapped out, and they say, well, we want 13 because, then they have to stretch. And, that's why we saw a lot of that kind of dead air in those Defender shows. But I feel like Disney really dropped the ball with that, because they took stories that were originally conceptualized as films, like Kenobi and the Book of Boba Fett, and they tried to rework them into these 6-episode limited series, and they were absolute disasters. And you could tell that they had like a movie worth of story that they tried to stretch, and it was just ridiculous. So I really think that Adolescence is a perfect example and template moving forward about how to do, if you're going to do a limited series, do a limited series. And I think a lot of us would agree, though, that have seen Adolescence, that it could have been more. There could have been a lot more. But I think it was a really bold choice to really pare it down to these 4 distinct episodes, these little mini movies that all kind of tied together. And it really did feel like a complete work in that regard. Even though it totally could have been a long-running television series, too. They could have got into all the nitty-gritty details and everything. But it wasn't about that. And that's really what stood out to me about the show. Everything felt very intentional. And I hadn't really considered this until I saw this show, about the whole one-take, long take, as we used to call it when I was in film school in the early 2000s, or oneers, I guess is the more current term. I don't know how I feel about that. You know how it is when you hear something some way when you're younger, and that's what it is to you, like GIF versus GIF. No matter how accurate the other thing might be, I'll just never be able to wrap my head around scenario. Sorry, it's scenario. But yeah, I always really liked and admired, and we studied long takes. I had to do a project my junior year in my film class that was specifically around doing long takes, or oneers. Sorry, oneer sounds like a bathroom thing. Like, I got to go take a oneer. Anyway, and I remember when I was in college, a movie came out in our local like indie theaters, because in downtown Philly, there weren't any multiplexes. They were all in the outskirts of the city, and the only theaters in Center City were indie theaters. And there was a movie from Russia called Russian Ark, and it was like an hour and a half of a guy walking and mumbling through a museum, and I think in St. Petersburg, and there was all these like elaborate choreographed costumes, dance numbers and things, but it didn't really have like a story. It was more of just like a exercise and technical prowess, but it was getting so much praise, you know, for being a technical marvel, that it was all done in one take. And then we've seen so many of these ever since, like 1917 and Birdman, and then yeah, like a lot of TV has been experimenting with this. They've been whole episodes in one takes, or just like a lot of, you know, sequences in movies and television. So it's like not a new concept at all, but for some reason, like, I never really thought about it as a storytelling device specifically. It always really seemed, not consciously, like I wasn't like criticizing it in my mind or anything as I would watch long takes, but usually my reaction to long takes, one takes, oneers, single shots, whatever, does kind of take me out of the verisimilitude, the engaged experience overall, because I'm like noticing and often really impressed with how they did it. Like I said, having tried to do some myself in some student films, it's really hard. It takes a lot of planning, a lot of practice. And when you see these ones that go on, you know, anywhere from like 5 minutes to 2 hours, you're like mind blown. But it is very noticeable. And most of the time, just looking back at it now, I feel like most of the long takes that I've experienced, the story that they were creating wouldn't have been that different, the presentation, if there had been more cuts and more editing. It really has always come across to me as more of a exercise in like prestige filmmaking. And I really respect it. But for some reason, and I think it was just because it was used for a very specific purpose, instead of being more of like a, hey, look what we can do. Even though I was constantly mind blown and marveling at how they pull off this alleged, you know, hour-long one take per episode, especially when they were going in and out of locations, and then the camera would like all of a sudden be mounted to the front of a car and then somehow unmounted and go into a store, and then later fly up in the air. I was sitting there like, okay, it's got to be one camera, right? Is it on a drone the whole time? Did they meticulously program a drone to do all of these very specific shots, and the actors had very specific blocking that they had to get right? And I'm asking myself like, oh my God, how many takes did they have to do? What if somebody really messed up and they flubbed the line, or they fell over, you know, or something like fell in the background? I don't know, or, you know, an extra like buzzed the camera. Did they do any digital trickery? I mean, I've heard that they didn't, so I'm asking myself all these things, and I'm marveling at it the whole time, like, wow, this is amazing. Oh my gosh, how did they do that? How did they do that? And yet, I still found myself engaged with the story and super compelled by what was going on because of the long take. It didn't really occur to me until maybe like halfway through the show that was happening, but I realized at one point that this would have been an incredibly different show, even if the script was the same, the tone was the same, all the same acting, but if it was edited, if it had cuts, if it cut from close-up to close-up and over the shoulders to long shots, all that kind of stuff, it would have felt like a completely different experience, because the other thing that they did was they did it in real time, which, you know, one takes are naturally in real time, but I really think it was the synergy, hate that word, but I end up using it all the time. It just feels like such a pompous word for some reason. I don't know why. The synergy of all of these things coming together, the story, the characters, and then how they decided to tell that story, which is in real time, like an episode of 24 or whatever, but then also do one unbroken shot, that all together created this feeling of like we were watching a very slick, I think I even said this to my wife at one point, a very highly produced episode of Cops, where we're just seeing things unfold and we're in the point of view of the characters as they unfold. So it's like we are really stepping into their shoes, and we're feeling and reacting to things as they are. Like the chaos in that early scene where they bust into the house and everything is just like this manic, chaotic insanity. And it was just like dripping tension. It was so uncomfortable. And I found all of the episodes to be very uncomfortable in that regard, where we were just like a little bit too close and a little bit too in the shoes. Because like a lot of times, especially when there's editing, you are constantly being reminded that you're like empathizing with characters, but you're not them. But in Adolescence, you really felt like you were these characters. Like the episode between the accused, Jamie, and his therapist, we are like in her point of view the whole time, and we're really feeling what she's feeling. So like on the rewatchability front, I don't think I'm going to be rushing back to this one anytime soon, just because of the subject matter and because of like how dour and intense and intensely kind of cynical it was in a lot of ways. Well, maybe not cynical is the right word, but more just like a little too real, too gritty, too, like I said, uncomfortable. It was an escapism for me. But I do think it was one of the best shows that I've ever watched because, like I said, of the intentionality behind it. They really did everything for a reason, and you could tell that it was all included or excluded for a reason. And as I've said many times on this show and other places, that's all I really ask out of art. Even if it's not for me, I don't engage with it. If it obviously has a vision and a passion and something to say, I can't decry that. And that's really what I want out of this craft. So like going back to what I said earlier about long form television way overstaying its welcome, it's because of the people with the vision are constantly being interfered with by the people's in charge whose vision is money, not the art. And they ruin it time and time again. So I'm really glad that Netflix took a chance on a show like this. I'm really glad that it's so popular, and I really, really hope that it is a kind of signpost, a status quo update. Because like I said, I don't think it does anything particularly new in terms of doing a one-shot episode is not a new idea. Doing sort of like a true crime-esque, gritty crime family drama kind of thing is nothing new. Talking about the modern zeitgeist and integrating all that, into these kinds of situations is not new. But I really feel like all of those pieces used in such an intentional way is not new, but unique enough that it sets it apart from really anything that I've seen before. And I hope that the takeaway from this isn't, we need a lot more one-shots, one-takes, oneers. That's what people like. No, I think what we need is really good, intentional, passionate storytelling. And studios like Netflix allowing their creators to see that vision through and trust that if they have the passion for it, then that will connect with other passionate people. Quick context here, I have been privy, though not a direct player of Minecraft since its inception, because I've been a middle school teacher ever since Minecraft came out, and even back in the days before Windows owned it and you had to have the jar file to load it and you could play it offline and you didn't have to have an account. I've been dealing with that in my computer labs since the beginning. And over the years, as it got more popular, I got more insight into how useful it could be in a classroom. Used it for loads of different kinds of things in education over the years. And then when I had kids of my own, they loved it and I got to play with them. So though I've never had a lot of time to devote to just building things unhinderedly and just playing Minecraft in any mode for any stretch of time, I've been more like an overseer and a implementer of it, whether at home or at work. I am pretty familiar with the craft of the mine. And that's why I'm surprised that, kind of like the Simpsons movie, it took them so long to get going on this. I hear it's been in development for a long time, but I'm surprised that it has such a market that it does now, because just from my ear to the ground, working with middle schoolers every day, kids definitely know what it is. But I don't have a lot of kids, especially older middle school and into high school kids that are like hardcore crafters. I just didn't think that it was part of the zeitgeist like it was when it was, I thought, more at its peak several, if not more, years ago. So when they announced this movie, I was kind of like, really? Now? This feels like too little too late. And then when the trailers dropped, just like most everybody else, all I saw was, well, let's just say that it didn't give me any hope or indication that anything quality was in store. And for that reason, I had no plans to see it. But of course, my 13-year-old son really wanted to see it, which again, I was a little surprised about because he's been watching much more older skewing stuff these days. And I was surprised he wanted to watch a more specifically targeted family film. But he made it clear that he wanted to watch it more ironically, and I realized, especially when we saw it, that it was because he was familiar with all the memes that were already apparently huge and widespread even before the movie was released. I mean, I know there's the like I Am Steve meme and stuff, but I didn't realize all the other ones that had been gaining momentum for apparently months now. So that's what he was there for. He clearly said that he knew it was going to be bad, but that it was going to be a lot of fun because of that. And, you know, I could like nitpick and analyze all the things that didn't work about this, but I've already seen and read and listened to a bunch of reviews and YouTube analyses and things that go into it much more eloquently and detailed than I could or I have time for. I just want to give my general reaction, which is that was one of the worst movies that I have ever seen. One of the most incompetent, lazy, boring. I mean, I was so bored. I couldn't wait for it to be over. Like after the first scene, I knew what I was in for. And man, it just dragged. I didn't care about anything or anyone. There were no characters. They were just actors playing themselves or just placeholder nothings that were just there. And they weren't even really driving the plot. There was no plot. It was insanely amateur on every level. That was really the only thing that kept me engaged, was just the constant shock of how horrible it was, from the acting to the lighting, the costuming, the music. Why did Jack Black sing songs? What did that have to do with Minecraft? I have been a big Jack Black fan over the years. I always enjoyed Tenacious D. School of Rock is one of my favorite movies. But I also know that he's kind of a one-trick pony. I mean, he can act sometimes when he wants to, when he's in the right situation. But like Adam Sandler and other kind of like one-note comedic actors, you know what you're going to get with a Jack Black role. But I feel like at least most of the time, he's playing like a different version of himself. Like in Jumanji, at least he had like a character in both movies that was a little bit different. You know, it was still all Jack Black on the surface, but there was still some kind of like nuance and motivation, however weak it was. But in this case, like it was literally just like Jack Black just showed up and did whatever he wanted without any direction. And it was obnoxious, and I hated it. All the other so-called characters were completely forgettable. They weren't even one-dimensional. They were like nothing. They were like just cardboard. It was ridiculous. And I could just go on and on like that about everything, but I'm going to stop because I don't have a ton of time to record right now. But I did find the whole culture around it really kind of fascinating. It reminded me of the Rise of Gru from a couple of years ago, where this weird organic meme about kids dressing up in like black tie outfits to go see the movie caught on, and then of course got rowdy and had to be managed and removed from theaters and stuff. And I saw it Friday night, so I guess things were just building at that point, because when there wasn't a meme happening on screen, the theater was pretty silent. Like people weren't really laughing or chuckling or reacting to anything going on. It just felt like everybody was just waiting with bated breath for the meme to come. And that included my son, who was just sitting there sort of glazed over until, you know, the lava chicken or something would happen. And then he got super excited and to whip his phone out and do like a snap of the meme. And the rest of the theater erupted into applause and shouted out the meme, "I am Steve," or whatever about being a minor. I don't care. And I was like, oh, okay, so I see why this is a thing. People don't care about this movie or the quality of it. It's just sort of like a bigger zeitgeist thing. And I just think that that's interesting. You know, there's just some kind of sociological thing going on there. It's noteworthy. But on Friday night, at least where I am in Richmond, Virginia, there wasn't any like major disruption. There were people throwing things and freaking out. I guess that kind of caught on because of social media over the rest of the weekend. And it sounds like it got to a pretty bad boiling point where they were having to like kick people out and stuff. And that sucks. You know, it's just like really disrespectful. And it's really, really sad and concerning to me that it's this kind of thing that gets people to go see movies. Like I didn't see The Rise of Gru. I didn't see Barbie in theater, though I wish I had at this point, because I do love that movie so much having seen it. But it seems like people aren't going to the theater to see good movies as much as they're going to, as some generations might say, act a fool and capture it on social media. And I don't know. I mean, that kind of bums me out. To each their own, but it at least would have been nice if this movie was actually like competent at the very least to make it worth the rest of the experience. But I sincerely regret sitting through that thing and paying any money for the snacks that I did. Oh, and even though I got totally lambasted for it when I put out a short earlier this year talking about how I am not going to see Sonic 3, regardless of how good people are saying it is, because I am deciding to stop wasting my time with these lazily and cheaply constructed live action supposed movies that also feature CG characters. And I'm not talking about like Hulk or Thanos or Transformers or something like that, where they are rendered to look like they're part of that universe, like they're real. Even if there is an uncanny valley, at least they're trying. But with things like Sonic, Snow White, Smurfs, which they're doing another version, saw a trailer for that too before the Minecraft movie, Chipmunks and Minecraft, for me it just breaks immersion in the movie, in the story, which is like the whole point of narrative fiction entertainment, in my mind at least, or at least my preference is to be immersed in the world and be sucked in and feel like I'm experiencing that journey with them. And if it's given context like Roger Rabbit or that more recent Rescue Rangers movie, fine, that's great. Like, that works. Give it a reason to exist like that. But in Minecraft and these other movies, they play it off like these CG cartoon characters are supposed to coexist with live action without any context. We're just supposed to accept it, and I refuse to, because I know they're doing it to save money, not because it's what's best for the story. If it's what's best for the story, they would do what the more recent Mario movie did and just do a fully CG movie. But that's more expensive. So they cut corners. They don't just voice cast, but they just green screen celebrities like Jack Black and Jason Momoa, where they could have easily just had them voice Minecraft characters, or maybe become Minecraft characters when they go from the real world into Minecraft. How hard would it have been to just have the Minecraft world be the game of Minecraft? Then everything would have made sense, like why there's survival mode at night and creepers and zombies come out. It was all just arbitrary, and it was just fan service. And it was just like that because it was recognizable. But they just had the celebrities live action because it was cheaper. I will not stand for this. I hate it. So it's mid-April, and it's been a few weeks since the movie came out, and I've heard a lot more chatter about it online, of course, but also in person because, as I love to mention, I am a middle school teacher, and that is the target audience, apparently, for the Minecraft movie. Not necessarily for the enjoyment of the movie. I think that people that like it sincerely seem to be much younger skewing. But like my son, who's around the same age as the grades that I teach, they all have the same attitude about it. They love the memes, but nobody is talking about the movie. They're not talking about the characters like Steve and everything. They talk about Jack Black. They talk about Jason Momoa, and those are really the only names that they know. And after watching a couple more like deep dive analysis, looking at this zoomed out in the big picture and everything, I do feel kind of foolish for my intensely negative reaction that you just heard a second ago, just because I feel like I was duped along with a lot of other people from the generations that were either going to this movie thinking that it was going to be a movie or going because their kids wanted them to go. And I was a little bit of both because, you know, I would have enjoyed seeing a actual movie about Minecraft set in the world of Minecraft and being, you know, a movie that was like sincerely about celebrating the game of Minecraft and making a movie adaptation of it. Because, like I said, I was privy to it from the beginning, and I've used it in education a lot, and I've played it a little bit with my kids. But I really didn't realize, and I should have, that's why I feel foolish, how much of a setup this was from the beginning. I should have known, like, the day that my kid said he wanted to see this movie, which was, like, the day before opening night, but that he knew it was going to be bad, and he was excited to see just the memes on screen. But I didn't realize, like, how pretty much every moment of that horrendous piece of content, because it's not even a movie, was designed to be memeified. So one of the videos that I saw that really kind of put it all together for me was explaining how this is the first big screen, big budget brain rot content. This is like mainstream brain rot. This stuff has gone from more niche, like middle school humor specific to the internet kind of content to now it's a global sensation. And I'm trying really hard to not be super cynical and say that this is the end of art and sincerity and true expression, at least on this level. And I'm trying really hard to not have that boomer curmudgeon-y mindset if this is a way that Hollywood is going to go and just make more and more brain rot nonsense that is all about the sort of LOL random culture around it, as opposed to it being actually made with any kind of true vision or sincerity beyond just capitalizing on internet trends and goofy nonsensical humor with like no story to tell, no real characters to speak of. If that is kind of like where the zeitgeist is, especially because we're still in this very new time of generations growing up with the internet, which is a thing that is changing and evolving as it goes. The internet isn't new at this point, but the whole culture around it is continuing to shift really quickly. And so the generations that grow up with one version of it are different than the ones that precede it and everything. And just, you know, in my less than 20 years as an educator, I've seen so many different iterations that have kind of culminated now in this point of pure, extreme, unadulterated brain rot. And now we're at the point where that has become like mainstream and it's able to make whatever, probably $1 billion at the box office, save theaters from the slump that they've been in since COVID. So I'm trying not to look at it as wholly a bad thing. I'm not trying not to be judgmental about it at all. But I also feel kind of like taken for a ride. I feel duped and manipulated, I guess, just in the fact that this thing was marketed as a movie, at least to maybe the more ignorant traditional ones of us, you know, that see a movie trailer and movie posters and think that we're going to go see a movie. Because that was the only saving grace that I had. I knew this movie was going to be terrible, but I had hoped at the very least, and I hope this for every movie that I go into, whether or not I have preconceived ideas about it or not, is that it will at least entertain me on some level. But this didn't, because it felt like watching just a bunch of memes for an hour and a half, and I was bored to tears because I didn't find any of it funny, because I'm not a middle schooler. I totally get why kids are finding this funny right now, though I still don't think that it's going to have any staying power, just like most, you know, memes and meme culture kind of comes and goes. I think in a couple weeks, months, a year, everybody's going to be over this and sick of it because it's going to be so oversaturated. We've heard chicken jockey like 1 billion times at this point. And I know that just from day-to-day interactions with my students. 1 second, some catchphrase, meme, brain rot thing is like super funny and everybody's saying it. And then like a week later, a month later, whatever, kids are like, oh my God, you're still saying that? God, you're so last month or whatever. And that's what this thing is going to be. I have no doubt of that. And I guess in the end, I just wish that I was more in the know. And I think in this case, this was sort of like the awakening for me to see that this is where we are now. And hopefully I can navigate it and avoid it better. When the next big brain rot movie comes out and my kid wants me to go pay a bunch of money to see it, I'll say, nope, we're waiting for streaming, or I'll drop you off with your friends, because not that I ever want to deny my kids, you know, any experiences that are fun or important to them, but it doesn't mean that I have to be a part of it. Just like growing up, I respected the fact and really appreciated my parents for not being into or interested or wanting to suffer the music that my brother and I got into and the culture in the 90s, you know, around alt culture and nu metal and all that kind of stuff. But still, they accommodated my band playing in the basement and like shaking the house twice a week with how loud we were, and taking us to nasty parts of DC and Baltimore and dropping us off at concerts on school nights. Like, they knew it was important to us and they supported us, but they didn't sit through it themselves. And they made that conscious choice, and I think that's kind of where I'm at as a parent now. I will suffer the children, is that the term? But I won't suffer with the children. So it is mid-April, and my wife and I just watched a relatively new, I think, Netflix series called The Residents. It was one of those things that just came up recommended. We weren't searching it out or anything. But we have been watching some murder mystery stuff lately, which I've talked about a lot on here, is not at all my favorite genre. Typically not something that I seek out, because usually I feel that the most interesting stuff in a murder mystery has already happened, and then usually we're just watching this procedural, and I'm just not as interested in that kind of stuff, like I know a lot of people are. However, when it's done right and done well, at least for my preferences, where at the very least it has a focus not just on the plot and the mystery and everything, but actually like has good engaging characters that are dynamic and well written and dimensional to some degree at least, that's enough to get me past the monotony of the crime solving aspect. So for instance, I put out a short on YouTube probably like a year-ish ago where my wife and I watched Death and Other Details, I think, with Mandy Patinkin, just because we like him so much, and it turned out to be a really good show. Overall, I really enjoyed it. I did find that the mystery to be pretty interesting, especially when it all came together. And by the time I release this, I'm not sure if I'll have released a podcast episode where I talk about having catched up on the Kenneth Branagh-directed Poirot movies, and really enjoyed those too. So when The Residence was recommended, which we had no idea what it was until we watched the trailer, and saw that it was going to be a quirky, probably somewhat self-aware murder mystery, because everything has to be ironic and self-aware these days. Sincerity is just out the window. But still, it looked entertaining, and we gave it a shot because we were looking for something new to watch. And overall, I did really enjoy it. It was a lot of fun. The characters were very quirky and full of personality, and there was enough interesting stuff going on, and also it was short enough. I think it was like 8 episodes. I didn't feel like it overstayed its welcome or anything. It was a pretty good, tight, well-developed mystery. And what I enjoyed most about it was the fact that they did the thing that I think it was Robert McKee talked about in his book Story from the 90s, the famous screenwriting book, that always stuck with me, is that there's no such thing as like writing small town America or big city Europe or something like that. Generic settings in a story are a death sentence to the overall quality and impact of the story, because the setting should be just as much of a character, even if it's just one room or one building or one house, like in this case. The specificity around the setting and the way that the characters interact with it is just like another level of good storytelling and a way to portray information to make things unique and uniquely engaging. And I thought that they did a really good job with that in The Residence, because The Residence, the White House, felt like its own character. It had a personality, and it had a lot of different sort of manifestations with different characters. And you really felt that sort of like inexorable, intertwined nature of that place and the people that work there. And even though a lot of it was probably fictional, I still felt like I learned a lot about the White House, at least this version of it. My only real issue with the show, though, and I mention this every time that I talk about something socio-political, is that I don't like to talk about socio-political things typically, or at least give my stance on them, because that's not what my content is about. And I'm also pretty ambivalent about being caught up in social and political trends and infighting and all that kind of stuff. But this show made it a point early on a couple of times to be really ham-fistedly, like over obviously virtue signaling about essentially like how inane and useless men are, which like in a vacuum is fine if your story is about that and everything sort of revolves around that theme and you want to explore that theme. Even if it's maybe not for me or not for a specific audience, I can respect that if it's done well and they have something to say, at least they had a vision, they committed to it. And even though it did rub me the wrong way just because it was so heavy-handed and cheap and obvious, where like they were basically just looking at the camera without directly breaking the fourth wall and just being like, yeah, dudes are the worst, right? I was like, all right, fine. If that's what this show's going to be, let's at least see where it's going. And then it didn't really do anything with that other than, you know, having most of the, but not all, male characters being bumbling idiots. Though some of them did kind of come around from where they started, or at least from what they were originally presented to be, which were, you know, like bumbling, useless fools. But by the time, and I guess spoilers, I won't say who it is, but by the time we find out who the murderer is, and it is a woman, I was like, okay, so what was the point of directly calling out the flaws of males if it wasn't gonna like really play into the story in any meaningful way? And my wife was like, well, this is made by Shonda Rhimes, somebody, I know the name, but I'm not super familiar like with her as a personality or anything. And my wife explained to me that she tends to do pretty feminist-leaning stuff. So I was like, okay, fair enough. But it did really feel like it was just sort of a shallow dig, or like I said, virtue signaling or something, where it was intended to let the audience know early who the intended audience was for this or something like that. And they were trying to like get rid of non-believers or people that weren't down with the message or something. I'm not really sure. It really did feel sort of out of nowhere, and then they just didn't do anything with it anyway. So other than that, I thought the show was pretty well written and well executed, but I am really starting to rue for a time where all of our media didn't have to have these discussions in it, and they could just be escapist fiction and be fun without having to remind us about all the real world issues going on. Just finished the season finale of Daredevil Born Again. If you're curious about my thoughts on the original run of the Netflix Marvel stuff, the Defenders verse, I did a whole episode about that on episode 15 of this podcast. But like most people, I originally didn't have high hopes when they announced Born Again. It was going to be like 18 episodes, and he was going to have a different outfit, and it was going to have a whole different like tone. It was going to be more MCU friendly kind of stuff. And I had basically just written it off at that point, just like the rest of the MCU over the past few years. But then we got the news that it was being retooled and that they weren't happy with the original output of the initial production. And that was at least a hopeful sign that they were starting to understand what wasn't working and to try to give fans something more in the line of what they actually wanted to see from a revisit of a Charlie Cox Daredevil show. So, like a lot of people, at least the kind of people that I follow and listen to on the YouTubes, this was the one Marvel 2020's output so far that I was actually pretty excited to see. I did feel like, even with its ups and downs, the Netflix Defenderverse, especially when it came to Daredevil, ended before its time. And season 3 on Netflix, that season could have easily been also called Born Again, because Matt had gone from almost dead and presumed dead to really building himself back up and really not being Daredevil until the end of the show. If I remember correctly, it's been a little while since I watched it, but I don't think he even puts on the full outfit in that season. It's Bullseye that does, I believe, right? So it did feel like there was more story to tell there, and obviously there was a lot more source material that they hadn't explored yet. So even though we've been burned so many times now by mediocre to just straight up bad Marvel content in the past 5-ish years, I was willing to give this one a chance, especially because I just really wanted more Charlie Cox Daredevil. But I knew going into it that it wasn't going to be perfect, and I just intuitively knew, like all of us, not a hot take or anything, that there's no way that Disney Marvel was ever going to give us anything to the level that Netflix Marvel was able to. But I still hoped to at least be taken back, to that world where the characters were still intact and it still had, some grit and actual tension. And on those levels, Born Again really did work for me. It had the grit, it had the seriousness and the sincerity, the overall tone of the original series. And even though there were a lot of flaws, which we'll talk about in a second, but the best thing that I thought it had going for it, other than, the returning cast, was the willingness to let the show be sincere in its tone and consistent. That they didn't take a very serious and troubled and tumultuous character and make him just, another iteration of a quippy, cartoonish, and ironic Marvel character like they have been for so long now. That was my biggest worry. It wasn't, who was going to survive or who was going to be featured or, if it was going to continue the story of the original series or any of that. My biggest concern was that it would just get Marvel-fied and Disney-fied and made into a big joke where they couldn't trust the audience to be entertained for 30 seconds without some non sequitur, random LOL moment. I know everybody blames Joss Whedon for that kind of stuff, but if you actually go back and watch, especially his 2 Avengers movies, the humor, for the most part, was relevant and specific to the characters. I really feel like it was more James Gunn that brought in all this winking at the audience, tongue-in-cheek, ironic, one-note, cartoonish, LOL random humor that the MCU has become known for. But luckily, Born Again was pretty much devoid of all that. It was very serious and somber, and that, above anything else, kept me engaged even when the story was not quite working, or when a lot of the characters, especially the new cast, was really underdeveloped. Personally, I wasn't surprised about the Foggy thing. I had a feeling that they were going to do something like that right off the bat to kind of like jolt us into this new series and just create a very simple and streamlined and straightforward catalyst for the plot, since all the setup had already been done. And that's a double-edged sword, but we'll get back to that in a second. It's just that right off the bat, we're introduced to some new like side characters and supporting characters, both for Matt and for Kingpin. And I've heard a lot of reviews and criticisms and chatter that these characters were meant to replace Foggy and Karen, but I honestly don't really think so, that it was a replacement. I really think they just wrote out Foggy and Karen because either they didn't really know what to do with them, and or they didn't want to distract from the main A story, which was Matt and Fisk. And I know for a lot of people that didn't work, and I think it's not as much of a flaw with the writing, personally, than it is just a creative choice that is a different one than they made, or the vision that they had for the original run on Netflix. Because, and again, if you go back and listen to episode 15, which I need to refresh myself of exactly what I said back then, but my biggest takeaway, I remember, from binging all those shows, so it wasn't just Daredevil, but all of them, I felt were very bloated and distracted from their A stories, from our main protagonist, whether it was Luke Cage, Iron Fist, or Daredevil, with long segments of the show focusing on their side characters, like Jessica Jones's best friend, I don't remember the character's name now, and her whole journey, or Faramir, sorry, I don't remember the actor's name right now either, and Iron Fist and all of his behind-the-scenes meddlings. And especially in Daredevil, you had Foggy and Karen, who were like almost co-leads, because a lot of screen time was given to them. I'm not saying I didn't like them or I didn't find them to be interesting characters. Foggy, not as much. As much as I like Foggy as a foil and a supporter for Matt, I never found him to be the most compelling character because he really wasn't super nuanced. He was kind of the best friend character. If anything, I thought Karen was the stronger character, just in that she had like a lot more tenacity and integrity about being an active character with things to do and a story to tell. But they were just great characters, and they made a wonderful trio that, you know, was sad to see broken up. But at the same time, I was most compelled by Matt Murdock and his struggles with, you know, all of his internal conflict and external conflicts, his religious leanings, his integrity around necessary versus unnecessary violence, his training with Stick. I just thought there was more than enough Daredevil stuff to go around, and a lot of the other stuff was really distracting. And as much as I find Kingpin to be a very interesting, compelling, and layered character, most of like the conniving and machinations of villains, I'm usually not as compelled by as how the hero is going to overcome what they throw their way, if you know what I mean. I know a lot of people like that, but seeing how money laundering deals and, like in this current series, this port thing and all the details and bureaucracy and nuance around that plays out, I just really find myself wishing that we would just return back to the titular character, the superhero, and figuring out how, you know, these underdogs are going to take on these mounting conflicts that are stacking up against them. So even though there was a lot of shared, sometimes like equitable screen time given to Kingpin and his story and all the behind the scenes stuff, the fact that when we were with Matt, we were with Matt. And I know that his new lawyer partner and his cop friend were not suitable replacements for Foggy and Karen, like a lot of people kept assuming that they were, but I really felt like they were just kind of put there to have somebody for Matt to interact with, but they were never meant to be as important to him or his character, or really to have their own character arcs or journeys or anything like Foggy and Karen were. So I just didn't expect anything of them. I was really glad when they would just pop into a scene, they'd have a little talk with Matt, we'd get some information or whatever, they'd add a little conflict, a little tension, updates, whatever it was, and then they were out of the scene, and we could just focus on whatever Matt was going to do next with that information instead of having to go off and follow them around while I'm sitting here wondering, like, why am I watching these side characters do stuff in a Daredevil show? What's Daredevil up to? But on that front, I wasn't surprised that for most of the season we didn't have Daredevil being Daredevil, and it's called Born Again, so it was the gradual build up back to being the devil of Hell's Kitchen. But like I said too, we've already had a season like that in season 3, and if this was its own thing, not connected to that, okay, you could do another kind of origin-ish story, fine. But this was a direct continuation of the Netflix show, so it did feel a little sort of redundant and unnecessary to build him back up in season 3, and then we finally get Daredevil again, and then we have Daredevil for like 2 seconds at the beginning of this current season, and then almost the entire rest of the season he's struggling to become Daredevil again. We know it's coming, of course, but it's like, come on, like, when are we going to get there? So I'm not adverse to a slow burn kind of show and a gradual build and return to a place that I really want to get to. Like, if it's earned and it is building up to something, that's fine. And it did. Like, I think that they did a generally pretty good job of developing Matt Murdock as a character, apart from him just being in the Daredevil suit and breaking people's bones. In other words, I was generally interested in what was going on with Matt, but I kept finding myself, especially after like the halfway point of like, okay, when are we going to get there? When are we going to get there? And is it going to be earned? And so by the time we did get there, I did feel like it was a little undercooked or rushed, which is weird because the whole show was slowly building up to it. But then all of a sudden he's just like running through the streets in not great CGI. And I'm really not sure about the grappling hook thing. I know that that's in the comics and everything, but it's so Batman-y. I could see him doing it like a little bit, but they really relied on that this season, and I didn't think it was that unique or worth it for his character to really put that much focus on it as like his big thing that he does now. But yeah, it did feel a little, and sometimes a lot, unfocused just in terms of the forward momentum of it. There was a lot of stuff brought up from the Punisher and the Vigilantes in New York. And I'm not even going to get into all the inconsistencies and the breaking of verisimilitude in this universe, since this whole idea, people are acting like Vigilantes are these street-level nuisance kind of things when we've had aliens attack the planet more than once and the planet be saved, half of existence being saved by vigilantes. That was a big suspension of disbelief. But again, because this was in that Netflix kind of adjacent universe where they mentioned like the Chitauri coming down and stuff, the incident, but they didn't put a big focus on it, I was willing to just like let that be what it was, kind of let New York exist in its own little bubble of Fisk and Daredevilness without having to connect the whole thing. That's why I thought it was so obvious and heavy-handed and like obnoxious when they kept talking about Miss Marvel in that bank episode. It was like, okay, I get what you're doing. I know like that really rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, but for me, I was like, yeah, okay, if this is what you're going to do to connect this to the larger MCU, whatever, because nobody cares about Miss Marvel anyway. Like, good try, guys. And also on the plot front, I did think there were like way too many conveniences, though I guess they kind of addressed some of them later with like Matt's therapist girlfriend having both Muse and Vanessa and Kingpin as patients, though Matt suspected that once he found out that Vanessa and Fisk were under her care, that they did that specifically to get to him, sure. But like, where did this Muse character come from? They just kind of came out of nowhere. I know they were alluding to him, but then all of a sudden he's just a patient of hers because movie or because show kind of logic. It broke the immersion a little bit here and there. But again, this kind of stuff to me is small potatoes versus is it compelling? Is it interesting? Am I engaged? Is it exciting? Is it meeting the expectation of its genre and its tone? And it did. Though speaking of tone, the one thing that I found a little bit overwrought because it was just really overused, I think, was the music. They made sure that every scene, even if it was just a sitting down talking dialogue scene, had this like really epic, intense, either choral or like high-pitched string music. I have to go back and watch the Netflix versions. Maybe that was the same there, but I don't remember it being that distracting. It's one thing, to have the music build as the tension builds, and either support or counterpoint or allude or foreshadow something in a scene. But when every single scene has the biggest, most in-your-face music, there is a lot of diminishing returns there. And after a while, I just kind of tuned it out. But on the flip side, though, the acting I thought was generally so great, especially as expected between Vincent D'Onofrio and Charlie Cox and everybody else that they interacted with. I didn't think any of their side character actors were anything really to write home about, but the two of them elevated every scene that they were in, either together or separately. And just their dialogue, their line delivery, I thought there was a lot of really good, solid scenes, such good tension. And Vincent D'Onofrio, I'm probably saying his name wrong, he is terrifying. Just his mannerisms and his tone, and just knowing him for all this time from the original show, he's just this powder keg. We know he's going to go off. It's just a matter of when, and we're always waiting for it. And I was just scared for everybody that he was around at any point. Even if I didn't like the people he was conversing with, I still didn't want them to suffer the wrath of Kingpin. And speaking of suffering the wrath, the other thing that I thought the show got right was when it went dark and violent, it really did. Sometimes it was a little much compared to what it was before, where it was more like grounded, gory. This, they really went all out in the blood squibs and, showing bones through the flesh. And, oh my God, the scene in the finale that I just watched with Kingpin, like, rip the commissioner's head in half. That was some rough stuff. I really feel like they were overcompensating a little bit to try to show, like, hey, this isn't your kids' MCU, this is still adult, like it used to be. But I thought that they really showed their hand with that when they did it. But at least it was compartmentalized and pretty few and far between moments of that kind of stuff. So it wasn't just constant. And so I felt like when it happened, it was really shocking and intense, just like in the original show. If it was happening constantly, and I think that was a really smart choice, that they didn't just go for action, 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 because it would have decreased over time. Though I would have liked a much more action-packed finale, and it was much more of a build. And I realize now, seeing the whole thing as a whole, because I was wondering a lot of times, like, where is this going? Like, you had the White Tiger stuff, and they killed him off immediately before they barely developed him and his story, or some people were just in and out briefly, like Poindexter or Karen or Punisher. But the finale showed that this was all set up. This was a season of setup, which is frustrating, but also exciting for the next season. This really seems like this show is going to be what it is supposed to be in the second season. This was all just kind of getting things up and running again. I don't think that that's the best way to handle a series of television. I think it still should be a self-contained kind of story. And I guess it was, with the rise of Mayor Kingpin and everything, and him getting the city under his grasp. But in terms of the climax to that, like, that's going to be the next season, I guess, because we didn't get any of that. It was all just leading up to cliffhangers. And lastly, speaking of this show as its own self-contained season, or lack thereof, I really don't understand why they didn't just call this Daredevil Season 4. I mean, Disney got the Netflix Marvel stuff back on Disney Plus and Hulu or whatever, so why do it Born Again? Like, why do it as its own separate thing and call it Season 1 when it is a direct continuation of what came before? Especially because, and I wonder if this plays into, I haven't looked into it super specifically, but I've heard that the viewing numbers have been abysmal, which is super disappointing, just because I really wanted this to be good. And if it was good, I wanted it to be a new chapter for MCU television. Hopefully, the beginning of an upswing in quality. But even though they've branded this show its own thing and called it the first season of its own thing, this show does not work if you haven't seen the other shows. So I can't imagine if you're coming into this not having seen the Netflix stuff. I mean, maybe you'll still enjoy it overall, but there's so many things, and I'm not talking about Easter eggs and winks and nuances. But starting out with Foggy, Karen, and Matt and not developing, I mean, not even having them really talk to each other in that opening scene in favor of setting up the new side characters, and then killing Foggy and writing Karen out, as much as I thought that worked fine on a plot level, it did not work at all on an emotional level, especially the rivalry between Matt and Bullseye and the choice that Matt makes to push Bullseye off the roof. All of that is really weighty stuff that if you hadn't watched the first 3 seasons and thought this was like a brand new show or like, you know, a new iteration of Daredevil, or if you didn't know anything about Daredevil or whatever, none of that would have any meaning or impact. And all the stuff with Wilson Fisk, like being away, and I didn't watch, and I'm never going to watch Echo. I did watch Hawkeye, but it's also vague and underdeveloped within the context of this season of television. I think it was an interesting idea to have faith in the fans that they would know the context and be all caught up. But I guess that's been a big issue with MCU content pretty much, I guess, like ever since the first Avengers movie. This serialized, interconnected universe, yeah, you can enjoy things for what they are, but what they are is built on what's come before. And I don't think that that's like a bad thing. It's just that if you're going to put all your eggs in that basket, I don't know. I don't know if this is the best experiment for this, especially when, if you're going to do this, if you're going to keep everything within one universe and technically have it all interconnect and play off each other, you know, and build to big climaxes like a season of television does, even though I know we're talking about a season of television here, but I'm talking about the broader kind of MCU in general and how that format, I think, was a problem for this show and pretty much like all their content at this point, is they make the assumption that everybody knows what's going on and is caught up. And I feel like they're doing a disservice to casual fans or people just generally interested in superhero content and catch stuff here and there when there's so much riding on what's come before. And if you didn't do your homework, you're going to be like, what? I don't know. Like for me, you know, it worked because I was in the know. By the time that Poindexter broke out of prison and infiltrated the gala in the penultimate episode of the season, I was like on the edge of my seat because I knew the stakes. But if you hadn't seen the other seasons, you barely got to know this guy. And I guess that's kind of the double-edged solution here. I understand that they were trying to keep it lean, and I think that was a smart idea in general. Like I said, I really like the focus on the main characters as opposed to it be more of an ensemble. Because I'm sorry, when it comes to superhero content, the most interesting characters are always the superheroes. I know some people would disagree with me, but that's how I feel. When you have superhuman people doing superhuman things, the other humans around them are never going to be as compelling, at least to me. But then, you know, if you have one scene with the Punisher before the climax, if you hadn't seen like season 2 of Daredevil and the Punisher show on Netflix, then why would anybody care that Frank Castle is like putting his life on the line for somebody that he's diametrically opposed to most of the time? They barely scratch the surface of that, and they're counting on the fact, obviously, that you already know all that. And I just think that that is a mistake. If they really wanted to integrate and pay off the relationship between Matt and Frank, they should have developed it more in this show. So I don't think that it was bad, and I don't think that it was unnecessary. I think there was a lot of interesting stuff going on, a good continuation of the last show in general. But I do think there was a lot of corners cut and a lot of lazy writing. But you can pretty much say that about like any MCU project at this point. So I'm not surprised, but I am looking forward to season 2 if they make it. But if they don't, I won't be surprised. And it'll just be another petering out of what was a great opportunity and a great cast. And it's just so unfortunate that they can't give these properties the respect that they deserve and have earned over the decades of telling great stories when it comes to adapting them for screen. It's the very end of April, and I just saw Sinners the other night. And I didn't even know this movie was coming out. I hadn't heard about it. I hadn't heard any of the hype. I don't know how I missed it. All I've been hearing about Ryan Coogler recently is that he was attached to an X-Files reboot. And I like and respect him as a director. I think that experiment that Marvel had been doing, we'll see how they keep going with it, but to scoop up like young up-and-coming directors to helm their egregiously budgeted movies at a scale that most of these directors had never worked at before. You know, everybody like Nia DaCosta and the Marvels, Taika Waititi and Thor, Chloe Zhao and the Eternals. Politics aside, it was an interesting idea, I think, in concept, to take these young up-and-coming directors, these visionaries, people with a lot of potential, and, you know, give them the resources to make something much bigger in scale and scope than they would have been able to otherwise. But obviously we've seen that they weren't given the freedom and autonomy to do that and follow their instincts and vision, because they were just directors for hire, essentially, in the end, some of them more than others. It seems like Taika, for instance, was given full leeway for like Love and Thunder, and that turned out the way that it did. But either way, it is a big break for these directors at that level. And then for like Coogler, he was able to use that clout of having a few IP successes under his belt. I never saw Wakanda Forever, and I don't plan to, because it's part of the post-Endgame output of Marvel that I'm just not interested in anymore. But I was still curious about, you know, his career and trajectory after he was done with Marvel and Disney, like what he would do next. And so the first way that I heard about this movie was a couple weeks ago when the reviews started coming out. And because I hadn't heard about it before, I just assumed it was like a straight to streaming property. And then I heard that Coogler was in charge of it, and I was like, oh, okay, so I guess he's making something new now. But I didn't realize the context around it. And the first review that I heard from Dan Murrell did a good job of using a euphemism, marshmallows instead of spoilers, vampires. So if I had just stuck with that, I would have gone in totally blind and cold. But his review was so positive that made me want to go check out some other reviews to see if this was something that I should actually see in the theaters. And of course, because it was in the trailers, which I didn't watch before the movie, the reviews still did spoil the vampire side of things. So I'd be curious to know what my reaction would have been had I not known that it was about vampires, though I knew that it was going to contain something that was out of the ordinary either way. So I was braced for something unique, but I still didn't really know anything about the plot or the tone, the setting even. It was really pretty vague. And I'm glad for that, because the overall experience was one of my favorite kind of movie experiences. For myself personally, just the like awe and the discovery factor. Like, I don't know what this is. I don't know what's going to happen. It's taking me on a ride, and I was just really there for it. I was on board with whatever was going to happen, as opposed to like going into an IP driven kind of thing like a Marvel or Jurassic Park or something, where I have certain expectations, what I expect to get out of it. And it's more about the quality of that product than it is about the actual substance behind it. But this was like a real cinematic experience on every level. I thought the craft was not just top notch, but also so intentional and had such a vision. And I knew that Coogler from seeing Creed and Black Panther, and then I saw Fruitvale Station somewhere in there after I was aware of who he was as a director. But I had no idea what he was going to bring to the table for this, and, you know, what his intentions were. So just with like how technically and emotionally stunning the movie was in so many different ways, and getting that in a very organic way made it just like really a sight to behold. One of the most exciting theater experiences that I've had in a really long time. But also the fact that because this was an original property and it was getting such good buzz and word of mouth, that people were there to see it with the same sort of like kinetic excitement, and they were going through the same shock and awe factors that I was as things were unfolding. That's what really made it all that much more impactful and memorable, was gasping and guttural reactions to all the big shocking moments, and having that collectively in the crowd kind of feeding off each other's energy was something that I haven't experienced. I don't remember the last time. So that's what really stood out to me about it, was the experience of it. I was really into the movie, and I really liked the characters and the themes and the plot. And this is just a more personal preference, and I'll talk a lot more about this in an upcoming episode about my brother making me watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer. But I'm just not the biggest like fan of vampire lore in general. I think vampires are cool, but they're not my favorite supernatural being. I do think they are, you know, really overplayed and played out a little bit in media, just like zombies. So I don't know. I'm just not one of those people that's like anything vampire is good. It has to justify itself. And this totally did. Though I always struggle with the sort of meta side to this kind of stuff, to lore that exists in our world, in our reality. And then you have like a fictional, totally detached but representative of our reality in some ways, and they're running around saying things like talking about zombies and vampires and whatever. It just takes me out of it just a little bit. But then at the same time, in like, you know, Walking Dead, where they call them walkers because they're intentionally trying to avoid the Z word, or Last of Us with the clickers and bloaters and everything, that also takes me out of it. So there's no winning for me when it comes to this stuff. And again, it really just comes back to the quality of the product itself. And this was top notch. I just was hearing from a lot of people that this was a slow burn movie, and I understand what they're saying because it was slowly building up to the climax with all the action, horror, and gore and everything with the vampires and all the lore around them. But I was actually more compelled and interested just in these characters and the setting and how tense everything was before the vampires were even introduced. I could totally see a version of this movie that was not supernatural and more just a character drama. And I would have been totally fine with that because it was so good and so interesting. The characters were so well-rounded and developed, and the relationships were so interesting and full of interpersonal and internal but also external conflict. Like it was hitting on all levels on that regard. But since I knew that something big was coming and had to do with vampires, I wasn't surprised. But it did feel like, you know, sort of a different story kind of took over. Though it did all tie together, and I don't decry Coogler's vision for it at all. I think he made exactly what he wanted to, and that is the most exciting thing about, I think, you know, his career trajectory at this point, because he worked within the system and he paid his dues and he was very successful with what he did. So that allowed him to make a passion project, and I hope that that continues. I think we have another, maybe not at the same cerebral level and maybe technical level, maybe, but we have a Nolan situation on our hands where I think that Coogler has like more than earned and proven his right to have a career of like autonomy. Shyamalan is another example. And with that, it was just so exciting and, I mean, revelatory to a certain degree that he was able to make a movie at this scale and scope that was so personal and so specific to what he wanted. I mean, it felt more like a Tarantino movie in that regard than it did like a studio movie, because he took a lot of really big risks and swung for the fences and beyond. It was very bold, and I know that it's not going to work for everybody, and I don't think that all art should. I think the signs of great art is when it speaks very deeply to some people and doesn't work at all for other people. The worst kind of art is just middle of the road trying to please everybody, because it's really not art at that point. It's just a product. And I just love that Coogler obviously wasn't afraid to just go for it, because he had really big bombastic characters. He had really big bombastic effects. He had some really interesting visual ideas that he was able to see through. But also he just like went super hardcore on all the things that you would want to see within the genres that he was working in, especially the vampire gore body horror stuff. Like, it was nasty, and it was sometimes over the top to the point that it was a little silly on that grindhouse kind of level. And he just didn't pull any punches. You know, he went all the way with it, and it just did not feel safe. And I love that. I want more of that. This is not like my favorite movie ever or anything, but it's one of the most memorable movie experiences that I've had in the theater. But it's also stuck with me the past few days. I just can't stop thinking about it and just kind of feeling it. You know, like, it had a very visceral feel and tone, and it was very impactful, and I'm really excited to watch it again. And I've been recommending it to people, and anybody that hasn't been spoiled about what the content is, I've been telling them to make sure they stay away from that and just go see it blind. And I'm really curious about their experience with it. I hope that Coogler stays on this trajectory, because it sounds like he's already made the studios nervous about his unique contract that he was able to get out of it, where he gets the rights back in like 25 years or whatever. And I hope he's starting a new way for the system to work, disrupting the studio system, working outside of it to hopefully inspire and support other visionaries that can make real art and real passion projects without it having to be within this totally broken and creatively bankrupt system that we're stuck in at the moment. I posted an episode a year or so ago about me rewatching the entire Mission Impossible franchise leading up to seeing Dead Reckoning, at that time called Part 1, which extrapolates more on my feelings about the series as a whole and gives my review and reaction of Dead Reckoning, which I did generally enjoy and thought was a worthy entry, though not the strongest of the franchise overall. But I'm pretty sure that I said in that episode that if they had stopped the series at Fallout, or if Fallout had been the climactic movie of the series, it would have been very appropriately so, because they really did kind of tie things up in a way where, like I said in that episode, they used all of the elements that had been set up and toyed around with for the whole series at like peak level in that movie, from the tension and suspense to the action and stunts. But they also, more than any of the other movies, upped the emotional stakes and a little bit of character development, which I thought was the one big thing that the series had always been lacking. And even with the cracks that started to show with Dead Reckoning being overstuffed and bloated and a little meandering, and they started killing off main characters, it did beg the question of, like, should this franchise keep going with an aging Tom Cruise? And with the series hitting an obvious peak with Fallout, it seemed like the stunt and Cruise-focused series was starting to become a little bit of a gimmick and didn't necessarily have the substance to justify continuing on other than just to keep the franchise going. But because at the time it was marketed as a Part 1, and even though it did have its own self-contained story for the most part, it was really just set up for what was supposed to be this big finale, technically, supposedly. If not to the whole series, at least to this two-parter movie thing. Because even though they changed the name, which I'm guessing that they did partially to avoid some of the marketing mistakes that they made by marketing it as a two-part movie, but then the first movie not doing as well as they had hoped, I think a change of title, a rebranding, was meant to separate this movie from that one a little bit and get people to go see it even if they didn't see Part 1, because I know a lot of people didn't see Part 1 compared to all the people that saw the previous movies. But for anybody that saw Part 1, we know that it was all just set up for this big climax with the entity and Gabriel and all of the other stuff that they set up, like with, I can't remember the actress's name right now, but the woman that played Mantis in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, switching sides, Luther going off to do something on his own, all the setup with Ethan's past that we thought was going to play a bigger role, or at least get more development. But now, having seen the movie, though I can say that I enjoyed it mostly at the same level as Part 1, or Dead Reckoning now. It was fun, it was exciting, there was a lot of novel stunts and effects. And since I saw it on opening night, by the way, we're in late May now, I've listened to a lot of other people's reviews on the YouTubes and such. And I got to say, I was a little surprised about the more extreme, in some cases almost like vitriolic disappointment and dissatisfaction with this movie. Because to me, I thought it felt like a pretty standard Mission Impossible movie overall. Yeah, it was definitely lacking in some areas. It definitely did not pay off most of that stuff that I just mentioned that was set up in Part 1, at least not in a satisfying way. And yes, I totally recognize that there was a lot of exposition and a lot of kind of like flashback reels that I did feel were unnecessary and kind of treated the audience like we were a little dumb and needed to be spoon-fed all this information and imagery from the other movies because, how could we possibly infer any of that from what is like currently happening in the story? But whatever. I never saw these movies as like top tier pristine storytelling, at least not since the first one. They've been more convoluted than complex, more kind of frenzied and frantic than intelligent, or maybe at least as smart as they thought they were trying to be. But even at the lowest point, like with number 2, they were always entertaining and had varying but generally satisfying amounts of action and suspense. So what I'm saying is that I never like put all my hopes and dreams into these movies. I never saw them as like high art. They're spectacle, which is why until I rewatched Fallout, because if you listen to my earlier episode about the series, I did not like Fallout the first time I saw it. But after the second time I saw it, it's become one of my favorite action movies of all time, up there with like Aliens, Terminator, Bad Boys, Die Hard, You get the gist. I'm really excited to watch it again, but I can't say that about the rest of the series, except for the first one, now that I've seen it again after so long. But 2, up until, what was the one before Fallout? Rogue Nation. I enjoyed them, but after I saw them, I had no impulse or compulsion to watch them again. So though I don't think they're nearly as dumb or slop that like the Fast and Furious movies always have been, but have become even more. I haven't even seen the last couple. I had a similar kind of reaction to seeing the Mission Impossible movies as those, and a lot of other what I consider kind of throwaway action. Is it was fun and entertaining, but there was nothing like deeper or more impactful that made it like essential viewing up until Fallout, which, like I said, even though it wasn't meant to be a conclusive entry of the franchise, I guess, it was just an installment. It did feel not only like a climactic spectacle finale, because they really dialed everything up that they had been doing and building up to since the beginning, but they left you with this very open-ended but heartfelt sense that, you know, no matter what happens in the world, no matter what dangers and threats are lurking, the MI team is there. Ethan Hunt will be there behind the scenes working for the good, the betterment of humanity. So instead of like doing the lazy thing like they've done in these past couple movies where they started killing off main characters and stuff, they left everything kind of intact. And Fallout could have been like the perfect send-off to end on a high note, end on a positive note, end on a hopeful note. But I understand that the movie did really, really well. One of the more lucrative and successful entries in the franchise. So of course they're going to make more. And it wasn't Dead Reckoning Part 1's fault for all the things that it was up against, like the COVID restrictions and Barbenheimer and everything. But it is really crazy to me, and my biggest disappointment with the movie, aside from the clunky exposition and bloated runtime and overindulgence of Cruise's spectacle, ego, and everything, all the things that people are nitpicking about it, which I do recognize. But to me, they didn't really detract that much because I wasn't expecting, like, I guess, Fallout level peakness from this entry because of how middle of the road Dead Reckoning Part 1 was by comparison to Fallout. So, you know, I essentially got what I expected from it. It was just like a fun time at the movies, but not something that I was going to rave about or like go back and have to watch again anytime soon. But the most disappointing part to me was the lack of finality. The fact that this just felt like another entry, that the whole Dead Reckoning or Reckoning saga, as it were now, was just like an entry in the franchise after they had this big climactic, emotionally resonant entry with Fallout. I feel now, having seen the whole series and this last batch of films, the flaws of the Reckoning movies, maybe the short-sightedness or the egos with the clunky storytelling and everything, could easily been overlooked and forgiven if they had come to some kind of actual conclusion for these characters, not just for this plot, this entity plot. Because yeah, they wrapped that up, whatever. But Fallout showed us that there was more to get invested in with these characters, and they just really squandered it. They squandered the opportunity. So the end of the final Reckoning just really fell flat for me because they were basically doing the same thing they did at the end of Fallout. They're like, hey, the team's here. Even though Cruise is in his 60s now, whatever, he's still our magic, invincible superhero, Ethan Hunt. Just going to keep going, even if they don't make any more movies. And it's just frustrating that they couldn't have just let it end on that high note of Fallout. There were several moments during the movie where I thought if they would actually like be so bold and take a risk that they could have actually killed off Ethan Hunt, especially after the submarine scene where we're spending like, 20 minutes with him by himself, no dialogue. And it's very suspenseful and a wonderful spectacle, really well presented and executed. I thought that whole sequence was really great. It really reminded me of The Abyss. Speaking of Cameron, the whole entity thing and its ultimate goal to have nuclear fallout and everything just was so Terminator 2, Skynet. I know everybody's been saying that too, but it just goes to show that there are some things that James Cameron just did better than everybody else back in the 80s and 90s, and why even try to repeat? Especially not going to do anything new with it. But yeah, after everything that he went through and convincing all these superpowers to, allow him this opportunity to do the impossible, to retrieve this source code MacGuffin, suffering from decompression sickness, which I felt they did a big thing setting up, but they never really explored like how difficult it was for him to be like disoriented and all that pressure on him and everything. I felt like he was just kind of plugging along that whole time when he was in the sub, but whatever. And then drowning again in the series and going into hypothermic shock. That whole sequence where he was so heroic and selfless, he really lived up to that sort of like superhero status that the series had been building him up to. And in this installment, for some reason, they made him out to be like this kind of like messiah character. I'm not sure why they elevated him to this like godlike status where he's the only one, the only pure of heart person that could control the entity and everything. I thought that was a little hyperbolic and unnecessary, because even in this movie and all the other movies, they've showed how he's not a superhero. He's a very fallible human that makes mistakes and gets hurt a lot and fumbles. So I just felt like that whole thing kind of came out of nowhere, where he was like this deity. But whatever, like if that was a note they wanted to end on, if they really wanted it to be not a Mission Impossible send-off, which I assume that that's what they were going to do, was they were going to either like deactivate, retire, or kill off his character. And, you know, maybe like Haley Atwell, his seemingly protege in the last movie, which didn't amount to anything either in the new movie. Somebody would step into his place, you know, they would do spin-off movies or whatever. You know, I was kind of expecting that, even though not hoping for it. But if this was going to be Tom Cruise / Ethan Hunt's big finale, even though, again, I feel like they gave him that perfectly in Fallout on an emotional side, then he could just ride off into the sunset. I thought that would have been a great moment to do it. When he's almost at the surface and he's done everything he possibly can. He's put himself through the most harrowing physical, mental, psychological, spiritual challenges, you know, that anybody could face. And he gets just close enough, you know, to hand off, metaphorically, the MacGuffin to the rest of the team to take it from there, that they can take up his mantle, take the torch, and continue on without him, because his legacy, his spirit will always be there, be with them, you know. But no, they do the cliche CPR resurrection, and then he's fine, and like the next day he's able to go do it all again, hang off the side of planes and stuff. So then, even though it would have been a lot more messy, I thought it would have been a good send-off, at least in terms of the sequence that they set up. How like he kept struggling and trying to overcome all these challenges, and he finally defeats Gabriel, and you think he has a moment of respite, but no, the plane's on fire. So then he gets a parachute and he jumps, but the parachute's on fire. It was almost comedic, but it did go with the themes of Ethan having to pivot and, like they said through the whole movie, figure it out under severe duress and pressure. But that whole scene where he's falling and he's trying to put the thing in the thing.
Put this thing on the thing!
And then we cut away and we see that he's succeeded in what he did, because Haley Atwell was able to cut the wire and grab the MacGuffin, and everything was, you know, successful. The world was saved. I thought it would be an appropriate moment then, too, to either maybe show like a big aerial bird's eye shot of Hunt dead on the ground. No, that would have been more morbid, but at least it could have been final. Or better, they could have not shown him again. We don't know if Hunt was dead. They never recovered his body. And that would have been his way of retiring. He did what he needed to do. He saved the world on the grandest scale he could. It's left ambiguous if he's still alive or not, but it doesn't matter to the series, because either way, Tom Cruise is out, and it could continue on if they wanted it to. But no, it really seems that the egos of these filmmakers, I'm not putting Cruise in isolation in that, because, you know, he works very closely with McQuarrie and his production team and everything. It just seems that, like, the whole thing about elevating him to this godlike status at this point in the series put him up there with the egos of people like The Rock and such, that, you know, they can never be portrayed as bad or ever get, like, hurt or defeated in a fight or something. It seems like, even though they've showed how much that Tom Cruise, Ethan Hunt's character, struggles and gets defeated, makes mistakes, that in the end, they couldn't let his character be a person. He had to be an icon. And so they just ended it like on the Fallout note of like everything's back to status quo, but way less impactful and interesting. So that's what got me the most about it. I don't think it's a bad movie. I think it's a flawed movie, but I think they all are, except for maybe Fallout or the first one. And it just felt on par with the rest of the series in there. It just felt like an entry, and I was hoping for more. Maybe that's my fault. I got my expectations higher, but based on the marketing and all the behind-the-scenes talk and everything, I know that I'm not the only one that went into it with bigger expectations. Not necessarily for quality or content, but for what it was all leading to. So it's unfortunate now that I've had this big 180 on this series where I was willing to watch them just because they were something to watch and I like action movies, to Fallout being one of my favorite action movies of all time, to now, if they continue this series in any way, whether it's with Tom Cruise or whatever, I am not going to rush out and see it. I just feel like the magic is gone. The sauce bottle is empty, and now they're just spinning their wheels. And what a bummer to go out on if this is the end. So it's mid-June, and last week my wife and I watched Predator, Killer of Killers on Hulu. And by the way, I was a little confused about all this Predator stuff coming up because I think we also have the live action one coming out later this year, right? And I feel like maybe I'm wrong, but they dropped trailers for both of these around the same time, and I was like, is this the same thing? What is this? What's going on with the Predator franchise? They're just launching out content at this point. But now I kind of see what they're doing. They're either setting up something for the new movie with this, or at least trying to get the hype train going. And overall, I got to say it worked. Being of that generation that was too young for the original theatrical releases of things like Predator, Aliens, Terminator, I was just on the cusp of that stuff still being in the zeitgeist. I could still go to the store and buy Terminator 2 toys at Toys R Us or RoboCop along with my Ninja Turtles and things. So being able to get a Xenomorph in Toys R Us that came with a little companion comic, even though I wasn't allowed to see the movies, it was a great way to be exposed to and still be part of the zeitgeist of these franchises at a young age. So, they're really definitely part of my foundational stuff. As much as I abhor what's happened to the Alien franchise in the past, almost 30 years at this point, I still feel on the inside, just I'm a fan of Aliens. I'm hopeful, though very jaded and cynical, but there's still a little spark in me that's please, if you're going to make more Alien stuff, maybe it'll be good like it was, because it was good at one point, and I have a strong affection for those franchises. Predator, of course, being one of them, because it was definitely part of that Aliens, Terminator, Predator, action, sci-fi, horror trifecta coming out of the 80s and playing into my childhood interests and fandoms and everything. So like everybody, I've been mostly more and more just disappointed, let down, and discouraged by the Predator and Predator-related output in the past 30 years or so. I did a short on YouTube, little mini review of Prey back when it came out, youtube.com/breathingunderwater. But essentially, like most people, I felt like Prey wasn't perfect, but it really was a step in the right direction. I haven't watched it or been super compelled to watch it again since it first came out, but I did enjoy it, and it did kind of reinvigorate a little bit more hope, at least, that the Predator franchise was back on the right track. But even so, when they announced, and maybe I missed it earlier, but it seemed to be a pretty short window between the announcement of the Killer of Killers and it being released. So it just seemed to be rushed, at least in my perspective, my estimation. I didn't have really high hopes for this thing, but I heard a couple of really good reviews. So I was like, all right, I'll check it out. And I heard it was relatively short, less than an hour and a half. And I was like, hey, these days that's shorter than, a Stranger Things episode. So why not? Why not give it a chance? At the very least, it could be fun. I heard it was really gory, action heavy, so I was like, yeah, let's see. And like Prey, I didn't think it was perfect or amazing or as good as the first movie, of course. But it was fun. I really enjoyed it, actually. I thought there was some really clever, just little things that they did to kind of toy around with our expectations a little bit. The variations on the different kinds of predators made you ask those questions about why. But they did a good job of not, over-explaining everything. I really liked how visually oriented it was, even with the more dialogue-heavy sections, the first one, and with the Vikings and the third one with the World War II pilots, they still weren't like dialogue driven or dialogue dependent. And I thought the visuals just overall were like pretty great. Like some of the reviews I heard, it did take me a minute to kind of adjust to the weird choppy animation. I don't know exactly what they were going for there. I don't know if it was supposed to like kind of separate itself from smoother and more, I don't know, childlike animation, because animation, of course, always struggles with that stigma. I didn't think it was necessary, but it was fine after getting used to it. But otherwise, like, I thought the impact of the violence and the action was pretty up there. I was making a lot of really shocked and odd faces by not only the choices that they made for how like the kills went down and how disgustingly gory a lot of it was, but I was like audibly like, whoa, like, oh my god, what the, you know, that kind of stuff, which I'm sure annoys the hell out of my wife, but she puts up with me. God bless her. And even though she had a lot of questions for me, because she has never seen any Predator material from what I understand. I think she had tried to watch Prey with me and then decided that it wasn't for her. Or we had to like pause it and then she just was like, you go ahead and finish it, I don't really care. Something like that. She was rightfully confused about like, who are these things? Why are they doing what they're doing? And this definitely was made for more Predator heads. Like it wasn't meant for first time normies because they didn't really explain anything. You just had to kind of know what was going on. But even like the day after, I was surprised. She said, you know, I really liked that movie last night. It was pretty fun and I'd like to see more of that stuff. And I was pretty surprised to hear that because, like I said, she is a indoctrinated normie when it comes to this franchise. But there was enough there to get her interested and engaged. Like a lot of people, I think my favorite one, and my wife's too, was the middle one with the ninjas. I really, really liked how it was visually oriented and told. And even though by that climax where it all comes together, it did get a little silly, a little over the top, I thought it was actually a pretty fun kind of escalation of things that we've seen in definitely other media, you know, like the Battle Royale kind of situation, everything from Battle Royale to Hunger Games to Coneheads. But I thought it was a really fun, creative climax, not just situationally, but for these specific characters, because not only did they have a major language barrier, but they had a completely different time barrier by virtue of being from three very different times, different cultures. And I thought that was a really fun, clever way to kind of throw these characters into a high octane situation and get them to not only have to develop their own characters and characterization in that situation, because they did a good job setting up these characters, I thought, and making them endearing in their own way, interesting and layered, and gave them a little bit on the emotionality front to work with. They weren't just like cardboard cutout inserts, archetypes or whatever. Like they felt like distinct people with their own motivations and their own worldviews. But then they also had to develop very quickly relationships together and like a team dynamic. And I thought it all paid off pretty well. Honestly, especially with how short this was, I thought this was one of the better mixtures of horror-tinged action and character development that I've seen in any medium in a long time. It didn't beat around the bush. It got to the point quickly, but it really made use of everything from these distinct characters and their cultures and their setting. And then the Predator diversion was a really interesting kind of curveball to the stories that were already in motion in each of these segments. So after seeing the trailer for the new Predator movie, I can't even remember what the subtitle is or whatever at this point, which looks really bad, visually at least. I mean, the idea of setting it on the Predator homeworld and kind of fleshing out the Predator species more thoroughly than just being like these, you know, one-off monsters that interrupt humans' lives, I think is an interesting and kind of natural progression for this franchise, something that hasn't been explored as much yet, but it is going to really risk detracting from the mystique and the mystery of the Predator as like this sort of big picture nebulous force of nature that, like in the Alien franchise originally, we didn't know very much about. We had to infer a lot, and that made it scarier. So I'm concerned about that aspect of it. Like the more that we give these things context and backstory and to try to explain every little thing. Then we run into the Prometheus Covenant debacles of like, nobody wanted this, nobody needed this, nobody asked for this, and this really ruins the lore, the headcanon, and the mystique of these creatures. They're not scary anymore. They're just kind of goofy. So there's that, but there's also the effects so far look really bad. The CG is not up to snuff. Predator, like Aliens, is built on practical effects. The more that you take that away and give us the uncanny valley of CG, the more just kind of like rote and forgettable and sludgy it becomes. I mean, it's a recognizable designs and things, but it doesn't have that tangible feel, and it's just not scary or intense when it's essentially like a cartoon, which is so ironic to say because this cartoon, this animated Killer of Killers, I thought had a lot of weight and grit because it was contextually consistent. It had my favorite word incoming, verisimilitude to it. And that's the great thing about animation. That's why I refuse to see these live action remakes in Disney and now How to Train Your Dragon, which I heard is like pretty good, but it's only good because the original was good. And if it was intended to be live action, it would have been live action originally. And sorry, I don't want to get off on that whole rant. That's a whole other thing. But now that Predator has put out, I think, a pretty good and very solid sort of concept of can this work in an animated realm, why not just stick with that? Why give us this really good iteration of a Predator thing only to change it all again and put it back into live action, but still keep a lot of the CG and not do practical effects? It doesn't mix. It's got me disengaged from the hype that I think they're trying to get us. Like, I'm interested in the Predator franchise again, and I'm really curious to see what they do with the story and the lore, but I really don't want to sit through an hour and a half, 2 hours of unblended CG live action slop. I'm sorry. So unless I hear like glowing reviews about the new movie, I'm definitely going to wait for it to come out on Hulu, not waste my time in the theater. But I think either way, because The Killer of Killers was so solid, I'm at least going to watch the new movie and give it a chance just based on the merits of the animated movie. So I hate to end the episode on that note, but that's where we are, folks. That's where we are with our media. There's been good stuff, but there's a lot of garbage. So hopefully the second half of 2025 has a little bit more positivity for me to report and react to. I mean, we have a lot of these projects that I'm reacting to their marketing so far actually coming out, so stay tuned for that. In the meantime, I've been Dan, and you can find me and all the ways to yell at me and tell me how wrong I am at breathingunderwater.us. See you next time.